says. I mean, you have to be stupid not to see that. And then how much of it's computer, I don't know. It's the machine. You're the machine lies, you know. The machine lies, bro. This is a bad fucking monologue. Monologue.
I thought it was pretty dope.
It's all grift. I don't know.
I agree, man. I'm the type that I need somebody to bounce stuff off of me. I don't just sit there alone and roll this
No
shit
one's
out.
here. I get to
I was
mount
trying to
more.
do that for you. I was trying to do that for you,
Tom just
Soul Reed.
can't shut
Now,
the
did
fuck
you
up.
actually rip off Tony
Coronavirus.
Robbins, like repeat his shit
can't
ad,
shut the
like
fuck up.
verbatim, or were you just
Why are they
bullshit?
always blocking the sun? What the? I don't know. This is some real question. What's going on with the sun?
It's hilarious. Tom referring to himself as some sort of a digital monk, but it's like, bro, an actual monastic can close their mouth and not speak. He can't. He has to talk. For whatever reason, I'm a fan of this Soul Read Analytics, and this is the Machine Lies. He's live. Of course, I can see already that my connection is not going to allow me to do this screen share necessarily. What's happening, by the way? Benton here. Thanks for joining me. I knew I was in deep trouble after I made this stream title and this what do you call that thumbnail, because a couple of people were like, oh, this is going to be interesting, I'm looking forward to this. I'm like, oh my god, I've overpromised and I'm not going to be able to deliver, because it's not like I have a presentation on that topic of computers unable to generate random numbers. Let's see if now will my internet work. Yeah. What about this angle, y'all? You get to see my glorious Adam's apple, right? What's up, Yellow Cake Maker? And if I had proper internet, I would be on the panel. Machine Lies wanted me to join his panel. It's still going. They've got something like 30 people in the house. Heck, if I didn't have this live scheduled, my live stream, I probably just wouldn't have even bothered, right? Now I sort of feel obligated. But it looks like Woody has at least solved the problem. And again, I'm not a scientist, so this is Woody, I guess, a thought experiment on how to solve the problem of computer code not being able to generate a truly random number, which is something, you know, I had just assumed that this was a thing, right? The so-called random number generators, or RNGs. And I never knew or cared about any of this until I started playing online poker, and all of these online poker sites. And this is way back in the day. This would have been 2011-ish, online poker. And I'll probably have some stories to tell about that, perhaps. Well, let me go ahead and say that number two's brother had moved. He had moved to Wisconsin for many years, so much so that even though he's from Arkansas, he developed a Midwest accent, which was kind of hilarious. He had been up there for a long time. So he moved back to Arkansas. He stayed with me and ex-wife number two. We had at the time we were renting a house that had plenty of room, plenty of extra room. So he basically moved from Wisconsin into our house, where we had plenty of unused space. One of the benefits of Arkansas, especially back in the day, is being able to rent just like a 3-bedroom, but they're all 1 bathroom. That's the problem. A 3-bedroom, 1 bathroom house back then for no more than like $650 a month, like with the yard and everything. Had a wood burning stove, but no central heat and air wasn't really properly integrated. Although we must have had decent air conditioning. I know there's no way we lived there in that. I think that's what it was. The heater didn't work, so we were on wood stove heat. Other than that, it was great, right? There's always a problem somewhere, but I don't even want to get off onto that. So I got him into online poker, and then he was internet, savvy as well, generally. So he ended up finding, I guess he became suspicious because he thought it was rigged, right? Online poker. Meanwhile, here I am, in the compulsive gambling, space. And so I did not know or care. Oh, Tommy always brings a great conversation. I mean, there's no doubt about that, Yellow Cake Maker. I'm just challenging Tommy a little bit. Sometimes the audience wants something a little different. That's all I'm saying. Because Soul Read is hard to wrangle. So I see, here's Soul Read Analytics. Although I don't I'm obviously not enamored enough to actually, not do my stream or well, if my connection would allow it, I would certainly be doing the screen share and everything. So if y'all want to check that out, and that's completely fine with me, obviously. And if people who ask about why my microphone is fuzzy, that got asked on Paul's, it's because I also use this outside, this mechanism here. And it's just, there's no point in trying to remove the fuzzy windscreen and then put it back on later. It's just completely pointless. That's interesting. Music holds a secret. Good to see you, by the way. Yeah, ARC is an electronic spark. ARC, Kansas. We're not in Kansas anymore. Yeah, I like that. I like that. That's almost like a Smith level breakdown. Although I will say that since Arkansas became a state first, it should be Kansas if you think about it, because Arkansas again was a state before the Civil War, and Kansas was still a territory. So, but not that even fucking matters. Who cares? Hey, what's up, Big Drink Tea? Good to see you, Bex Factor as well. We're hanging out, and I did want everybody to realize that the Machine Lies is live, and they had like 35 in the house, I think, when I went live. So that may be the bigger broadcast, and I've noticed it takes a little while to build up over here. We'll hit 30 to 35 eventually, typically speaking, but it takes some time, so we'll just hang out. But what's up, Bex? Good to see you. And Big Drink Tea got me a little amped up yesterday about the Slab City stuff. So I found some channels. I know some people who aren't at Slab City, year round. These are, and a lot of the people who, such as myself, by the way, who end up having connections to Slab City. And I know I'm kind of all over the place, but give me a moment. I'll get there. This is mostly for Big Drink Tea specifically, but a lot of the folks who end up, involved or having connections to Slab City are these traveler types, such as myself and many others. I know this. I had shouted out this Cornelius Van Gogh, and I've shown Cornelius's channel. And this is one of these people where I'm trying to not use the pronouns, right? But when I met Cornelius, she was a she, but I don't think she is going by she pronouns anymore. And again, my thing with the pronouns has been, if I want to use the person's preferred pronouns, I will. If I don't, I won't. It's completely up to me. And I may just choose to just say their first name over and over, as bizarre as that may sound. It's completely my choice. I'm not going to be forced into addressing people in specific ways, because I might want to be known as, I want to be known as, most merciful, most righteous Benton or something. Like, I'll just make up my own bullshit, right? And force that on everybody. Yep. But yeah, good to see everybody. Oh, is Woody here? Or is he was here earlier? I don't know if he's here yet. But if these comments are showing up for you guys, I'll show this on the screen real quick. He says a fluorescent light uses mercury suspended in xenon in order to transmit a circuit. Now we're back to the random number generator. And I'm all over the place, but I'm going to tie this together. Plus, we're still it's still early. Folks might want to go check out the Machine Lies, so I'll just hang out for a bit. I'm going to wait them out. See, and this is a lot of folks think I'm up all night. It's like, no, I go to sleep at 6 p.m. most of the time, and I'm awake by like 12:30 usually, 12:30 to 1:30 typically. So no, I sort of have an advantage in a way. I'm fresh, so I can just wait him out, right? So he says, perhaps it is possible to integrate a similar gas-filled chamber into a computer circuit. If the random number generator was stopped by the completion of the circuit, then there would be an element of randomness beyond the binary of semiconductors. And I don't know enough science to know if it sounds good to me. And I know Woody's demonstrated an ability over time to have, certain high level thoughts and ideas. As the gas density would be changed by variables such as temperature, one could actually shake the number generator like dice and affect the outcome. Interesting, Woody. Interesting. Well, Tribe, I don't know how much I want to address all of that. I've personally spent a lot of time in those type of discussions here on live streams. Well, and thank you, Tribe, because I really do want to have an interesting conversation about randomness and random numbers, and I'm not intelligent enough, and this is where I get accused of having a high IQ, and I'm like, oh no, 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 I'm not one of them folks, because once we go into these type of discussions, I can certainly listen and follow along, right? But I need people like Tribe in here, so I was sort of panicking a little bit yesterday, like, oh my God, now what am I going to do? Just delete the live stream and say, hey, it was all a mistake. But thank you, Tribe, because see, I'm already, and as much as I challenge folks to, consider the basic and the fundamental, well, you see here, I've jumped past the fundamental. I've just assumed that randomness is even a thing, right? So Tribe is saying that no one can prove randomness. It's purely hypothetical. It's interesting, man. Now, hopefully, Woody shows up and maybe you guys can hash all of that out. Yeah, super interesting. So hopefully, Bex, we can give you. I know you're probably clamoring for the intellectual, a little bit more of the highbrow intellectual talk, perhaps. Okay. Yeah, see, I'm already lost, Tribe, but that's probably a good thing. Information theory. Yeah. And I need to be taking notes about what I need to study if I do end up back. I shouldn't say homeless because I am homeless. Shout out to JG, who always reminds me of that. But if I end up back in some version of the streets, that will probably also mean way more time in libraries around books. Although with my internet addiction apparently back in full force. What's up, Divine Spirit? Good to see you. With my internet addiction, perhaps, returning. Oh, good. Well, thanks, Bex. Oh, I love that, Tribe. I have a little bit of that, but probably not to the degree that you do, Sarah. But yeah, that's what I was attempting to study when I went to university. But I mostly just, engaged in my social life versus actually learning the computer science myself. Thank you. Music holds a secret. I mean, I didn't even occur to me, and I am going to play that. I want to play that live stream from yesterday. So, did you catch that? Music holds a secret. I guess you must have, or did you drop the link? So maybe you're watching it now. I'm not sure because it happened so quickly. And for all I knew, the damn cops were going to show up. And that's what's funny about living in the streets and traveling around so much. And that is one of the reasons I like this town. I don't think they even called the cops, but in a lot of parts of the country that I've been to, just whatever little bit of back and forth happened before I went live, and then what continued, definitely somebody would have called the police 100% of the time. So just so part of me was just, I'm like putting on the body cam, I'm going live, impromptu, because I'm just assuming it's like 15 minutes, 5 to 15 minutes, and the damn cops are going to be here. Wet laundry. But yeah, exactly. I mean, drying nails in your laundry would generate, and you tied it in with the random number generator too, right? I like what you're doing. Oh, these people are nuts, Divine Spirit. This is completely insane. I'm definitely going to play this. Oh, okay, cool. Awesome. Oh, I see what happened. Because I did it unlisted, you probably got the notification. And since you had the notification, it lets you go to the video. That's great. See, I'm still figuring out how YouTube works. Awesome. Awesome. I'm glad it did that because I didn't want it on the live tab of my channel. That's why it's unlisted. So real quick, let me get back to my brother-in-law, my former brother-in-law, and the random number generator. So somehow, I guess he was very suspicious of the online poker possibly being rigged, which, as we know, it was, of course. But then he somehow found a guy who had written extensively just on the internet somewhere. Just some random dude. Again, there's that word random. This random guy had just, like, I guess, researched it and figured out that, wow, actually these computers, they're not even capable of even mimicking a 52 card, a 52 card deck right? Mathematically, apparently. And again, I don't understand enough science and mathematics to really know. But I found that fascinating. So he's like emailing me this, and at first I'm like, I don't even want to. What is this? Because again, I'm trying to compulsive gamble back at the time. Well, eventually I looked into it and started really trying to read and understand what had been sent. And I was like, this is right. A computer, and I'm oversimplifying because, like Tribe points out, we haven't even proven randomness apparently. But I'm like, yeah, at least that the computer's not able to mimic a deck. And in fact, there may still be, but there were poker sites back then. This is pre Black Friday, where they actually had live dealers with actual cards. So it's as slow as a casino would be. It's one of the major advantages of online poker is that it's way faster. But there were actually sites where people could play poker, and it was a dealer with cards, like showing the cards to the camera and everything. Eventually, it's pretty wild the way that worked. Yeah, it's in a way, it's like whatever I do, because I'll give you an example of running into insane people. I had bought a lot of bad watermelons recently, which led me to believe I don't know how to pick a watermelon, or at least I don't know how to determine when one is, just bad and it's a waste of money. So the lady at the fruit stand was in the process of showing me how to determine if the watermelon's any good or not. And just some lady comes out of nowhere and starts trying to take over the interaction and starts trying to tell me a bunch of things about water, how to pick a good watermelon. But meanwhile, I'm trying to get the information, right? So then I'm trying not to be mean to the lady, but I'm like, oh yeah, if you don't mind, I can't, because she's given me like way too much information, this lady, and it's just bizarre. That kind of stuff happens to me just everywhere I go. So it's got to be something I'm putting out, unknowingly. That's right, Divine Spirit. Well, I do want to point out I don't go anywhere without my tools on my physical person to defend myself. But thank you. I love that protective spirit. See, it's not just and this is where some of the male-female stuff is not that helpful, because some people, just because a person is born a lady doesn't mean they can't be, protective in ways. See, I love that. I'm very protective myself of other people. Hey, what's up, Mr. O'Shea? Yeah, dude, awesome. And I'm just kidding when I'm like, hey man, wrap it up. I'm going live in a couple of hours, but yeah, well, a bit non-bit, right? But yeah, good to see you, O'Shea. Certainly. So that's really what kind of put that idea in my head, and then tying it into the lotteries. Like I was buying these Mega Millions and Powerball tickets, but I'm understand statistics enough to not buy a bunch of tickets at once, right? But just a dollar or two or three here and there, and then finally realizing, oh, they don't actually use the balls anymore for the most part. It's a computer is determining what the fucking winning number is going to be. But then it's like, oh, I know those things apparently can't generate a random number, which may not even be possible in the first place. But then the one thing about the Powerball and the Mega Millions is the computer knows ahead of time it knows which numbers have been selected and which numbers have not been selected. So even if the thing's not rigged necessarily directly, it's obviously that it's very easy to control. Will the jackpot have a winner this week or not, or this drawing? And then I think that's why we've seen, so many of these over $1 billion jackpots, right? Because the times that it just, resets to 15 million, and then, 3 drawings later, somebody wins and it resets again. Yeah, that happens, but not very often. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, there you go. Music holds a secret. And I've told people this before, just thinking about numbers, right? It's like maybe a business has a 6-digit code, to enter the bathroom. So somebody might think, one of the workers might think they've selected like a random number, but I know the chances of whatever those 4 or 6 digits is, well, that most likely doesn't contain a pair, right? There's probably not 2, and then the other, it's probably not a pair in there anyway, because that's not how people's minds tend to work. It's probably not just all the same number 6 times. It's probably not, the same number 5 times. And then some of these would be easier to guess, right? If a person was just typing on the pad trying to figure out the code. But You know, there's probably not 3 of a kind in there. You know, it's interesting. It's interesting. No number is random. See, again, Tribe, I'm not, my brain is not, this is why I'm glad you're here, because that makes sense to me. See, intuitively, that makes sense that no number is random. See, and then what do we even mean by random in the first place? Like, what does that even mean? Noise is random. Yeah, I would really like to delve more into this, you know, in the long run. Certainly. I like it. Oh, 100% Tribe. I mean, there's no doubt it's not. I mean, of course it's a scam, but like I've talked about, this is Scam Nation. I mean, effectively everything's a scam, you know, in a way, right? It's a Scam Nation. How many does, let me see real quick how many in the house over at Machine Lies. I want to see what we're up against. 23. Okay. So based on his numbers, I just pulled 10 people over here. That's kind of the regrettable thing. Although not everybody here was necessarily over there. Probably some of those folks have finally gone to sleep. Oh, man. But anyway, loving the comments so far. You guys are great. Huh. All right, let's try to, well, real quick, I want to check chat.
No, audibly.
Now, just Tommy and Soul Reed yelling at each other, apparently. Well, or Tommy yelling at Soul Reed, I should say. I'm going to drop the link again just in case folks want to check that out. Forward to leaving this place and getting onto some decent internet eventually. See, I should be able to just play this thing. You know, I should be able to simulcast. Information is transmitted by using a signal, a mathematical pattern to overcome the apparent randomness of the noise floor. Sure, I trust government handling millions. Yeah, and billions and trillions. Yeah, why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I trust them? Maybe, well, in fact, now that I'm thinking about this, see, I had this fear, and again, what is, you know, emotion is inherently irrational. I had this irrational fear, which even that's kind of like a redundant thing, like a jumbo shrimp, you know, a misnomer. But you know, I had this fear that the thumbnail and the title would attract a bunch of people, and then now I am with nothing. But it might be the opposite. There's 8 people here. Maybe they're like, oh, he's going all technical on us. We just want to hear him ramble, right? That's funny. Okay, let's at least try to play this real quick. Will it work? That's the question.
You're cooking, but it's not like you don't know what you're doing, dude. You're a fucking wizard. Okay. So you want me to say you're a wizard? All right. There's a bunch of wizards. Everyone on these panels is a fucking wizard. They're working some type of wizardry through a black mirror.
I wish I would have cammed up tonight. I would beat Z's record for just blank stare to the camera. I would just let this guy go. I just let him fucking go. I just stare at the camera like I want to kill him, but not say anything. Yeah, thank you, Cadence. Thank you. I'm sure you'll put this in as a clip. Hey, you've never clipped anybody calling you out yet. Here it is. This is today's clip. Calling out Cadence.
Still live. Yeah.
Oh, somebody by name. I don't feel like
you're right, Tribe.
anymore.
He just mentioned it. He mentioned
How
it.
could you possibly keep up with all this?
Yeah, to use an apostrophe.
That was uncanny, Tribe. Look, it happened. It happened within 60 seconds.
You live in it.
No, I recognized the picture, and they changed the name like less than 24 hours ago.
All right, Tribe. We're gonna just for you. We're not gonna show this. Anybody that wants to hear Tommy can go over there. I enjoy Tribe being over here, so much so that I'm not going to play that right now. So that's for you, Tribe. But we are going to go to me, and let's back to me. Right? That's always good in a way. Where is old Benton? There's old Benton. Okay, this is back to randomness. Can this possibly be random? That I can certainly tell you that mathematically, that mathematically the chances of this sort of thing happening to me, hey, good to see you, Gary. The chances of this sort of thing happening to me over and over and over again certainly can't be random. But anyway, this is me from yesterday, just trying to wash my clothes, right? Literally my socks and my underwear and my fucking, my t-shirts effectively. Like I love these pants I have. So I have a new pair of pants that I don't wash them until I have to. So they've never been washed. So just, socks, underwear, and the basics, man, the stuff I have to have clean to be consider myself a decent human being. Right. And meanwhile, I've had an incident at the same damn laundromat before. It wasn't of my causing. Oh yeah, Bex, I've had Tommy on stream for like 10 hours before, just going off. I mean, it's fascinating. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I heard much of that conversation actually, Bex. Now, one person who seems to be able to effectively deal with Tommy is Z. Z's good at keeping Tommy to like 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. That might work, to not run off part of the audience. I'm a fan though, but let's see if my internet will actually allow this to happen or not. Let's see what's our, well, hang on. Let me kill all these other windows. Yeah, see, I'm accidentally watching my own live stream in another window and wasn't even aware of it. So let me make sure none of these windows are going. Let's see. Okay, I think we're good. This is Benton at the laundromat yesterday. So right when this starts is after I've been talking to the lady, and just I'll tell you what happened right before I went live. At this laundromat, the lady that works there, she's there every time I've ever been there, and I've been to this laundromat at least 10 times. Although I'm not always in this town, so it's just spread out over years, right? But this is where I go, man, and I drive past another laundromat to go to this laundromat. Now it does help that this one is very close to where I was going to go buy a watermelon anyway, right? And with my car, I'm trying not to drive, only when I have to because of this clutch issue. But that's a side story. And so there's this gambling machine in there. Like we don't have, it's not Las Vegas. We can't just have gambling machines everywhere. But somehow I don't know what's happened, but it's a slot machine. It's a fucking video slot machine. And she's addicted to gambling, clearly. So, I understand enough about that to realize that, that can make the person obviously there's something unsettled with them emotionally that they're doing all this gambling. So I'm just sitting there, waiting for my clothes to dry. They've been in the dryer like 5 minutes, and she just leaves the gambling machine, walks over to, and I'm the only person in there. It's the only dryer that's going. She walks up to my dryer, opens the door, right? So I'm just looking at her like, what the fuck is this? And then I'm like, hey, what are you doing? Like what's going on? But I'm not like rude or mad. I'm just curious. And she like holds her hand up, basically telling me to, almost puts her finger to her lips effectively. Like, hey, shut the fuck up. And then I see that she's listening, right? And this is already bizarre behavior. She's acting like she's listening, to the close. But then when she's opened the door, the thing has stopped spinning also. So it's already doesn't even make sense what she's doing. So I'm just confused, right? Just, use your words, lady. Tell me what the fuck's going on. So then she just goes back she closes the door, pushes the button, so that the machine will start again, and then goes back to her gambling machine. Because when she held her hand up, I just assumed, okay, when she's done listening, she's going to at least tell me what the hell's going on here. And for all I knew, I just happened to accidentally select one of the machines that maybe she thinks is going to be out of order. Or maybe she was going to tell me, hey, this one, I thought this one was good to go, but maybe just we're going to move you to a different machine or whatever. I don't fucking know. And she just goes back to the gambling machine. So then I'm like, hey, you want to tell me like what that was all about? And then we get into it a little bit, and then that's when then she was like, oh, trying to tell me she was going to kick me out or whatever. Of I'll just ask you to leave my laundromat. And I'm like, well, this is not your laundromat, because I used to stay at this. It's inside of a motel that I used to stay at. And meanwhile, that she doesn't own the thing anyway, right? Yeah, she wanted to fold your laundry. There you go, Robin. I like that. That's cute. Good to see you, by the way. Yeah, that's cute. Yeah. Look at me, just assuming she had an evil motive. Yeah, maybe she just wanted to fold my laundry. Indeed. Yeah. But maybe people came in there, right? Maybe people have damaged the machines in the past. I don't fucking know. What's that got to do with me, by the way? I'm not in there damaging people's property. Well, boxers, of course, Gary. I mean, let's be serious. But yeah, I'm not trying to knock anybody up, but I don't want to artificially mess up my swimmers with the jockey shorts, right? But that's designed to sterilize us. I don't know does anybody know that? Just the jockey shorts, the white briefs, briefs. Tidy whities, just that is designed to sterilize us. I don't know if y'all know that. Shout out to Dick Gregory. But yeah, anyway, let's go. Let's see. Because I haven't watched this back, so I don't even know. And I'm kind of wondering how much can be heard of so she goes and gets the owner. What's he going to do, by the way? And I'm like, okay, realistically, all they can do is make me leave with wet clothes, and I'll have to drive to another laundromat. I don't know, did he? I thought I've seen every episode of Seinfeld. I don't remember that. It's a zipper. Well, yeah, meanwhile, I've got this hoodie that I love this hoodie so much that I almost never wash it, but it's, I've worn it enough in my room here, in the summer that I've sweated on it. And it's, the BO, it got funked up with the BO. So I'm washing my hoodie for like twice in a year. I wash this thing, right? And it's got I think it's a ladies actually, because it's got the little thumb holes in the sleeves, but I don't care. The thing fits perfect. I love it. And so it's got a bunch of zippers on it. Like it's got a zipper on the sleeve and all this. So I know it's the zippers. It does this every time I'm checking out. So I'm like, it's zippers, lady. What the fuck? What is this? I know what it is. Oh, dude. Well, see, my thing is I fight fire with fire. When people start coming at me, I just go with them, as we're going to see in the video here. Hey, why don't you tell her, man? Why is there nobody in here, by the way? There's nobody in here. Have you noticed that? That there's nobody here? I'm here spending money, sir. Yeah, I know you don't. It's clear. Yeah, he said we don't care about your few quarters. Meanwhile, dude, this thing's expensive. This is like I'm spending like $7 for one load almost here, right? It's clear. It's clear. Man, I'm sitting here, and this lady right here walked over here and opened it. Yeah. Well, see, here's what's going on. She's gambling. Okay. She's gambling.
What's wrong with that?
Well, she's losing, so she's annoyed. Yes, it is. It's my business when she leaves over there. She comes over here, opens my laundry. She opens the door. Listen to what I'm telling you. She opened the door. I'm sitting right there. She comes and opens the door. I said, hey, what are you doing? She held her finger up to tell me to be quiet. Then she closed it. Then she went over there and started playing the machine again. So I said, hey, do you want to tell me what you're doing? You see what I'm saying? I know. I want to know what's going on. I want to know what's happening. I want to know what's happening. And I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You're not listening either, sir. You're not listening either, sir. God, my nose. I had no idea my nose looked like this. No, I don't. I've never done anything. I come in here. I wash my clothes. Never been a problem. Yeah, she tried to say he did this last time he was here, or he does this. She said he does this every time he comes here. What? Speak like a human being? I don't even what does that even mean, right? Oh, you can actually kind of see the guy right here. Amazing. Yeah, he does this every time he comes in here. It's like, what does what? Says words, makes mouth noises. I'm just confused at this point. That's you're talking too, sir. You're also talking. Yeah, he keeps telling me that I can't listen, and I'm like, well, I'm the one. Like we're all three talking at the same time. Like what? But I'm the one that can't listen. Yeah, there you go, Woody. Good to see you, brother. Listen, and everybody's talking. It doesn't make any sense, sir. Makes no sense whatsoever. None. So yeah, 33 minutes. 33 minutes. Nobody's hurting anybody. Nothing's happening here, sir. Yeah, it's called a zipper. This is metal. Zipper. Yeah, so we've made sure. Yeah, we made sure. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. We've done that. We've made sure. So why is it still continuing? We've made sure. Because we've made sure, sir. I don't have a problem, sir. I have 32 minutes. I don't care. 32 minutes, sir. 32 minutes. I don't care for your few quarters. 32 minutes. I know you don't. That's why nobody's in here. Who cares? In this nice place. Yeah. I care. I want to leave. I want to wash my clothes and be left alone. Yeah. Yeah. It's a noise. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares about a noise? Well, and because I understand humans and I understand gambling, and I've observed this lady. She's annoyed and frustrated with her gambling, and then now she's hearing this zipper hit the fucking inside of the dryer. Meanwhile, it's the only dryer that's going. If there was 10 dryers going, there's no way she would have even been able to determine where is the noise coming from, you see. And she's probably, I mean, almost all these people are on meth, by the way. I don't know about the owner, but she probably is. There's a high likelihood she's on meth. Just about everybody's on meth, especially in places like this. Almost everybody. It's crazy. Well, Gary, I say sir because they used to beat me. I mean, it's not even, they beat it into me to say sir and ma'am, unfortunately. Believe me, I don't choose to go around calling everybody sir. In fact, the main reason I don't say ma'am is because I waited tables for 3 years. And if a lady's going to be in charge of tipping, they don't typically like to be referred to as ma'am. So I broke myself of that habit because it involved money. But and that's, I just fight fire with fire. I immediately call him on it because I also know further that his motel is not doing good because the place I'm staying in has probably stolen a lot of his business, right? Not even stolen, but he's got the best location. He's downtown, right? So actually he just doesn't remember me, but years ago me and number 2 stayed at this motel for like 3 months or something. So I've actually spent a lot of money with this dude. And he just doesn't remember, which is fine. But yeah. Well, and Tribe, this is how Arkansas used to be, by the way. Duels in the street. And in fact, Hot Springs, Arkansas, they had a shootout. Like, I think it was right before the turn of the century. There was a shootout between like the city police and the county police, like downtown, right? But yeah, exactly. Why was the place empty? So you can hear me. I just tell him that. I'm like, hey, this is no wonder nobody's in here, right? But then, and I know he's trying to renovate the motel also, like on the back side of the motel, you can tell they're doing construction and trying to redo some of these rooms. And, the guy's business is probably failing or whatever, which is fine. But, she prefers sir. No, I call the ladies miss. Like if 70-year-olds, it's a miss. I don't call anybody ma'am when I'm winning tables. But yeah, it's funny, Bex. Hopefully let's play more because my connection is probably going to not handle this. Who cares about a noise? Yeah. No, that's you. That's you, man. That's you. I was sitting over there doing. Look. I'm sitting right here. Well, see, I can tell half of this is designed to get me to lash out in anger because, I have enough emotional control now that even though you can hear my affect is rising and I'm getting a little more animated and loud, I'm still managing to be calm inside, believe me. But I'm sort of just mystified. Like intellectually, I'm just completely mystified by all of this. But in the past, I would have just immediately got locked in and, started telling everybody, settling everybody's hash more or less. And then the police would come and fucking criminally trespass me, right? That's happened a couple of times. But yeah, I'm working on it. I'm getting much better at just behaving properly, even in my indignation, right? I think we're beginning to detect the indignation in Benton here. I'm sitting right here.
Yeah, and if I want to know why you're opening it, yeah, so I can't ask why you're opening it? Oh, no, so
Yeah,
I'm not-
and ultimately, this is the only thing that really bothered me was that nobody would tell me what was going on initially. Because see, I'm completely reasonable. If she had just said, "Hey, man, I want to check your machine because for whatever reason, I'm going to open this door," I would have been like, "Oh yeah, go ahead. Whatever's reasonable." I just typically acquiesce to anything reasonable when I'm in a public situation like this. That's just my style. I've always been that way. I'm like, "Oh yeah, go ahead, whatever, man." I err on the side of accommodating other people typically, but I was genuinely confused. Like, what's this lady doing? And I know I super annoyed her because last time I was here, I was basically like, I can't believe you put money in that machine. Like, this is crazy. Don't you know that it's mathematically impossible for you to win in the long run on this thing? And I told her that before all this happened. I said, you know, you can't win on them things. And she was like, you don't know what you're talking about. I put $2 in and I'm up $60, which we all know that's fucking bullshit, right?
not even a person. Yeah, I'm not even a person, see? Yeah, exactly.
He said, no, you're not.
Hey.
He said, no, you're not. See, I know what it is. I'm not even a person to them.
31 minutes. 31. Same thing you're doing, sir. Same thing you're doing. No, I don't need an option. My clothes are wet, sir. Yeah. It's a laundry. It's a dryer. That's what it does. It makes noise. That's what it does.
Yeah,
it makes noise.
Yeah,
you hear it? I hear
go.
it. It makes noise. Yeah. No, I hear it making noise right now.
Well, you would think so, Gary Baxter. I mean, and I'm not even trying to get possessive over the thing, right? Like, believe me, an earlier version of Benton, especially when I still had the muscles and everything, this thing would have went very, very differently in the past. Believe me, this is me controlling myself to some extent. Well, to a great extent, actually.
I hear it right now. Yeah. It's a dryer. What could be the problem? What could it possibly be a problem?
Yeah, exactly, Rob. Well, that was the problem. Yeah, I used dryer 66. And it had 30, when all this happened, it had 33 minutes on the machine. I shit you not. Because you even hear me say to her 32 minutes, or that's one of the first things I say. So this actually occurred on machine 66 when I had 33 minutes left is when this whole thing started.
Yeah. I'm not a construction person.
See, did you hear what he said? We have so many construction people that come in here and do X, Y, and Z. What's that got to do with me? Like, now I'm guilty for what these other people did? It doesn't even make sense. Meanwhile, let's just say that's the case. Wouldn't a smart business owner have foreseen construction people potentially damaging the equipment and figured out a way to prevent this? Now, I would say one way to prevent it would be to not allow the staff to be on the gambling machine with their back to everything that's happening. That would probably be the number one. See, I wish I had been smart enough in the moment to figure that out. I've been like, okay, sir, if that's the case, perhaps the staff should not have their back to the entire laundromat playing gambling machines so that they can observe what's going on. Right. But yeah, I would argue that my little bitty fucking Mickey Mouse clown car out there in the parking lot pretty much assures that I'm not a construction person. Well, and I'm white, it's not a racial thing, but I mean, come on. Although white people do work in construction, obviously. But anyway.
Person. If there's construction people, what does that have to do with me? I'm not a construction person. I'm not a construction person.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tribe. Yeah, those weirdos clearly consider this their modus operandi. Yeah, and the thing is, man, is that I run into this sort of behavior on a regular basis. So it's not just these people, right? Well, and again, divine spirit, now we're into like I'm argumentative and confrontational. Like this is some version of never wrestle a pig, you both get muddy and the pig likes it. Like I do sort of enjoy this kind of thing on a level, but more and more I'm getting to where I don't actually. Yeah, she's working for free at the end of the day. I think she probably lives there, Big Drink Tea. That's she probably lives there, and then maybe they pay her a little bit of money, and then I think she probably that's part of her agreement is, hey, you can stay here for free, but you got to, staff this laundromat, right? He might be. That would not surprise me. Well, and then late, it gets even weirder, by the way, because good to see you, John Wayne. Some random dude starts fucking mean mugging me after just some random old, like older than me, white guy, like a well-dressed for the area, right? A seemingly well-to-do, because these people are trash for the most part, these other people. But some like well-dressed fucking silver-haired white guy starts, strutting around trying to fucking intimidate me. And I'm just like, what is this? This is bizarre.
No, I can't. I've never been a construction person. Absolutely not. I've never been a construction person.
I don't know, Tribe. See, he says, don't compete with an idiot. He will drag you down to his level and beat you with experience. I've got a lot of experience also, dude. I'm ignorant. I'm also ignorant, ignorant. I've also behaved very ignorantly, in public a lot. And remember, this is the reformed, evolved Benton. I've got a lot of, so probably part of this is if we talk about, karma and I know that's not the strict definition of karma, but the fact is I probably have brought a lot of this on myself because of my past behavior. It reminds me of this. I had a friend who used to steal car stereos all the time before I knew him. So he had reformed and he had stopped being a criminal, but then he was all the time getting his car stereo stolen. Like the time when I knew him for like in a 2-year period, his car got broken into like 3 or 4 times. So I started to realize this must have something to do with the fact that he used to steal car stereos, because I had a really nice, expensive car stereo at a time. Nobody's ever broken into my car and stolen my stuff, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. This dude. And this guy's had some health problems too. Definitely. Yeah, white punks on dope.
Yeah, that's good for you. That has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, there you go.
Nothing to do with me, sir. Nothing to do with. I don't have nails or screws, sir. I don't have nails or screws. I don't have nails or.
Well, and this is a guy from India or Pakistan or wherever, probably India, who owns the motel. And historically, there was no laundromat. And this space, I think, was originally for like a restaurant, because a lot of these motels used to have restaurants in them. So then they've converted it into because when I stayed there years ago, it was just empty space, and they've converted it into, it's a nice laundromat. Look at that floor, man. Like just the floor, dude. They spent some money on this thing. And it's probably 5 or 6 years old now and still in good shape, right? That's funny, Gary. I like that.
Screws.
I don't care. I don't care
That's
about
clear.
your few quarters. Yeah, I said, yeah, I know you don't. That's clear.
That's clear that you don't care. It's clear, sir. And in 30 minutes, you will never have to worry about me again. 30 minutes. Yeah, you're welcome. Wow. Yeah.
Oh, there he
my
goes.
laundry.
I didn't know I got him in this, because see, I can't see this really. I didn't notice I got him in the background walking off. But you see that, I actually beat him with experience, believe it or not. He just gave up at this point. He's like, fuck it, I'm out of here.
Doing my laundry. Ladies over there on the gambling machine. Ladies over there on the gambling machine. Just comes over here, opens my door to my clothes right there. Just opens it. I'm like, hey, you want to tell me what you're doing there? Hold her hand up like this. Dismisses me. Goes right back to her gambling machine. See, she's mad because she's losing on that gambling machine. And then wanted to argue with me. I said, you're not mad at me. You're mad at the gambling machine because you're playing that gambling machine and you're losing.
Well, and since I'm not actually in broadcaster mode, I'm going just full fucking Arkansas speech patterns too. So be aware of that.
I mean, can you believe this? This is just crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. And then saying, well, you could have nails in your. Do I look like the type of person that comes in here and washes nails and screws? It don't make no sense, man. It don't make a dadgum bit of sense. And then want to talk while I'm talking and tell me I don't know how to listen. It's just the whole world's done gone crazy, y'all. And then want to tell me.
Well, see, and I take every opportunity to go full doomer. So now in my mind, I'm like, society's collapsed. I don't even want to be around this. Like, beam me up, Scotty. Can I please get out of this hell realm? Like, so that's what I go into, right? Oh yeah, she's nuts, man. These people are crazy.
Well, you're just angry about something. Well, it seems like that's what y'all are doing. It's unbelievable, man.
Believable.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, believable.
Right, I should say believable. My apologies. I know. What's up, Jimmy Shibley? And just minding my own business. Minding my own business. Didn't have nothing to say to nobody.
Yeah.
And then this
Hadn't
is
said a
that
word.
place too where I told the lady just because I was being nice. I said, "Man, I feel like that number 13 it didn't extract good enough."
Yeah, this was on a previous
she
visit.
wanted-
This is what I'm talking about here. Previously, I'd been there, and she was giving me a hard time because I was just telling her that maybe one of the washers was not working correctly, and she turned that around to, well, you're supposed to come and get me before you take the clothes out of the washer so I can tell like how wet they are or whatever. I'm like, what are you talking about, lady? That was the like the time before last I went in there. But see, the previous visit, it was busy. You know, there was other people in there, so I was able to just sort of fade into the, background.
to tell me that I was wrong because I should have told her so she could come and tell how wet the clothes were.
Yeah.
I said, "Well, I think they're going to dry. I think we're going to dry." And then look, it's 220. Look at this. Look at this. 225 to dry. And most places, you can put a quarter in it and give you like 5 minutes or whatever. This one you got to put 225 minimum. But the guy that owns this just told me. He just told me that he don't care about my few little quarters. I said, "Well, that's obvious. That's obvious." Yeah, they got these gambling machines over there, and this lady that works there, she plays them like the whole time, and she thinks she's winning. I told her, "You can't win on them things. It's not possible. In the long run, you can't put money in that thing in the long run and win. It's mathematically impossible. Otherwise, it would be out of money. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't have no money in it. How do they afford to put that thing in here? It's just crazy, man." What's up, tribe? Hell, I guess I'm surprised they didn't call the cops on me or something.
Yeah, I'm fully expecting the popo
Yeah.
to show up, by the way, because just my years of living in the streets, anytime something like this occurred, more often than not, the police would have been there by now. So that's another reason I like this town. Number one, they didn't even bother to call the cops. Number two, the cops might not have even shown up for this potentially. Uh-oh. There you go. There you go. Musical is the secret.
What do we got? 27 minutes.
Oh, dude. Yeah, exactly. Well, and again, here's the hilarious part, Divine Spirit, is I typically follow the rules as much as possible, believe it or not. So, yeah, thank you, Woody. Thank you. Yeah, well, this is more of my natural environment around, Southerners. So, yeah, exactly. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, if there was a sign on somewhere that said, "Hey, if the machine doesn't work right, please notify the staff immediately," or something, I would have done that, right? But if I'm left to my own devices, this is where I say there's no such thing as common sense. If I'm just left to my own devices, I'm just going to do whatever makes sense to me. And if it doesn't make sense to other people, that's not my fucking problem, as far as I'm concerned.
Completely insane. Completely insane. Well, no, she's putting bills in the gambling machine. And how is that legal, by the way? I don't even understand that.
Yeah, it can't be legal.
How's a gambling machine legal?
There's no way.
And nobody in the place. Let's harass the only person in here spending money. I understand it's a few quarters. It's about $7. What's that? It's 28 quarters. That's more than a few, right? 20. I'm spending about $7 total. 350 plus 275, whatever that is.
625. I don't know.
That's the world now.
Yeah, 625.
It ain't America no more. Cash is no longer king in some instances, right?
What's up, Mr. Pie? Good to see you. Yeah, and it's machine number 66, Pale Horse Rider. Machine number 66, and this all happened when there was like 33 minutes on the machine. Yeah, it's crazy. That's when it started.
Wow.
Well, and I was started to go to 65, and then I was like, oh, I might as well go to 66. Why not? So I guess it's ultimately my fault, right?
Hey, what's up, Rachel? This was an impromptu thing because they, crazy people, man. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let me get my clothes and get out of here, man. And then she's talking about kicking me out. I said, yeah, that's what you do. You wait till my clothes are wet. Clothes have been in there 5 minutes. Crazy. Well, anyway, I guess that's about it. I just wanted to be live in case something actually happened. Maybe I'll stay live. You never know. See, I'm gonna stay live just in case something happens. Got the body cam going, of course. I think that's probably the only reason they're not kicking me out of here.
I like sped up Benton. This is great. Now I'm on
Nothing
meth.
like that. What's up, Mr. Fox? Good to see you, bro. I said it's nothing really happening here unless something happens. You never know. You never know. And then she tried to tell me to, if I don't like it, I can get out of her laundromat. I said, ain't your laundromat. What are you talking about? You own this place. Come on now. Of course, I used to stay here. See, this is a motel too. I used to rent a room here. I've spent a lot of money in this place. I'm giving that dude a lot of money. He just don't remember me. That was years ago. The owner died. It was years ago. He don't remember me. Shit, I give him all plenty of money. What are you talking about? Yep.
Good night, Bex. Thanks for cruising by.
Ham and eggers. Dude, thank you.
Yeah, Big L came
Ham
in,
and
Dallas Don Juan, and said ham and eggers. I love that expression.
eggers. Dude. Oh, man. God, wash my face, man. I didn't realize that was just so greasy looking. Ham and eggers. Fucking A, dude. Wish I could put that on the screen. I can't. I'm used to being able to click on.
Yeah, I didn't even have time to
go through the
go live through
StreamYard.
StreamYard.
Well, at least they had enough mercy on me not to kick me out while my laundry's still wet. Hey, dude. And she's like, oh, he does this every time he's in here. I'm like, what are you talking about? Because I pretty much just wouldn't take her garbage when she was trying to tell me I was in the wrong because their machine didn't know how to have a spin cycle in it. It extracts because the machine didn't extract good enough and my clothes were wetter than normal. And I just, because I'm considerate and I'm helpful, I was like, hey, just so you know, right? And then it's all, well, you're supposed to come call me before you take the clothes out of there, blah, blah, blah. I was like, shit, I didn't know there was rules. I'm not trying to get involved in managing the laundromat. You know what I mean? If I did, it wouldn't be no gambling allowed. Wouldn't be no. The staff would not be allowed to play the gambling machines on. Yeah, she's, by the way, making an hourly wage to play the gambling machine.
Well, presumably,
then,
I don't know
so
what
she's over there losing and
is.
mad at me because she's losing.
Yeah.
And then now she's irritated, so she starts hearing my zippers
100%. This is exactly what happened. 100%.
of my hoodie. You know, I got a hoodie with several different. It's got like a zipper on the sleeve, a little pocket on the sleeve. It's hitting up against the thing, man. You can't tell a nail hitting the side and a nail hitting the side and a zipper hitting the side. That's gonna have a different sound, right? Unbelievable. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here. You think I'm not gonna know if I hear you think I'm not gonna hit a nail in there? What's up, Bliss? Good to see you.
Oh, dude, it goes beyond that, Divine Spirit. I used to go to this Kroger, man, this Kroger in Little Rock, Arkansas. And Little Rock, I don't know if y'all know this, at one point was named city meanest to the homeless. And it's something to that, right? They fucking hate homeless people. Where I'm from, you know, not actually my hometown, very generous, actually likes, they don't, not that they like homeless people, but my hometown, very generous, actually, in, you know, contributing to the homeless anyway. Donations and such, but yeah, Little Rock, for some reason, they hate homeless people. Now, supposedly back in the old days, St. Louis was in the winter would send all of theirs down to Arkansas. Supposedly, maybe that has something to do with it. But either way, I'd go to this Kroger, man, and they wanted to harass me about my backpack and all of this, and you know, because I had that big backpack, and they were just giving me a hard time, man, and treating me like garbage. And eventually, I just got into it with them. I was like, look, you know, I could. If, you know, I could just start working here and I'd be managing this whole fucking store within 2 years. But the problem for y'all is day one, half of you'd be fired. Because I said, I can see what's going on here. Like, half of you is worthless. I said, so yeah, y'all don't want me. You know, y'all want me homeless because I might, if I get out of homelessness, I might decide to become a fucking store manager of a Kroger. Because I guarantee you, if I start here, give me 2 full years, I'll be running this motherfucker unless they send me somewhere else, right? Because if I just choose to devote myself to fucking grocery stores, you think I can't manage a grocery store? Good God. But I said, that's the problem for y'all is day one, half of you's fired because I know half of you's dead weight and the other half's doing everybody's job. So what the hell do I need y'all for? You know, and people don't understand. That's how I think, man.
It's crazy, man. I ain't here for it, man. I'm not here for it. You want to tell me I can't listen? I said, we're all talking at the same time, but I'm the one that can't listen. All three of us talking simultaneously.
Yeah, we're all talking at the same time, but I can't listen. So what they mean is, hey, shut the fuck up while we dictate to you. And this is authoritarianism. And, how many people have taken on this just authoritarian mindset, especially, on the heels of the fake pandemic, right? Which hasn't even fully ended as far as I can tell. But and then again, if it's fake, it never started, meaning, so if it never had a beginning, how could it possibly ever have an ending, right? And in some way, it's never going to end. But that's the point I'm making here is like, I think people had this, like the heart of an authoritarian to some extent in the past. And now it's like, now they're able to reveal themselves and just boss me around, man. And part of the reason, it's not the full reason, but part of the reason why I wanted to get out of here and try to drink myself to death is that I can't have random people just trying to boss me around. It's too unsettling and unnerving. It's too unpredictable, right? Meanwhile, I'm the one person who's autistic enough, and this is, lest we forget, I ran a cash register literally across the street from this place for 6 straight months, and it came out to the penny every shift. That's how autistic I am, right? So if we set up clear, firm rules for society, or for like, here's how you behave because of this pandemic, I can adhere to it 100%. Nobody else can, for the most part. So if there was a deadly pandemic, and if these various measures actually would keep people alive, I would be one of the few people still here. Like, seriously.
If you say so.
Because I can just 100% integrate these rules and follow them across the board. No problem. I develop systems and I adhere. That's how I run a cash register and have it come out to the penny every time. I create a system that's foolproof. And part of that system is, if anybody wants to know, here's part of it. Now, people will immediately try to tell me why this will never work. But when the person, let's say they're paying with a 20, well, the 20 goes on top of the register. Like their bill stays there, right? So then I'm making the change, and then I give them the change. The bill stays there. So when the people say, hey, I gave you if they gave me a 10, but they're like, hey, I gave you 20, I'm holding up their bill by the time they say that. I'm like, no, you didn't. It's right here. I never put it in the register. I'm just waving it at them. See? Versus trying to go by my memory, because I could make a mistake there. See? But it's like, no, I have your bill right here. I do that every single fucking time. Yeah. That's part of how I run a cash register for 6 straight months. And I didn't even know I was doing that. The way I figured that out was at nighttime, if the manager wasn't able to get all the tills, because we ran multiple registers, we never just ran one register. If somebody else's till didn't come out right, they would say, well, you can be sure that Jason's is to the penny, because his is always to the penny no matter what. And I was like, oh, okay, well, obviously I never fuck up here. Obviously.
Last time I was in here, she was feeding money into it. I said, I can't believe people play them things, man. What are you doing? Just giving your money away.
Yeah, front loaders are terrible. Yeah, I always go for the top loaders if at all possible. Yeah, the front loaders don't rinse. They don't, and I've got sensitive skin, so I've had to go to the All brand, with the unscented and all that, because Tide or whatever can break me out. But if I can use Tide if it's a top loader, because those actually rinse properly.
So whatever you're gonna put in the machine, I'll flip you for it real quick. At least one of us will win.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, I thought we were talking washers, but yeah, same thing.
Oh man.
Oh, I went to school with some gypsies. Yeah, I went to school with some gypsies. Yeah, sure did. Junior high, especially. There was one that sat right in front of me too. Gorgeous. Oh my God, beautiful girl, and she wouldn't have anything to do with me, which I kind of appreciate. I could tell she liked me, like my personality and stuff, but and I've always been fairly, decent with the ladies in a way, as far as them wanting to interact with me. But I guess culturally they're just taught, like, stay away from anybody that's not a gypsy. So she wouldn't have anything to do with me. Man, she was just beautiful. And at that age, with the hormones raging, I would just sit there right behind her, just fucking losing my mind. Like, oh my God, just like looking at her neck or whatever. It's like, it's like, oh my God. It's amazing I could even sit at the desk with all that going on. Good Lord.
I don't even want to say what it makes me do.
There you go.
20 minutes.
Yeah,
20 more minutes.
exactly. Don't take your eyes off that 20.
Wow. Man, I wish I was on the StreamYard though. I don't like this YouTube.
Damn, dude.
Not a fan.
Look at Music Hall's a secret. Thrifty, getting deals.
Let me get out of here and go get watermelon. Go hide back in my hovel.
Yeah.
Lord.
I just want to
What are
get
you up
out
to,
of here
Miguel,
at this
by the
point.
way? You're still around? What are you doing, man?
Well, that's the thing is these looked white, but you could tell they weren't completely, that you could tell it was a different something, right? But yeah, racially ambiguous girls. Yeah. There you go.
Oh, okay. You out there in Arizona. All right.
Anyway, that's pretty much the end of it. So, I don't know how much more we're going to get into the randomness. That was an interesting topic, but I knew that this would be a case of over promise and under. Dude, exactly, Mr. Pop. I used to love going out in public. They said when I was a little baby, like a little kid, they said that one of the first words I would say was go, and I would just point at the fucking door, and I was like, I wanted to leave, man. I wanted to go places and see things. And then look at me, living in the streets and traveling the country for 6 straight years. I used to love to go places, and that all ended, man. That all ended with the fake pandemic. Yeah, and so I'm, as much as I am a hermit and I like to be by myself, I prefer to be by myself most of the time. I behave like an extrovert in many ways, and yeah, exactly, dude, exactly. And it's almost like there's something, whatever that is in me. They can detect it and they're determined to bring it out. See, the people around me, they know. And plus, by the way, if I hadn't worked on myself so much, dude, I'd have cussed everybody out and the cops would have gotten called. Like I'd have just cussed everybody and said, you people are out of your fucking minds, Like I would have, I would have read them the fucking riot act, and then the cops would have showed up and then they would have criminally trespassed me, which I don't even care because I'll never go back there. Right. But whatever that is, and here's another thing, a person like her, and I've said this before, it's one thing when a man's a compulsive gambler, but a woman who compulsively gambles, that's an entirely different beast because, historically, typically those sort of dynamics generally are appeal more to men, right? So that's a way worse of a thing. Just like a homeless woman is way crazier on average than a homeless man because, dude, people will fucking take pity on a woman and they'll do everything they can to try to help her versus a man. It's more likely that they'll just leave us to our own devices. Right. So I learned very quickly, just avoid almost all the homeless women. Right. With some exceptions. I had female friends that were homeless, but with very few exceptions, I would just stay away from any homeless woman. Same thing with a lady gambler, unless it's, Jennifer Harmon, who's good at poker or whatever. If it's just stay away, terrible. And unfortunately, Yurt had one of these. That was his mom. Apparently, was a compulsive gambler. And good God. Hey, what's up, Dallas Don One? We just replayed the laundromat incident from yesterday. Good to see you, brother. Ham and Eggers. I was laughing at your comment, Ham and Eggers. Exactly, Pale Horse. Yes, exactly. Just losing my fucking mind. Oh my God, that was just. Dude. And it reminds me of that Johnny Cash song, Straight A's in Love, if anybody's ever heard that. It's basically about that, being a young male trying to sit there in class, but then all the women, all the girls are, it's just, the age of the hormones kicking in and just trying to actually learn things. But the girls are too distracting, right? Just by their mere presence alone, the ladies are too distracting. And this is, the ladies will never understand this. This is why I've said, it's not possible with the trans stuff. Like a person born a male will never know what it's like to be a female. It's too separate of an experience. It's not possible. Now they can have a mental issue where they think, that they want to be the other sex, but it's not, there's no male born male who is actually a female trapped in a male's body. That's not a thing, right? It can't be because of the way the hormones work and everything. It's just not possible. And we'll never know what it's like to be them, and they'll never know what it's like to be us. I spent years, and most of every day, all I could think about was the opposite sex. Like it's super distracting. Super distracting. And I know I'm not the only one. Maybe I was on the higher end of that because, you know, it runs in my family to make a lot of hormones, right? That runs in my dad's side. We've all got high testosterone on his side. But yeah, it's crazy, man. Just completely fucking crazy. Well, that's not poker, Divine Spirit. I hate to break it to you. That's not poker. It has to be for real money. Otherwise, the dynamics are complete. It's a completely different game without actually money being involved. But yeah, it's fun though. I mean, it's still an enjoyable pastime. Hey, there you go, Tribe. Well, yeah, I've discarded. In fact, I traded one of my cars one time that wasn't working to a buddy of mine, and it was a simple fix. Again, he went to the junkyard and got a different ignition for it, replaced the ignition, and then the car worked fine. That's all. Literally, all it was the actual ignition. You know, as far as turning the key and all of that. But I was done with it. I just didn't want to deal with it. Bought me a different car and traded that one to him for, I think, for like a QP a weed. Now that I think about it, Mexican brickweed. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Phoenix area.
Wait a minute, we're not playing that anymore. Let me get rid of the screen share. Crazy, man. Just fucking crazy. These people are nuts, man. Yeah. There you go. Well, and don't get me wrong, it's not like I would have preferred a boys' school, and I certainly wouldn't have, but yeah, anyway. Anyway, is Machine Lies still live? He must be. He must be still live. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to promote some channels, but I guess I'm going to wait and see if maybe we do. Once Machine Lies shuts down, we should be able to hit our 30, our normal 30 to 33 or whatever it is. So I'm going to promote some smaller channels, which is hilarious, as small as this channel is. Right. Let's see. Oh, he's got, okay. I want to tune in for a minute because Machine Lies has just Soul Read on there now, who I do like hearing from. And he's not around much, so let's see what he's talking about. I find him to be an interesting character. Soul Read Analytics. I might back this up a little bit too because I want to hear some of this.
Two of them, you know, and I remember I used to throw everything at this dude.
Realistical grasp on it, because you got to think about that. I don't know how many people are duped. How many people are fake being duped? Like, you know, like how many people already knew it was all bullshit, didn't care. Who's to say? I don't know. Can we actually talk about fucking shots or
bro? And see, yeah. Apologies for starting that and then pausing it, but you know we got time. But I one of the reasons why I'm and y'all may not know this, I have very few actual friends. You know, meaning people I've met in real life. If I haven't met a person in real life, I would refer to them as an internet friend. It's a different thing. But I'm, you know, I know Big L here, Dallas Don Juan from real life, right? And I think we've reached the level of friends. I'm pretty sure we have. I think we talked about it at some point. He's hilarious, dude, because he's really good with his soft skills. I noticed when I first got to know him, I understood. I said, oh, he's really good with the soft skills. He said, I had to shock some ham and eggers back to reality in the shipping department and an old neck Billy truck driver lady at the sugar plant. I've been to that sugar plant, by the way, at that sugar plant in Fort Morgan, Colorado. Yeah, man, it's a whole thing. And that's one thing, you know, it's not even that I don't have the soft skills, although I don't have them to the degree that Big L does here. But sometimes it's just like I choose not to use them, right? It's like I'll just go sit in the truck while y'all figure this out. I'm not even concerned. But you know, how often has Big L told me a story where he's at some shipper or receiver and he more or less ends up having to become the manager just to get his fucking truck loaded or get his truck unloaded, as it may be. Like, how often does that happen, Big L? Dude, it happens way more often than it should. And I've got a story about I delivered somewhere in Dallas, Fort Worth. I want to tell this real quick. And I know I'm all over the place, but if y'all watch me every day or regularly, you know I'm all over the place anyway to some extent. But I don't know where this was, and this wasn't with this was not with my previous company. That I'm not going to say the name because Big L still works for him. But This was I think this was when I was with Design Transportation. It was definitely pre-pandemic. I think, well, see, I don't even know, but I delivered somewhere in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, and I could just tell, man, it was this woman running the whole facility, or running at least the shipping and receiving side, and you could just tell she was like the most power tripping thing possible. So what happens is, when you have especially a female boss, but this can also apply to a male, but especially when we have this overbearing, domineering, female boss that's just going to like embarrass and harangue and shame the employees. The only males who will work for a boss like that are the type that are like cowed into submission, right? So I can see the attitude of all these dudes, that she's just completely running roughshod over them. Man, I read this lady the riot act righteously and accurately. And I even pulled up, listen to this, and I know Big L loves me because of this. Dude, I pulled up the Google Maps reviews on the phone and started just reading them out loud. And half of them was based around her behavior and how shitty she was specifically. And dude, I completely put her in her place, read her the riot act. Not that it does any good. And I even pointed out that I said, nobody worth a damn will work for a person like this, right? Oh, dude, but again, it's like, this is not my job. I'm leaving this place. I don't work here, and I never would, clearly. But it's just like, look, man, maybe I have some of these skills. I don't feel like I'm being reimbursed. I don't feel like I'm being paid to go into these places and just like take over as the manager, right? Yeah, dude. Oh, dude, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't give a fuck, bro. You know me. I don't give a fuck on some level. And and then they'll try to act like they're going to call the company and get me in trouble. I'm like, shit, I'll call them right now. I don't care. It's crazy, man. Crazy. Anyway, let's go back to machine lines and Soul Read, but probably as soon as I do this, somebody will make a comment. What's up, Talcott Express? And it's also a version of, she probably kind of likes being treated that way too, right? Like a manager, a lady manager like that who's power tripping. I think they kind of like it. They kind of like somebody. It's like a sick sort of enjoyment, I think. She seemed to be enjoying it on some level. But dude, I just let her fucking have it, both barrels. And same thing with these gambling machines. Like, I am a fucking catalyst for change in a way. I've noticed this my whole life too. Like, so after this all happened, now the lady's back to work. Like, she's cleaning things, and part of this is just being angry, right? And being emotionally upset. She's, we can tend to become more physical, but she went back to actually doing her fucking job. See, I might have actually did this guy a favor, and now maybe when he talks to her, maybe this is an uncomfortable topic and he hasn't been wanting to bring it up to her. Like, hey, I don't really like you playing that gambling machine all the time. So I might have actually helped facilitate something that maybe it'll help his business. Because if you think about it, when you have somebody in there with some sort of emotional disturbance and this just like a pall kind of forms, right? And then we talked about the energy and demonic spirits and all this. Well, it becomes like a spirit kind of hanging over the whole area, right? So if people get a bad feeling, and then if they have options, right? Because some of these folks that do their laundry, they're just staying in the motel or whatever. But some the locals who have options probably said, "Fuck it, we're going somewhere else." That's probably part of the reason there's nobody in there. That and where I'm staying now is taking a lot of their business, I'm sure. Anyway, see if we can get back to Machine Lies and Soul Read.
Or whatever. Can we say shots? I'm pretty sure we can say shots. I'm pretty sure that's all fucking hawkish shit too. Like, I'm pretty sure you can say shots. I don't know. I feel like people were like, oh, we already live in a fake and gay place. The shot's not going to matter. And they move on with their lives. They got kids, they got a career, they got whatever.
They're not thinking. That's the problem for folks like us, Soul Read. They're not thinking. These are there's like a herd of cattle, literally. There's not. They're unconscious for the most part. They're in a dreamlike state, right? And I have this problem too that Soul Read has here, where he just assumes these people actually have thoughts and fucking are thinking for themselves. Meanwhile, apparently, some percentage of the public claims to not even have an inner monologue, right?
You do. I don't know. It's everyone's interpretation of life, I guess. I don't know where we're at. I used to be way more in tune with this shit, like, probably a year and a half ago. But
I guess it's like 4 a.m. I didn't even notice that Tommy just fell out. But yeah, he didn't even say bye. But yeah, there he goes. It's just gone.
Peace out.
It's just gone. So yeah, yeah. So we're just talking to each other now. But yeah.
Yeah, I figured I was just right. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, bro?
Well, I think definitely, you know, the social world at this level, you know, I often wonder how many of my, you know, relationships or, you know, how many people are having meetup rooms and stuff. I mean, who's to say that people aren't meeting up and planning meetings and stuff, you know, right before they talk to you, or sending somebody in to talk to you, just the same way somebody could send somebody into the chat from another channel, you know, to talk to you, you know, and pretend like they're having a conversation with you. You know, somebody could send somebody into your life to pretend to be friends with you, you know. So it's like you're saying, you know, since it's all happening, since it's all happening through the same medians and the same messages and shit, you know, it's like, well, how the fuck, you know. And time did go by very fast. Yellow Cake, this shit went by like very fast, you know. But yeah, I can't believe it's 5 now. But yeah, that shit zoom pass. But yeah, you know, like I often wonder, like how many people, like for example, like I just met a girl on Twitter, and then I married her, and she lived with me for 2 years,
Interesting.
and now she's gone. You know, I'm still married to her, but like, was that a real relationship? You know, did somebody send this person into my life? You know, like I get paranoid. Like I wonder, like if like my whole relationships I've had with friends that I knew for 2 years and then they fell out, that somebody just came in my life to like collect information on me. You know what I'm saying? Like I wonder. Yeah, like I wonder, like you know, like I get paranoid as fuck. like I wonder if like motherfuckers sent people into my life like in real time. You know, who the fuck knows? You know, who knows, Soul Reed? You know what I mean? I mean, you're talking.
Well, and I agree. I agree with what Machine Lies is saying here. My thing is, like, I don't feed into the paranoid style of thinking, because it's like, if it seems that way, that, you know, whatever mechanisms are sort of directing things, you know, directing my life a certain type of way, you know, I don't need to understand what that is. I'll revert to the pattern recognition and just say, okay, well, I've noticed this is a thing that happens. Just like I've noticed that I get into these sort of situations even when I'm just minding my own business and just literally just sitting there, you know. But then again, I had a choice. I could have just not said anything. You know, ultimately, the fact that she opened my dryer and then closed it again and then went back to her, whatever she was doing, I guess I could have just, you know, said nothing, right?
Ultimate paranoid dude. Like, you know, you're not going to scare me.
I'm not saying you're crazy. No, I mean, with what I've witnessed too. So,
yeah, like I could take it there for sure. Like I could tell you some of my thoughts. Like, yeah, I think everything's being staged. You know, I think anybody who thinks that, you know, you know, doesn't think and believe that reality is not stranger than fiction. You know, that made up shit isn't crazy.
Well, yeah, surrealism. I have a lot of moments where it's just like, this is just surreal what's happening.
Than real shit. In other words.
No, I hear you.
You know,
well, clearly we're there. I mean, clearly we're there. Just looking at the simple things, we're there, right? So extending those thoughts isn't that out of which, I mean, I don't know. Fuck, man.
Yeah, like
I almost didn't expect you to answer so rawly. Holy fuck. So props. Yeah, like I didn't think you'd answer like that hard.
Yeah, like for example, like my wife, like I love her. Like there's nobody I know more deeply or I've shared more intimate time with. Told this person everything I know about myself. You know, I met her on Twitter 2 years ago. You know, did somebody tell her to meet me on Twitter? You know, and then I went and picked her up from Austin, Texas, you know, and moved her to Michigan.
Well, and I want to say this story he's telling, and here's how you know religion is it's bullshit lies on some level. It's just religion itself, right? Both Islam and Christianity, it is bullshit on some level, because what he's describing here, if, you know, under the actual Quran, or, well, I'm not an expert in the Quran, but let's just talk about the Bible. Under the Bible, her behavior here is literal death penalty. She's not free to leave her husband and then go live her life, right? As soon as they find out she's married, and presuming that she's been, you know, committed adultery or whatever, it's the fucking death penalty in the Bible, right? But now, oh, it's a Christian nation or whatever, or it's a Muslim nation. You know, are people still living that? And was that ever even a thing in the first place? I have no idea.
She told me that she was living in Austin.
You can't tell me, okay, we all have to live our lives based on the Bible in order to get into heaven, but nobody's being put to death for this behavior that the Bible says, well, it's a death penalty for this behavior, right? It's a literal death penalty according to the Bible, but nobody's being put to death for it. But then, so you're going to tell me that when I get to the judgment, if that's a thing, if there is a judgment, you're going to tell me that people are going to make it who didn't actually follow the fucking rules? I don't believe that. It doesn't even make sense.
In Texas, she was adopted by these people.
And clearly people are not nobody's following the rules. Go into any church across the country. The pastors probably had multiple divorces. The fucking pastor.
She no longer talks to. And she told me like her dad was the founder of Expedia.
Interesting.
And I said, what? Expedia? Like the like, when you click online and go get it, like
I've used Expedia.
A fucking hotel room and a hotel and a flight in a hotel room. Like, it's insane. Like you're saying your stepdad or your foster dad or whatever founded this company. And she said, yeah. And I said, what the fuck? And I looked it up, and there, lo and behold, yeah, Bill Higgins, founder of Expedia. And I said, this person's like a millionaire, way beyond millionaire or whatever. And they have like AI. One of the other companies he runs an AI system. And I'm like, this little dude with this little YouTube channel, and I'm against technology, and I'm speaking out against AI systems and shit. And here I am, basically married to a girl whose dad is basically, a tech giant. How is this even possible? What kind of world is?
Well, but then part of that is, how many ladies, end up, choosing a mate who is like as a way to a middle finger to the dad, right? In some ways, it's like, oh, my dad's rich because of all this technology, so let's find the thing that's the most opposite of that, right?
Listen,
That's
it's like a made up movie. It's like, this shit is a fucking movie. It's like, this shit is a fucking movie. Like how is it possible that somebody didn't send somebody into my life that's like all chipped up and shit, just collect information on me because of the type of subjects I study? And it's like, why would I be that important? I'm just a fucking idiot.
I
why
would see
anybody...
that more as of a way to manipulate and to steer things, and also to gatekeep, because the surveillance is already there. We don't need to send people to observe. The reason why people might need to be sent would be to manipulate or help maneuver, right? Or help steer or help gatekeep, versus, the surveillance that's already locked in. We're all being observed, right? Even me. Hell, so much so that I'm talking to all of you through the, Alphabet, Google, YouTube's hell pit, lest we forget, right? So I think even Machine Lies here, his mentality's a little bit outdated with respect. But I get it. It's more of a reflexive thing, and I'm sure he understands it as well or better than I do, right?
care that much about me.
So it's like it has to be a movie, right? So it's like
it's like what the fuck? It's like, unless I'm the main subject of everybody's fucking work plan here, like, no, that's not even possible. You start to get into paranoia, you start to get into megalomania, you hit all those marks and you go, well, what the fuck is happening?
Exactly.
Maybe I'm crazy, or maybe the world's crazy. Just fucking, and then you get to the level where it says, to be truly sane in a world full of madmen is true insanity.
Yep.
As Rousseau said. And then you get
and to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society is no measure of health as well.
Get to another quote where G.K. Chesterton, he said, the madman is not the man without reason, but it's the man who has lost everything except for reason. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Oh, I feel it. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I like that.
And it's like, I'm here bucking shots alone in the darkness at who? it's like what the fuck?
It's like worlds are mending, so it's like, fuck, man.
Yeah, I mean, shit.
That's some gnarly shit.
All right. Fascinating. Before we get back to this, I want to promote some channels. Shout out to 29 in the house. So this is Pretty has a new channel, and she's been going live, apparently. I haven't seen any of this content. I just found out about this channel. So give me just a second. We'll drop the link. She has 19 subscribers. I think that's up from 13 because I started trying to promote her a little bit in Machine Lies live chat. But that, she's the one that brought up that she had a new channel. So they might have, but sometimes it just, I'm the one that took the initiative to find out, what her channel was and to put the, the actual username. And if you folks see this, this is the key to YouTube in a way, especially being in these so-called truth communities. The @ with the pretty dash ugly, that's a cute play on words. I like that. But that's what you need right there, especially in these so-called truth communities where, we're segregated into this, these ghettos, internet ghettos, right? That's, if you can get the @ with the username, that's what we need. But I can drop the link here. So even if you're in somebody's live chat and you can't post a link because, it's moderators that post links, you can always type the @ sign with the username. People can get to the channel. Although I tried to do that for Janelle Williams with the at username, it still didn't bring it up. I had to find it another way. So just that proves that, you know, YouTube's playing games, right? But we already know that. So if y'all want to subscribe, that'd be cool. If y'all are into that, Pretty is definitely has a unique way of looking at things, and you know, I've enjoyed what little bit I've heard of her in the past. I know Drew had her on way back in the day. So here's her videos tab. I thought here you go. I have no thoughts. Apparently she's some of this is on the shorter side, but maybe that's good, right? Maybe that's good. So yeah, check her out if you're so inclined. Oh, up to 22 now. Fantastic. Well done, folks. Yep, 22. The next one is apparently she's been on Paul. I've heard the name, but I never knew that this was the channel. Janelle Williams, at Entertained by Janelle. Apparently she started doing live streams, from what I understand. Yeah, what is grief here? So 20 subs, 4 views on this video. So maybe we can help her get some subscribers. And I will say here, especially on YouTube, it's definitely, you know, in my mind, it's ultimately going to be up to us in the so-called truth community to network and to and I've been planning for some time. I want to make a very simple website, which just has everybody's fucking links, everybody's channels that's you know, either truther or truther adjacent, I call it. So you know, because we can't really just count on YouTube and all of this, you know, the rest of the social media, in my view, to do all of this. Exactly. I agree. Musical is a secret. Talking about the, used to let anybody post a link. Exactly. Exactly. And then I'm assuming most of you know about Mr. O'Shea, but we'll go ahead and pump him up too while we're at it. At Brian O'Shea Comedy. And again, this is the thing. Anybody can drop the at and the username. You don't need to be a moderator to drop that in a live chat. And if people aren't with it enough to figure out that that's a YouTube username, then you know, there's probably no hope. There's probably no help for them at that point. And pretty much anytime, if O'Shea goes live and he posts a link and I'm able to join, I pretty much just always join. At least, especially if it's just him up there, because I might not be in the mood to panel, right? But even the one-on-one stuff, I'll usually hop up. So be aware of that if you would, folks. So yeah, cool. I got to do some promotion. Awesome. And I enjoy his live streams. Definitely. Like, look at this. This is funny. This benefits of urine therapy with that thumbnail. Hilarious. Hilarious. Shout out to Mr. O'Shea. He swung through earlier, but I'm assuming he's probably gone to sleep by now, although whoever knows, right? See you later, Mr. Baxter, by the way. He said he's off to take the kids to school. You raising kids? What's going on? See, I don't know that much about people's lives. What? Raising the grandkids there? None of my business. Poor Scary. I'm so far. I'm so much lost in my own sauce. I probably should have realized this by now. But yeah, Mr. Baxter. All right, let's go back to Machine Lies and Soul Read Analytics. Bro, yes, Roy. Yeah, Roy said he's loving the snake diet guy. Dude, me too. That guy's awesome. That's the at snake diet. And this is another reason why I have to like Timmy, even though he does annoy me a lot of the time. Because this actually came up, fasting and urine therapy came up on Brian's stream yesterday. And me and Timmy were on the panel. And I mentioned the snake diet channel. And Timmy was like, oh yeah, I found that channel 5 years ago, right? Timmy knew all about it. So he definitely knows a lot of stuff. Thanks, Moose. What's up, man? All right, let's see if we can get back. Oh, I never shared the screen anyway, so yeah. That's right, Tribe. Yeah. See, law of attraction. You're right. I serendipitously get the best live stream content, lady. Oh, yeah, IRL. Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm probably not even going to do the early morning walk and talks as much. I'm probably going to actually, although don't hold me to this, but I'm probably going to do it more in the daytime also. Yeah, urine came up on the stream. It's funny. I don't always notice what I'm saying, right? Hilarious. Tribe.
They can get work, but it's so insane.
Tribe.
It is.
I mean, you just got
see, Tribe is serious, but he's also got a sense of humor. That's what some folks don't realize about those of us who come across as serious. Like we can also have humor, right? It's not mutually exclusive.
the simple things, just the simple things of it, and it's obviously insane, right? So,
Thanks.
what standards exist
thanks,
anymore?
Tribe.
What standards actually exist anymore?
Yeah, you can't have a simplistic approach these days. You got to read between the lines.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I just mean on the, like zooming out as an overall as a system, looking as a system. But yeah,
Oh yeah.
but and then you zoom right back into the madness. I don't know. You get wow. I don't know. That's a pretty fucking wild story, bro. I thought when you had like your girl up, dude. I thought that was all bullshit. There it goes in your chat. I was like, who would do this? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
No,
too.
I didn't even come in like that. I didn't come in like even thinking about that at all.
No,
like that wasn't a pre-existing thing. Like I already judged your character.
But
I
that
just
was
figured
that
so
was
much
me.
a word.
But you know how dark it is? That was me wondering if that what you thought I was doing was happening to me.
No, I see exactly what you're saying.
It's like,
No,
it's
I
like,
do. I see exactly what you're saying.
I thought she was a work on me.
Well, yeah.
like for real. Like,
Well, now we're back to the surrealism. Exactly. So Soul Reed was experiencing the surreal nature of what he's describing, and then Machine Lies is also describing the surreal nature of what he was experiencing. So this is, clearly not random, right, Tribe?
like I was that crazy, but who's to say anything anymore? You know what I mean? Like shit, like for real, like you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean I get why you thought that, but what the fuck?
No, I don't even know that I thought it, but it was the first time I questioned, like really questioned, because I was like, well, this doesn't make any, like, why would you even do this if you're trying to? But now you tell me the story, and it's fucking goes crazier level. So fuck, man, I don't know. I can be naive, but the fucking world's obviously crazy. But I don't want to promote madness. I mean, shit, dude. Like, I went like with my family. Yeah, I mean, fuck. It's kind of crazy. It's definitely kind of crazy. Truman Show style, yeah.
Surreal.
Yeah, and then like I would do a broadcast.
Oh shit! I misclicked and closed the window. Damn it! Ah, fuck. Misclicked and closed the browser window. Dope. All right. Well, I know. Let's go. Recently closed tabs. Fucking A, dude. Will it remember where I was? Nope. Hey, Razvan. Razvan's up there now. Because we were like 46 minutes in the past, I think. So let me go back. All right. Good God. What a disaster. What a disaster.
His whole like fucking faking gay spaceland explanation of the same shit I'm saying, but I'm not coming at him that hard because I don't want to like ruin the fucking.
That's right,
You know,
right.
I don't.
Can't
I
even
don't
blame
wanna,
the THCO. You're right.
Like with Tommy with this whatever. So, but there is tangible truths to where we fucking live. But basically, we're all saying the same shit in a different way.
Yeah. Much
You
of
know,
the
whether
time.
it be NASA, outer,
Yep.
you know, I'm sure that you can fucking decode the truth drops of fucking NASA and shit going on with the planets and astronomy, and however they sell it, you can revert that back in some way to a truth. So that's kind of like what Tommy was saying. But but even there, it's like it's not genuine. You know what I mean? It's like not. You know, I even got a friend who's like knows. I like called her out. I'm like, well, listen, this and this, and then she's like, and she copy and pasted me some shit, and I was like, yeah, that looks like a copy and paste, and she's like, oh, you got a good eye, but it was like it's like not like I don't know, dude. It's like the world has turned pretty fake. It's kind of crazy. That was a pretty poor explanation. I just don't want to get into like details of it because it's like whatever. It's just like I go to Moonlight, whatever. It's like the only tangible truth I fucking got anymore. So I say the truth is in the moon and the sun, I guess. But
Yeah, I finally just threw all those vapes away yesterday because I was still trying to hit them. So it's like, fuck, this has got to stop.
Yeah, shit's fucking reached a level. I mean, that's some wild shit, dude. You met this chick on Twitter and married her. Legit? Get the fuck out of here. And then what? She fell off?
Yeah. She fell off. She fell off without a trace.
Hmm.
Like straight up. And yeah. So I'm just like left wondering.
Well, and so if people were actually living religion, wherever she pops back up, people would be like, well, because she's married, she's the age to be married, right? So they'd be like, well, where's your husband? You know, based on the old timey rules. But I guess we've just decided, well, it's thousands of years later, supposedly. So, things have changed. But it's like, well, wait a minute. The book still has the same things in the book, presumably. So is it just, so what about all the people that supposedly got put to death back then for similar behavior? Is it just, where's their apology for that? Because now it's not a thing, apparently.
Half brokenhearted, maybe 60%, 70% broken heart, and 30% complete confusion and rage, to where just what the fuck did I just experience? Did I even just experience that? You know what I mean?
Like 10% numb to like the world's so crazy. It's not that
Yeah, well,
invisible
this
thing.
is well, I've been divorced before too, and I spent a long time with that girl, a long fucking time, maybe since I was like from 18 to like 26, like with the same girl, and then yeah, and then I
7-year
I got
itch.
divorced to her, and then yeah, I just randomly met this girl when I was like 31. I'm now 33, but yeah, that was like 2 years ago. I met this girl on Twitter.
Holla.
Because I made 2 years ago, I made an account for the Machine Lies, and I had only one fan, and it was this girl. And I kept wondering like why nobody actually watched my videos except for this one girl. She thought like all of them were fucking awesome. You know what I mean? So I started like sending her messages and shit, and I was like, hey, what's your name? You want to talk about these ideas and stuff? And she didn't really want to talk about the ideas, but she just told me like, I'm a person who lives in Austin, Texas, and I've had a fucking horrible life. I was born in Russia, and then I was fucking moved here. And my mom died of cancer when I was 13, and my dad committed suicide, and I was adopted by these people, very wealthy family called the Higgins. And since,
sorry, go on.
but one of the things she had like all these crazy like battle scars from her life and shit, and I don't want to really get into it because she had all these fucked up things that happened to her, horrible events that happened to her, like 2 or 3 of them that really I would not like, I would consider are like the most horrible things that could possibly happen to a person, happened to this girl, and I won't get into like really what happened to her. Maybe one day I will, or if she's around, I'll have her explain what the deal is. But yeah, really, I mean, it was, she had really a rough life, more rough life than anybody I've ever met.
Well, of course she did. And this is, I love this because this is my topic. See, this is my topic, mind control, and satanic ritual abuse, and trauma-based mind control. So if she was born to this guy who co-founded Expedia, of course she was severely abused and traumatized as a young person. That's how it works, right? And probably her dad grew up the same way, right? And by the way, Soul Read Analytics, I like to abbreviate people's names sometimes. I can't really abbreviate his because it ends up being SRA, which is satanic ritual abuse. But, it makes total sense to me, Machine Lies, that this lady born into this family, of course she was systematically abused and traumatized. And the people who love bombed her probably also horrifically abused her, right? That's how the game is played. Thank you, Pale Horse Rider. I'm glad you're picking up what I'm putting down there. That feels good, right?
And really, I've met some real fucked up characters in my time. But the way she dealt with it, her personality and her like attitude and shit was really beautiful. I thought so, and she just wanted to learn. She wanted a peaceful home. She wanted to be away from all the struggle that she was in. So, I said, I could give you that, essentially, but you got to listen to me and you got to do, essentially.
So you're like on a mission though. So she like backed your mission, right?
Yeah,
you had a drive to do this, yeah.
Yeah, I said, I have a mission. I'm on some shit, but like, you need to like really support and back like what I'm doing. So there's no question about that shit. And she said, that's cool, but then she really didn't, sign off on anything I was doing. She had problems with everything I'm doing. always critical. She lost her mind like 2 or 3 times. I had to save her from the mental hospital. She had all this post-trauma and stuff, screaming in the middle of the night, crazy violent outbursts and stuff, which I had to heal her from. Finally, she gets normal and stuff. And for 5 or 6 months, she's just normal and shit. And I go to my prayer and she just dips out. She just like leaves with her sister and shit. And she goes, yeah, I'm leaving.
I might not be able to leave because exactly. See, based on what I'm hearing, and again, we don't know what actually happened. I'm hearing what Machine Lines is telling me, but I think he seems like he's could at least convey the information properly, right? And have some and not just be trying to, make himself look better in the thing, right? So I trust what he's saying here. So you see the sister, right? The sister is the one, and the family got her back. So whatever that programming is, right? They know what buttons to push in her psyche to get her back into the fold. So he spent this 6 months or whatever, counteracting, helping her counteract her programming and her, whatever the trauma-based mind control was. But then once she got back around the family, they know how to get her back into the fold. If that makes sense. So to me, this story makes complete fucking sense. But then she dipped out because the family knows, hey, we got to get her away from this dude. Because he's gonna put his own hooks in her, right? And in some version he is sort of, and these people are programmable. That's the thing, is somebody who's been through an experience like this, and I know this because of what I went through with the Jehovah's Witnesses. I was also subjected to trauma-based mind control. I mean, it's a formalized system of trauma-based mind control. There's no way it's not. And I was a child, so it's much different for somebody who was an adult and then chose to join, like my parents. See, my dad still can't get it through his thick head that I had a completely different experience with this religion than he did, because I was born into it and he was an adult, right? He can't ever figure that out somehow, and I have to remind him sometimes. But yeah, it makes total sense to me. How this would actually operate, and how much of this mind control is even, it's so pervasive, man. So much so that, look at the football player Herschel Walker. What happened to him as a young person? I have no idea, but he has a multiple personality disorder, or DID, dissociative identity disorder. He has a formalized diagnosis of that. Herschel Walker running for Senate or whatever, apparently. But thank you, Pale Horse Rider. Thank you. Yeah, it's I'm going to do my best to just listen without interjecting, because if I can kill two birds, if I can get what I need to do with my meals, my meal prep, then that'll help me. It'll help me continue the stream if you folks are enjoying this. So, but yeah, he's still live over there as far as I know. So anybody that wants to go check that out, please do. And we're like 45 minutes behind here at 1.5x. So yeah, indeed. And I had another point I was trying to make, but I've actually forgotten it. But oh well.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'll see you again. I don't know. And yeah, she's just gone like that.
Yeah, that's the thing, is they know that he might be able to succeed in helping her reprogram her mind, so that they know they got to keep her away from him. No matter what happens, that's what I wanted to talk about real quick. Sorry about that. The idea that some people are programmable, right? It's a real thing, man. She's programmable. And in fact, ex-wife number 2 grew up a Seventh-day Adventist and grew up on a chicken farm and was certainly traumatized as a young person. There's no doubt about it. And so many ladies are specifically, traumatized and abused systematically. I don't think there's any, but boys also. And I don't even, who even knows? I don't know her whole history as far as that goes. I don't know that she knows, but definitely programmable in a way. I certainly have programmed her mind in certain ways, but not in a bad way, right? But it's a thing, and I'm just going to say it like that. I went in there pretty deep into her psychology, right, when we first met, and I knew what I was doing. But that's part of the leadership, I guess. It's not that I was diabolically like, this is my slave or whatever. Meanwhile, I could still be with her if I wanted to. It's not like, I could have just kept her for the rest of my life if I wanted to continue to control another human being. Thankfully, I got my head out of my ass enough to realize this ain't the way to go. And in fact, I can't even possess another person. Like, this is just sick and twisted on some level, right? But then now we're back to the eurythmics. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused, right? That is the flip side of that. Whereas I don't want to be out here controlling and abusing people. I'm not into that.
This is insane.
Yeah. Yeah, and no bullshit, I really saved this girl's life like 2 or 3 times, no bullshit, and I know because I really did more for this one girl than I have for any other human in my life. Yet she really just betrayed me like that. I mean, it is what it is, but I hope she's okay right now. I mean, I just really worry about her. Wonder if she's okay right now because she'll be losing her cool all the time. She'll be yelling at people. I really get scared. Really, I want to take care of her. But if somebody doesn't let you take care of them, what more can you do? You know what I'm saying? It's really fucked up, but yeah.
That's insane, bro.
Yep. But yeah, it's an emotional dilemma, but yet and still, I mean, I try to put all that aside and say, well, I'm here for the people, and any questions you guys have about technology or religion or all that stuff, I'll try to bring my expertise in philosophy. I've read like a lot of books, obviously, all that shit, everybody's always talking about it. I got all that shit for you guys. So, I don't really like to dwell on my personal life, but yeah,
Talk about that. Well,
yeah, but I do like.
Well, all these levels of paranoia. So I mean, at least you seem to be genuine, and you just went on.
Yeah, I just like.
So, I mean, like, you gotta. Well, you ain't gotta do shit. You gotta do whatever your mission is.
Well, I'm just like on some shit where like if I have a certain disposition and shit, then I don't want it to come across. But if it's gonna come across anyways, then I might as well just let people know. Like, yo, I'm just depressed and shit. Like today, my uncle died. Like whatever. You know what I mean? Like it just is what it is. So I'll just let people know. Like, look, if I come across a certain way or if I react to death like a certain way today, it's because my motherfucking uncle just died. It's got nothing to do with you and what you're experiencing and shit. I'm not trying to go off on anybody. It's just what I particularly have. Because the shit is I'm gonna be talking here for 8 to 10 hours. And I know that, some of the information might not come across clear. There might be snags along the way, especially with the fucking equipment and shit, but definitely I like to let people know like where my emotional disposition is so that they don't get it twisted. Like if I'm coming at them a certain way about shit, they don't get it twisted then, about what I'm experiencing, so yeah, I mean, and also I don't like to cut people off my panel and try to regulate my panel and shit like that. If people have shit to say, I like this to be a community where I don't want it to be an echo chamber. I don't want motherfuckers to just say yes to me and all that shit. I want people to come up here and challenge me because I'm trying to see if my ideas have any veracity at all. You know what I mean? Because they're my own shit. Like, like what do I care what somebody else thinks? I'm talking about shit that I feel I've learned on my own, shit I formulated on my own that nobody else really stands behind. As far as I know, I'm presenting this shit in the order that it's presented here for the first time. And I really don't for me, like, I want as many people as I can to have disagreements with, because I notice like some of these communities, yeah, it's like fucking everybody's just like, because what they do is they cultivate the chat and they ban people and they say, well, so and so doesn't agree with me, so I'll get rid of them and time people out, and then they get the people that agree with them and shit, and they only let people on the panel that agree with them, and they only send certain people the link and shit. Or whatever. I mean, I don't like to do that shit. I mean, that's just personally not me. I like to talk to everybody. This is a public conversation anyways, so it might as well be a conversation where everybody's involved. So let's not play and act like, as you said, like the conversations that we're already meant to be having, so-called, aren't cultivated anyways. You know what I mean?
No.
So it's like, yeah. So it's like, let's just bring if it's already being cultivated.
You can't really get like invested. I don't want to watch enough, but yeah, I don't know. You seem to do a good job of it. You're like kind of like the reverse. You just sit back and let them go at it, right? And then Paul's like, it's like a different. It's like the anti. It's kind of funny, but shit seems to work. I think Neurojack's got some pretty good. I like what you guys were talking about with he was getting on that shit and he was like afraid to talk about it, but he was talking about like basically spirits through the screens. I think it's kind of an interesting topic. And he was you picked up a video, I forget who it was, but it was like a more mainstream guy who was talking about it. And he had you watch the video. I don't know, it might have been a week or two ago, but what the hell was the guy's name? But it was this idea of whatever these spirits cultivating through the screens, whichever way you want to look at it, how it's happening. I think it's happening. Whether it's realms connecting or not, I don't know. It seems like it sometimes. Like you're saying, the machine line. I mean, there's a lot of crazy shit in the hive mind. Like, and I don't know. I mean, I don't really know what you can't say. Seems like you guys talk about quite a bit of shit, and you don't seem to get nicked for it. So I don't know if you're pushing the envelope or what.
I think there's just not as much visibility, and I think they can also cultivate that to a certain extent. I have noticed I'll wake up and like a number of views from my video, like they'll adjust the views on the videos. So it'll like they'll take like 100 views and shit off the video and shit. So I don't so they'll do like little things like that. Sometimes they'll hide comments and stuff. So they do like little things to make like they like do like shit. And I'll notice on the lower level channels, like you can't find their live streams as often. Like they'll be live, but it won't show that they're live. You know, so yeah, sometimes they'll hide the fact that people are live on the smaller channels. So it's obviously they give the big channels more credence. They promote the big channels, and they try to hide the smaller channels, to try to boost up their high level content. Try to say they have this all this high level content available. But other than the obvious shit like that, I think it's just because there's not that much visibility. I mean, they don't care if you just say what you want to say as long as nobody's watching it. But I think if I got a larger audience and I started to say things like that, they start to cancel my channel and shit.
Yeah, I think that's true. So I think maybe there's like an ultimate way to grow up, like to grow into, you know what I mean? To grow into.
Well, I'm not really worried about that. But what I'm really worried about is just having the tapes of the shit I produce. I just want to have the tapes of the shit. I don't care if they don't put me on, but I want to be able to have the tapes so that I could copy them and distribute them myself. And even if I distribute it to like 5 or 10 people around my fucking neighborhood, I'll be satisfied. You know what I mean? I don't need their distribution. I just need the tapes that I make. As long as I produce content and 5 or 6 people are watching it, I really don't give a fuck.
You're doing God's work. It's a pretty pure way. You're coming from a pure. Well, I mean, if you're coming from a pure way, it should work. If you're coming from a pure way, it should work. I mean, you're growing, right? You're blowing up a lot. Fuck, I don't know how many. I mean, your hours are crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I do 2 times a week. I mean, I get a little bit of growth. I mean, I don't know relative to what, you know what I mean? I mean, I really don't know. I mean, I know like large content creators. I mean, I know I've been on 2 major debates. I mean, I'm not saying I deserve anything. Who the fuck knows? I mean, I definitely am satisfied with the fact that even 1 or 2 people are listening to me or even taking in, or the fact that multiple people bought my book, that I wrote. I mean, just seeing them hold up copies of my book, seeing Neurojack or fucking, Tyrannicide, hold up copies of my book, just seeing those 2 guys hold up a copy of my book and being like proud that they're reading a book that I wrote. I mean, that's more than I could ever hope to achieve in this fucking life. God take me out of this fucking world. I'm done. You know what I mean? I'm fucking done. Whatever I wanted to do, like, it's like, I'm good on like fame and success. Like, I just want like what I really want is people to wake up to the shit I'm talking about.
Yeah, so which would be like a drive to reach people. That's what I'm saying. So
yeah, of course. But like, if it's somebody I taught and then they start reaching more people than me based off of the shit that I'm saying, I'll just be happy that somebody's talking about some real shit. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be me. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I just want people to, because and that's why I promote Dr. Scorbina so much. He's not Muslim. Me and Dr. Scorbina don't believe a lot of the same shit, but I think he promotes real shit. He consistently promotes shit that's challenging, shit that's going to move the discussion to the next level. You know what I mean? And I've always challenged him. Like, I've been in his office at U of M, and I remember I used to throw everything at this dude, try to undermine his whole philosophy, his whole religion, his whole fucking way of thinking. He would never get offended at me. That's what I love. I love people who don't get offended at shit. You know what I mean?
Well, you shouldn't if you're really seeing it, I think.
Yeah, like if you're after the truth, why would you get offended? And why wouldn't you show a little bit of humility about what you know and what you don't know? You know what I'm saying? It's obvious. Anybody who's not chasing the truth, it's pretty obvious. But when you could spot them out, when they don't have humility, they're fucking, they don't care to listen to shit. They fucking get riled up. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. The real ones are going to be spotted out, and that's really part of what I'm here to do. That's why I'm here, an open forum. And I invite some of the big name.
Yeah, and you're in the Lions Den. You're in the Lions Den, really, where you're doing it.
Yeah, I did.
You know what I mean? The way you came about, not like pointing anyone out, but this is that bracket. So yeah. I think you're doing good. Fuck, man.
Thanks, homie.
That's a lot of balance, though. But I don't know. It seems like it's the same crowd in every. I mean, it's not. It's the same base. I guess you don't know. It's only like what 10% of the chat is actually typing, right? 10% of the viewers are actually, maybe 10, probably 5% are actually engaging. And then if you believe those numbers, who's watching? The machine lies. So it's like, what the fucking doesn't mean throw everything out, but I don't know, man. It's hard for me to see it like. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're working within a work, way within a work, and within an algorithm on YouTube. And I don't know. It's almost, I guess it's a good way to look at it. You're just talking to yourself. Like your mentality saying that you're reaching 2 or 3 people.
Yeah, and another odd fact is that many more people are watching these videos than are subscribed to the channel. So I don't know what that's about. I couldn't possibly analyze that piece of information or figure out what that's about. So this channel is either getting extra attention. So people are either watching out of shock or they're watching out of hate. You know what I mean? So,
and out of analysis. I think there's probably a lot of watchers out of analysis, right?
Yeah, maybe. But I would consider that Yeah, but that might be the lower end,
Yeah.
because there's not a lot of analyzers out there to begin with. You know what I'm saying?
But it's, of course. And then yeah, see, I get too caught up in it but you're never gonna figure it out. That's me talking to myself. Like, obviously, you're not gonna figure it out. But so I think it's a bit of everything, and I think people watch. They go down this. I mean, you're definitely bringing a different take and newer shit, which I think is like the only place it could go. I mean, because it's like, down the truth or rabbit hole deal. So it's fucking interesting. But people live on here, dude. You see, I don't know. I try not to watch too much, but it's like you see the same. There's a high level of paranoia, like you're saying, like you're white shit. You're saying you're white, bro. So you get it, but who knows? I mean, fuck. I'm just seeing the bigger work of the internet and screens. I guess. I think people run through their shit. They get through like their deal, the truth of the deal, and then they're just like, fuck the screens. So I don't know. I'm always looking at it with a skeptic's eye. But you're just preaching. You could preach. Like, how many viewers you got right now? Could you possibly have right now? What time is it? 5:30.
18 viewers. Thank you guys. And we got Razvan out here.
Razvan.
Bless.
Cut me off.
Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
How's it going, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on, Razvan? Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm good at work, driving my lorry.
Nice.
I wanted to say, like, this small community of people, we are really powerful because these guys are sending those actors, like Hollywood weirdos, like failed actors. They're sending them in this community. Like Paul and Moose, they're confirmed that ex actors. A lot of people don't know this. Some people think I'm crazy when I call them Hollywood weirdos. Like Paul, he admitted he played with Robert De Niro when he was 12 years old. He played in a movie as an extra, granted. Moose, he played in a movie. By his words, I don't have the recording. I only have the one on Paul on my channel. And Moose played in a movie. His auntie works at Sony Pictures. So we are really powerful. And I think because of COVID, because we influenced a lot of people, not to take the shot. And I think that's why they're sending these failed actors in these small communities. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that is an interesting point. It does seem like, like where are these people coming from, or why have I been, featured on all these big name channels and stuff where they want me to come up and even these characters like Jim Bob, they were talking about how they used to work in Hollywood and stuff like that. So I don't know. And the Crucible people, they were on Tucker Carlson. So it's like all these people that we're now involved with, they got some connection to like these big media companies. So it's like every time we get put on, we're actually putting on these big media corporations, or they're just using us to put the big media corporations on. And yeah, I mean, it does seem like they're for a certain level staking out these shows, and that's why, it's like NBA where they send the people in like the high school and shit to scout. It's like they're probably doing that on these YouTube live shows, seeing who they can give funding to, and yeah, they're probably controlling the people through the super chats, telling them what to talk about, sending in certain prompts in the super chats, and that gives the people certain feeling. They might not even know that they're being controlled, but just because somebody gives them money and tells them to talk about something, people will talk about that shit for hours. Somebody keeps giving them money, they might become, ingratiated, totally fucking, so, we don't even know that the people that are funding it are the people who are showing up on the super chat, because these people have Patreons, they have Cash Apps, they have all sorts of shit. They can get funding and who's giving them money and shit like that. So, at the end of the day, who's propping these people up, or even making a small show, who's trying to infiltrate communities. If they're willing to create a small group and, kidnap the governor and, over half of the group is feds, then why wouldn't they be willing to do that on these Discord? And we know that they've infiltrated Discords. I mean, I don't know. That's why I put up the thing in of Malcolm X, the Malcolm X speech where he says, where he says friends and enemies, and he says, anytime there's an audience this large, you have to know that there's got to be some enemies present. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, look at the audience. It's like, how am I getting 1K views on my video about my wife? 1K views on other videos and shit that I'm making, but and the video I'm making about technology and shit is only getting like 200 views. But people want to You know, so obviously people want to see my psychological reactions to things. You know, they want to study my life. My personal life is more important to them than the information I'm bringing forward. You know, that people are watching that for hours and studying it, but they're not studying any of the information I'm putting forward. It's totally irrelevant to them. You know, but people are studying my reactions to people when I get angry, my body language, and information about my personal life. Because I'm willing to give that information, you know, so they're collecting all this data about me, you know, while I'm doing this live stream, while I'm trying to give this information to people. They're using that to their own ends and purposes, obviously, you know, for sure, you know.
Yeah, I think drama sells better as well, but it's weird. You know, I think they restrict certain content. Obviously, I think they used to do restrictions only, but after COVID, I think they realized how powerful we are, and so they had to send these failed actors.
Yeah, and that might be
some division.
Yeah, and that's an obvious step. Whenever you can't control something, then you try to subvert it instead. You know,
Yeah.
so it's obvious that, you know, if they can't stop people from creating new information, because they're not going to stop BitChute and Odyssey and stuff, you know, they're just going to lose viewers and content that way. So they just said, well, why don't we just produce the content in a different way? So then you saw all of these fake conspiracy shows and fake shows exposing Freemasonry and exposing all that shit on YouTube, but they're like highly produced from channels that have like 100K views and shit. It's like, yeah, they just looked at the low level content, farmed it for content, and then reproduced high level videos from like the big media companies that basically say more or less the same shit, but it's like, you know, dumbed down version of it, you know, or like the, you know, the PG-13 version of, you know, whatever the actual theory is. You know, I see a lot of that shit where it's like, oh, do you know how this TV show is based on the Illuminati? And then it'll, at the end of the video, it'll say that the Illuminati are like great fucking people or something like that, you know, like, and like they all want to be your friends or something, you know, and that they're actually not that bad and they've been historically misrepresented. You know, it's like, what? You know, like they'll just throw that in like right at the end of the video. You know, it's like, it's obvious that they took, you know, video from a content producer, reworked it, and now they're representing it. And it's all these fake channels, you know, presenting the same conspiracy theories that were on YouTube from David Icke and shit, but they're just doing it in like this super produced way, you know, with kind of just History Channel version of it, you know.
And they also have this background of you know, having rich parents. I noticed they come from rich parents. They usually
ex-military.
Yeah, they don't come from a working class.
Yeah, it's always rich parents and parents who used to be in the military. It's like, what is this shit? It's like, what the fuck? It's like, yeah, my parents were in the military. It's every single time. It's like, what? It's like, why? You know, why should we just accept that? That was one of the guys we were talking about, Mencius Moldbug. He said his parents were in the deep state. It's like, who admits something like that? You know, it's like crazy talk. You know, why would you even say something like that? You know, totally unfounded type of stuff. It's like, you know, it's like somebody walks up. It's like the only crazier thing is somebody walking up to your face and telling you, "Hey, I'm a secret agent." It's like, it's like somebody telling you like, "Oh yeah, my best friend's a secret agent," or "My parents were secret agents." It's like, what the fuck are you talking? It's like, what? It's like, that's absurd. Like, why would you tell people that? You know, how would you know that if your parents were that? Then, you know, if they're secret agents, like, it's just so many problems with that. It's like it's like the liar paradox. It's like somebody walks up and says, "I'm a liar." You know, it's like, well, do you believe if they're a liar now? You know, because they're lying. You know.
I think because they don't have street smarts, because they come from rich parents. You know, they don't have self-awareness how to deceive properly. You know what I mean? Like my parents, my mom used to work in a factory. I come from a poor background, and my dad constructions. I suppose your parents are the same.
Yep.
If I can ask. Yeah, so I think they're not aware, you know, when they tell on themselves, you know, because they don't have that street smart, you know. Weird
Yeah,
people,
I get
man.
what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're
but
saying.
it's like they're
But
openly
they pretend to be
deceptive.
like us. You know, they pretend to be down like us, you know, like from the street level.
Yeah, and that might be the anti-authoritarian attitude. That might, because real people, you know, they kind of respect like the garbage man and the fire truck man and the policeman and shit like that, because they realize like they're not like trying to save the world, but they're not trying to like oppress people either. You know, but this mentality that like these like regular fucking Joes are like oppressing you somehow. You know, it's obvious that this came from some sort of ideology that was taught to you. You know, it's not the mentality of a regular person. You know, that these people are trying to, you know, oppress you or something like that. You know, and that also helps you hide the fact that you're not a downtrodden person. You go, oh yeah, I'm in with the poor people. You know, these cops, they're trying to take us down, aren't they, guys? It's like, I don't know. It's like, you know, it's like, yeah, there's good ones, there's bad ones. I don't know. You know, it's like, you know, And yeah, it's like they have this mentality, and it's like they're trying to identify with people. Yeah, it's like you said, there is something strange about how they try to pretend like they're like these downtrodden folks, but it's not the way that real poor people or real downtrodden people actually think of themselves. It's like weird. It's like, yeah, it's like acting.
I had this discussion with Paul, and he despises like the garbage man and stuff like that. He's saying, "Oh, his parents were nothing and stuff like that. That's why they're poor and whatever." And I'm like, "Bro, you got the elite mentality. So these people come from elite class. They got that elitism. Like, what would you do if we didn't have regular people, to take your garbage? You would just swim in garbage, right? I mean, somebody has to do this stuff. Like, why would you hate on a person making a living from that? I appreciate my garbage man, people that work. They do the hardest job in society.
Yeah,
like
the top
people,
reason.
they're above that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the top reason I saw was because when I was reading somebody I respect very much, like Niccolo Machiavelli, I found that he was tortured by the family. And he fell in
Fucking A, man. I got to get back on some decent internet. This is crazy.
and they wouldn't hire him.
Shit isn't even going to work. Fuck. All right. Let's see if this will work. Hang on. Apologies, folks, for the bullshit internet. What's up, Rachel?
Well, when he got home, he put on the gown of judge, and the whole with his books and
I think we're gonna have to go audio.
Pretended like he was like a judge, after he took off his like muddy clothes and stuff. But and then Spinoza died by being a glass blower, blowing. And I thought, as complete as Machiavelli's like Spinoza's works, but here regular working class people, and they produce greater than the people in university. There were nobody. I'm definitely humble myself, or to people who clean the toilets, clean the trains, move the fucking trains around, move the garbage around. I feel like I'm less than those people, and that actually I feel like, if those people weren't around, there's no way I could be an author or some stupid shit like that, or talking to people on the internet, or be some type of scholar or something like that. It wouldn't even be possible, for me to have the type of luxury and the type of things that I imagine for those people not to be going to work and doing the things that they do on a regular basis. These higher up things like getting on the internet and talking to people, this is down the road of picking up the fucking garbage off the street. Like that has to be done first. If there's garbage on the street, nobody's going to be talking on the fucking internet. You know what I mean? This is obvious. One job is more important than the other. You know what I mean? And the one I'm doing is shit. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, everyone is important, man. Like I said, if you were not, then they wouldn't send these people down. Like how many people did you influence not to take the vax during COVID?
I couldn't even influence my own family.
Seriously? Maybe
Yeah,
you're too humble. Like me personally, that I know, besides posting on Facebook and all social media, like in real life, I influenced 15 people not to take it, and 4 of those thanked me afterwards. Some of them are not talking to me anymore. But that's just what I know. So I would talk to strangers on the street. So I think a lot of us, influence these people. So that I think we're powerful, and these people are scared. That's why they're sending actors. They want you to feel like you're nothing, But I think every one of us had some influence.
Yeah, I think just during that time I was writing my book, so I just wasn't talking to anybody.
No, they're not scared. This is a mistake to think this way. This is one of the hugest errors I see in people's thinking. No, they are not scared. The globalists are not panicking. It's a fucking lie. You cannot instill fear into a reptile. These people serve Satan, in my view. That's my opinion. As long as their master is well pleased, they can never be scared of us. That's not a thing. See, that's a human being. What Razvan's doing here is something I see a lot of. Oh, well, I see how the system appears to be reacting to us. It's got to be fear-based. That's us projecting our own thought process onto literal criminal psychopaths. We cannot think like criminal psychopaths because we're not criminal psychopaths. We can't, and it's a huge error to project our own humanity onto these people who, if Bohemian Grove is real, and if they do have to tell you on some level, these people do literal satanic demonic rituals to cremate their care, meaning to get rid of whatever little bit of human conscience they may have. It's a huge mistake for Razvan to project his own humanity onto these people. But then again, we've had 20 years of Alex Jones running around saying the globalists are panicking. And I listened to him say that every day for years before I pulled my head out of my own ass and said, now, wait a minute. How can these criminal psychopaths, reptilian shapeshifters experience fear? They can't. They're not panicking. They're not scared of us. That's nonsense. And as far as this system is concerned, the people are incapable of revolt. They're psychologically incapable of a revolution or revolt. And then back to Skrbina, Ted Kaczynski, and those writings. And apparently Machine Lies studied under Skrbina at the University of Michigan, which was also attended by Ted Kaczynski. According to those writings, even if there is some sort of revolution, it will only ever serve the system. So if people like Razvan really think that we, meaning the so-called truth community, can be some sort of nexus of change, why is it so late in the game and people like Razvan, and he's not the only one, I see other people falling victim to this, why did we revert to this? Oh, they're scared. Because it feels good. It feels good to think, well, I'm so powerful that I strike fear into the hearts of reptilian shapeshifters, criminal psychopaths who've cremated their care. Get the fuck out of here.
So I just kind of stayed at home. I was kind of a recluse at that time. I wasn't on the internet. I made videos for the Machine Lives, but they were just like I made like one video like every 3 months or something like that. And I wasn't really that active then. I was in a rush to like publish something or make a book or something. So before I started talking on the internet, but at that time, I remember, the only people around me were my family, and my dad is a doctor. So his, sort of opinion was way more important than mine. Obviously, I'm not saying that that my opinion should be more important than my dad's opinion in the household. Obviously, my mom should accept my dad's opinion before she accepts her son's opinion and all that type of stuff. I totally believe that. But even then, I think my dad made a bad choice because he gave my grandpa, the jabbers, and he gave them to my mom, and he gave them to all the people in my family. The only person that refused to take it was my baby brother, who's like 16 years old. and he said, no, I'm not taking that. And so
rest in peace to your grandfather. So he was jabbed, huh?
Yeah.
The only person, the most important person I couldn't convince was my dad. He died in March.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, Razvan. Yeah.
He went by himself. He didn't tell me. For a long time, I convinced him not to do it, and then he didn't tell anyone. He just did it.
I mean, it's sad, but there's tons of other things in the environment now today. I mean, all I can say is, at this present stage with the current type of thing, I mean, if it's not that, it'll be something else at this point. Because if they can convince millions of people to do something like that, then it's got to be something else. The next day, they could put anything in the food or, whatever it is. I just feel like, once they did something like that, the question is really not, how bad was it? The question is, where do we go from here? Because they could convince other people on some other shit to do, millions of people to do whatever the fuck they want. That's the problem, and that means anything. They just have to package it in a certain way, make it look like something, where it's going to save people or anything. So I mean, who knows what the next step is here, but definitely, I think one of the first things is like, is these tools that we use of distribution. One of the first things I want to do is try to create a center. I mean, now that people have tools to clip and screen recording tools and all that stuff, and they have USB drives and all that stuff, and they have all this hundreds of cables and hundreds of storage devices, external batteries and things that you could plug in and stuff like that. We have the ability to store and move information, that we didn't have before. So we need to start sharing, books and things and that type of stuff quickly and get it and print it out so that we can distribute these things on a mass level, because that's how we got into this mess. People literally built libraries and they built information call centers, and they told people exactly what to buy, exactly what to make, exactly how to talk to one another, exactly what to use to communicate to those people, and exactly who to communicate it to. You know what I mean? So we need to form exactly the same chains of distribution. And like they say, how do you operate in a world that's interconnected, but the people feel so isolated. They feel alienated from everybody else. Everybody wants to be an individual, but also everybody feels like they're part of a collective. And they're moving in this society. They're moving as a mass. So this is the problem we're facing, is that people feel alone, but they feel like part of a system. So like, which one is it? We have to first let people discover that you're not part of a system. The system is not you. You are not a machine. The system is a machine that speaks for humanity. That's something that we invent, and use. The symbols we use, we need to take control of those symbols. So we're not the same thing as the the system, but we're also not this lesser form of this individual. We're not an individual. We're our family. We're traditions. We have traditions. We have family. We come from people. We our roots are not in the
My
city.
company is calling. Catch you later.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, bless Resman. Yeah, but yeah, but yeah, I was just going off of that point that we're not companies. We're not collectives. But we're not individuals. We're not systems. But we're not parts of a whole. We're not equal to everyone else. There's no such thing as equality. There's no such thing as individualism. And I don't know why my I don't know why that didn't work for a minute, but yeah. But yeah, shout out to Chalk Body Outline for featuring your boy. The Machine Lies.
To say about it, it's kind of interesting that it's an early work of some people say this was one of the earliest examples of a mechanical computer. I guess essentially is the purpose of it being in the deck.
Like that mechanism.
Yeah, yeah. I was about to say it kind of sounded like the Antikythera mechanism. It sounded like maybe that was first, because that was exactly a zodiac clock too. But I got here a book by National Geographic where it says 1,001 inventions from the Muslim world or whatever that my little brother bought. And yeah, it just so happens that because of the view that Muslims had of early science and philosophy, they were able to invent a lot of shit because of a dude named Avicenna, Ibn Sina. And actually in Copleston's History of Philosophy, where he talks about medieval philosophy, he talks about Ibn Sina and how he like reinvented science and shit like that. But one of his theories was like about how everything was like automata, because it's like everything's basically based on cause and effect. So every action goes back to, if you follow the chain of causality, there has to be a necessary act that started the whole thing. So he literally said like all of creation is like fucking dominoes. So it like set the stage for like people to think of creation as like mechanism and shit. And I know like Newton and all these guys, they took a lot of those ideas and applied it to like the way the mechanical universe works, because Newton made a model of the universe being like mechanical like that. So a lot of them got it from these Islamic thinkers, because in the Islamic theory or whatever, basically like nature's like everything in nature is like essentially automated, because in one sense it's like more it's like more extreme than deism, but it's not as complex as like Christianity, the Christian Trinity, which is like takes into account a lot more dimensions of the world and stuff like that, because God interacts both in the world and outside of the world in the Trinity. Whereas in the Islamic shit, there's less of a difference between nature and God's creation and all of that stuff. It's more just very simple.
Mm-hmm.
So they would look at it's almost like atheism. Because God isn't in anything except for like he's exalted, but he's like in everything. So it's like you just kind of observe God in nature.
Sound like simulation theory or something.
Oh yeah, they had some shit like that. They had some shit like that early on.
Yeah, and part of what you're saying will tie in definitely later on when we get to like a Norbert Wiener, when we get to Wiener, and we'll start talking about feedback systems and when we get more into cybernetics and everything. So basically, I just thought this was a great one to start with because it's just an early example of and it's pretty cool too because like the guys were all mechanical. They were like like first cuckoo clock or some shit, right? So that's a good trivia question. If you guys didn't know, Castle Clock, one of the earliest mechanical computers allegedly known. I don't know if nobody actually ever saw it. It's probably just a legend. And this is the guy's name there at the bottom if you guys didn't like my pronunciation.
If you want to Google it, just type all that in.
We'll just call him Al Zahari. Okay, so in celebration of 9/11. Okay, so that. So what would be a good one to move on to next here? So
Roll the dice, man.
I'm sorry. I feel like I need to put the hold music on here while I get myself figured out here. Well, here's a good one. We'll go to let me pull that comment down. I'm doing a lot of producering here.
Well, I tried to get on the Mac so you wouldn't have to, and I think that's what was causing the problems. I'm blaming Mac.
Now, this is one that we touched on last night. We started on Neurojack stream. We talked briefly about Walden, but Walden is the ace of chalices here, or ace of cups. And then if you guys, most of you are probably familiar with the row with Walden's Pond, civil disobedience, the transcendentalist movement, that kind of stuff. A famous U.S. Philosopher, famous writer. Most of us had to read Walden's Pond in high school, I think, at some point in time.
Yeah, I thought it was shit. I'd probably like to read it again now. I was like 17. I was like, yeah, this sucks.
No, we were talking. When I was in high school, when I got out of high school, I thought I wanted to do the Walden's Pond thing, and you'd go out on these hiking trips and you'd meet some random guy out in the woods. He's like, yeah, I'm doing the Walden's Pond thing, man. Like,
come back to my tent, bro.
come look at ants with me, bro. But so the row is the Ace of Cups there. Ace of Cups represents abundance, fertility, productivity, pleasure, happiness.
Okay, by the way, I don't think we mentioned this. This deck is like expensive as fuck and it's out of print. And I actually fucking found one on eBay for $20. If you know how to like use eBay, you can set up searches to pop up. Like so it wasn't on eBay forever. And then one popped up and I bought it for like $20. And then I resold it for like $400. And some of them go on bid for like $400, $500, $600. And but now that it's back on eBay, like people can see what it's worth. So since it wasn't on eBay for over 90 days, like people probably looked it up and had no idea it was worth money because it won't show in the sold history and shit. So just a little humble brag that I flipped 20 into 400 real quick.
I was gonna buy it too, but
I was gonna give you a deal, bro.
I know.
I would have rather had you have it.
I slept on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll never find it again.
So that's the Ace of Cups, the Lord of the Root of the Powers of Water. Fitting that he was the guy that wrote Walden's Pond. So, anything you'd like to add on Thoreau there, Mr. Machine?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Thoreau is like, I think also the journals of Thoreau, where he talks like very anti-tech kind of stances. He like set the stage for people like Mumford and all those people. Definitely, he had a lot to say on that. But one of the most underrated pieces is his, civil disobedience, where he influenced Gandhi and Martin Luther King. And that's one of the crazy things in the Walden book. Stuart Brand talks about in his whole Earth catalog how Kaczynski actually used this, the way that Thoreau built the cabin in the woods in order to construct his own cabin in the woods. So it's funny, he used exactly the same measurements and shit that Thoreau used for his cabin. But also in civil disobedience, it's like crazy. It's very anti-democratic. He talks about how like democracy is failing. He says all voting is a sort of betting with one's conscience. That the way that you should actually have change is like direct democracy. And that's a lot of ways that Rousseau wanted to do shit too. He wanted like direct democracy and shit. And these guys were really part of the Romantic era and the occult revival. Like Thoreau read like the Gita and shit like that. So he was like a weird like perennial thinker as well. But yeah, Thoreau is definitely an interesting character.
We'll get into that Rousseau later, right? EBT, there's another card for him.
Yeah, for sure. We'll get into Rousseau and the social contracts as well. And I think it's interesting that Thoreau is put into this deck with all these other people. I kind of see it as like an adversary card. Same thing with kind of like Ted K and stuff. Like these are people that are kind of the opposing view somewhat to kind of the technocratic push that's going on in this deck. But at the same time, some kind of his underlying philosophies also kind of do play into or used and manipulated in other ways.
That's right. Chalk body outline, folks. A lot of the themes and presentations that I gave in this video here by Chalk Body Outline presents some of these key thinkers here that we're going to cover. So you guys go check that out because I'm going to make constant reference to that video. And thank you so much to Drew for putting that together. I didn't know how fruitful that particular video was going to be in helping my future presentations. But yeah, some of the things I was talking about are like in this book here. You could see the list of contents here, for the book. And this is kind of what I was talking about. And this is, of course, the list of contents for the book Fanged Noumena. And you see a very interesting array of topics. Kant, You know, you have Kant mentioned 2 or 3 times, his aesthetics, his views on capital. You know, you have Heidegger. You know, there's another thinker that we covered last night in Drew's presentation. You know, you have Nietzsche here. You know, and you have Nietzsche, who is the protege of this other guy, Schopenhauer. You know, he was a student of Schopenhauer, and then later in life, he turned against Schopenhauer. You know, so he's got Schopenhauer and Nietzsche here. Nietzsche admits that he was influenced by Schopenhauer. Shamanic Nietzsche, interesting title there. You know, machinic desire. You know, kind of Gibsonian title, and he does have a title in terms of cyber gothic, cyber revolution. He has all these titles pertaining to William Gibson. I'm pretty sure he has one title called Kabbalah 101. So he's talking about the occult as well. You know, this one, Meltdown, was produced into a film. You know, cyberspace and architecture as jungle war. How about that? That is a highly Gibsonian title there. A highly Gibsonian title. You know, so we got certain themes there. You know, and he also has a chapter on Georges Bataille. You know, on Georges Bataille. So these are some of the kind of themes that he's touching on here. And you'll notice that some of them were touched on in the presentation. He's got you know, well, near this chapter called Kabbalah 101, he's got one on Lovecraftian themes, origins of the Cthulhu Club, and one called Occultures, cryptolith, like a megalith in a pagan sense, but one of code, crypto meaning code, encoded. Yeah, so these are the types of themes that they're talking about. But anyways, we saw quite the opposite presentation by Bill Joy. So let's go to some of this guy's presentation here. Let me see if I can find Bill Joy again. You know, I had a presentation that I presented by Bill Joy. Let me see if I can find that right now. And that's what last time we were watching when the panel started up. But now, since there is no more panel, and peace to Soul Read Analytics. Bless you, brother. Thank you for hopping up on this panel here. I almost forgot to say blessings to Soul Read Analytics. Thank you so much, brother. You're welcome back anytime, by the way. I didn't see that you fell off here. You know, you fell off at some point while I was talking to Razvan. And thank you so much to Razvan for joining the panel.
What the chips can do.
Oh, shit. They're going to show us these fucking... I'll have to put this away for right now. But yeah, give me a second, guys. Motherfuckers. Bullshit. We'll let it get done with this little, you know, whatever it's doing there. I'm not going to bore you guys with this fucking... But yeah, Bill Joy, one of the main inventors of computers. And he's talking about the dangers of technology. Quite an ironic statement from a technologist.
If something costs about $1,000 today, say the best personal computer you can buy, that might be its cost. I think we can have that in 2020 for $10. Okay, now just imagine what that $100 computer will be in 2020 as a tool for education. I think the challenge for us is, I'm very certain that that will happen. The challenge is, will we develop the kind of educational tool?
So he was wrong about that one. So he was wrong about the increase of Moore's law. You know, the acceleration of Moore's law. I mean, if he's wrong about that, if Bill Joy is wrong about that, you know, 14 years ago, then how right are they going to be about this singularity concept? I mean, you can imagine. And he's already touched on significant themes. He's touched on mass security after the global event, such as 9/11, or as a global pandemic. He's touched on the fact that people can make materials for incredibly terrible devices, machines, and viruses online, spread those viruses. You know, so there's a problem with large-scale systems. And he's also talked about the problem with self-replicating machines, viruses, and artificial intelligence.
And things with a net to let us take advantage of that device. I'd argue today that we have incredibly powerful computers, but we don't have very good software for them. And it's only in retrospect, after the better software comes along, you take it and you run on a 10-year-old machine and say, God, the machine was that fast. Remember when they took the Apple Mac interface and they put it back on the Apple II? The Apple II was perfectly capable of running that kind of interface. We just didn't know how to do it. at the time. So given that we know and should believe, because Moore's law has been like a constant, I mean, it's been very predictable progress over the last 40 years or whatever, we can know what the computers are going to be like in 2020. It's great that we have initiatives to say, let's go create the education and educate people in the world, because that's a great force for peace. And we can give everyone in the world a $100 computer, a $10 computer in the next 15.
And that's what these NGOs have been doing. You know, they'll give people computers and Facebook before they give them the ability to grow their own food or produce their own wealth. I mean, you go figure that out. You know, they want these people to be online. They want them to be to have the up-to-date medical treatments. So there's two things that these NGOs will give these third world countries. You know, they'll give them computers and vaccines. You know, they won't give them books. They won't give them seeds. So they can grow their own food and teach them how to grow it. You know, they want to spread technology. They want to surveil these people. So this whole great change he's talking about, that these people are going to be liberated by this technology, you know, I don't think it's really happened. You know, the technology is not really there to liberate them. It's so that they can develop a society that's dependent on the technology, and so that they can start buying the machines from the West to produce the technology. You know, which is just business. You know, it's not a model for improving society. Or look at the kids in the schools. They gave the kids in the schools computers, and they're not smarter because they're using computers now. You know, education hasn't improved because of the use of machines. It's a basic fact.
Years. The second area that I'm focusing on is the environmental problem, because that's clearly going to put a lot of...
Oh, there's another thing. The fake environmental problems. They're going to use it to usher in a world solution to the fake problem they created of the climate change. So this is another obvious reinstatement, you know, of this same global agenda. You know, that they're using technology. Oh, technology caused a global existential crisis. What's going to solve the problem? Oh, yeah, technology and a global agenda. Are you kidding me? You know, what a bunch of circular reasoning, you know.
Pressure on this world. We'll hear a lot more about that from Al Gore very shortly.
Yeah, I'm sure we will hear a lot more about it from Al Gore. This fucking spin on adrenochrome in the back there.
The thing that we see is the kind of
on a dead baby milkshake.
Moore's law trend that's driving improvement in our ability to address the environmental problem is new materials. We have a challenge because the urban population is growing in this century from 2 billion to 6 billion in a very short amount of time. People are moving to the cities. They all need clean water, they need energy, they need transportation, and we want them to develop in a green way. We're reasonably efficient in the industrial sectors. We've made improvements in energy and resource efficiency, but the consumer sector, especially in America, is very, very inefficient. But these new materials bring such incredible innovations that there's a strong basis for hope that these things will be so profitable that they can be brought to the market. And I want to give you a specific example of a new material that was discovered 15 years ago. If we take carbon nanotubes, GM discovered them in 1991. They just have incredible properties. And these are the kinds of things we're going to discover as we start to engineer at the nanoscale. Their strength, they're almost the strongest material, the tensile strength material known. They're very, very stiff. They stretch very, very little. In 2 dimensions, if you make a fabric out of them, they're 30 times stronger than Kevlar. And if you make a 3-dimensional structure like a buckyball, they have all sorts of incredible properties. If you shoot a particle at them and knock a hole in them, they repair themselves. They go zip and they repair the hole in femtoseconds, which is it's really quick. If you shine light on them, they produce electricity. In fact, if you flash them with a camera, they catch on fire.
All right, I'm back. Thanks for your patience. Oh, man. 24 in the house. Z's live, if y'all want to go check that out. I don't know how much more I have. Probably a little bit, though, right? Thank y'all for your patience. And shout out to the Machine Lies for being live. And I could use his content as a way to get a break for myself. And most of that time while I was gone was finishing my food prep, right? Some of which is done yesterday. And then the slow cooker cooks the veggies overnight, right? So now I went ahead and consumed my first meal. And I have 2 more meals for later. And we've got half of a decent sized mini watermelon in the fridge over there. So we'll have that later. What time is it? Yeah, I ate my first meal a little earlier than normal, 5:40. So I need to wait a certain amount of time before I eat again. Obviously I'm hungry enough. I could eat all of this food at one time, but how that would make me feel would not be good. So lest I forget. And shout out to Woody, by the way. Great stuff in the live chat. Woody. And I was too distracted to fully try to figure out exactly where Woody was coming from, but I felt like I could have a good grasp on it. Although, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? What's it all mean? What's it all about? It's an information age. This guy's talking about $20 computers, and I'm like, yeah, we have $20 computers. Now I understand he meant a like high, a really fast, awesome computer for $20. I that was not lost on me. But the fact that yes, there's absolutely $20 computers today. We call them phones for some reason. A $100 Android smartphone is a pretty fucking capable computer, lest we forget. Especially if one is not trying to pay 3D games on them or whatever. And I myself have a background in computer hardware. Right around the turn of the century, I've personally assembled well over 1,000. Well, assembled and configured the software, the operating system, and the software on well over 1,000 PCs. I used to work in a computer store in a former life. I was a Microsoft certified systems engineer on Windows 2000, hilariously. So I'm certainly no longer a computer expert, but I have a little bit of an advantage over just the average person my age, or since, like I've said, there's no such thing as Gen X. I'm effectively a boomer, right? So especially compared to boomers, I have a high level of of an understanding of how a computer works. And whoever that was talking, forget the guy's name, Bill something or other, but he nailed it on the head. It's the software is the issue much of the time. In fact, people may not understand that a lot of this computer code barely fucking works. It seems high tech and wonderful, and it's doing all these highfalutin things, but it's right on the verge of breaking down entirely at any given moment. In a lot of ways, it seems to me anyway. Certainly, but yeah, order followers are responsible for all atrocities. Yeah, yeah, that's a tough one. And then we've seen in that we've certainly seen that on the heels of the fake pandemic, and we certainly see it with MAGA, right? Especially the notion that Antifa, I've said it before, at least Antifa and Black Lives Matter, they at least have the courage of their convictions. They fight the cops when they feel it's necessary. I've seen it. I watched Antifa fight the cops with my own eyes in Portland, and I watched MAGA. I've also seen MAGA, a Trump rally. I've seen the cops show up, and MAGA just immediately does as they're told. These are order followers. And that's also January the 6th. These people will not act without a strong leader like Trump. Now we can debate whether or not Trump told them to do whatever they did. That's not the point. The point is if they believed that they were, dispatched into battle by their big daddy Trump, then that's all they need. But the reality is these order followers, up until they are told, hey, it's revolution time, they will not revolt. So yeah, of course they continue to send their children to public schools to be, indoctrinated by into this LGBT, all of this LGBT stuff. Of course they do. Up until some strong leader tells them to take their kids out of public school, they're not going to do it. Now, some of them have, certainly. I'm not saying that nobody has pulled their children out of public school. What I'm saying is that the public schools aren't shut down because so many people have pulled their kids out. It's not like half the public schools in the country have shut down because, well, everybody who thinks they're MAGA took their kids out of public school, and now it's just, BLM and Antifa, anarchist commie types, right, who are utilizing the public schools. That's not a thing. It's not a thing that's happening. So forgive me for, not, forgive me for being negative and not, seeing the hope in the fucking MAGA bozos who don't even live up to what they think they believe. Oh, you're good conservative family values Christians, are you? How come every single motherfucking one of you's divorced, with some exceptions? How come effectively everybody who thinks they're traditional family values has at least one divorce? But we're traditional family values. Well, guess what? Traditionally, there wasn't no divorce, or it was small. So what are you talking about? No, you're not traditional family values. If me and almost everybody I know has at least one divorce under their belt, how can that ever be traditional family values? It's completely illogical. So again, forgive me for not being willing to take that idea and move forward into the future with it. Well, so the only conclusion I can reach is, well, there's not a single conservative, so-called, in government anywhere or corporations. Not a one. Not a one. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, not a conservative. It's not a thing, right? And we see that, of course, every single time the Democrats want to pass some legislation. Well, look, just enough Republicans voted for it. Oh, but those are rhinos. Those are Republicans in name only. Okay, well, how can you have Republicans in the Republican Party, but they're not Republicans? So this is the people I'm going to put my faith in, is those who can't even figure out who to get rid of within their own party? Oh, well, we'll just vote them out next time. Yeah, of course you will. And then some percentage of rhinos will replace the other rhinos who've been voted out. What are we even talking about? Oh, well, we needed 17 Republicans to vote for this last round of legislation. Well, surprise, surprise, exactly 17 of them voted for it. Oh, but those are rhinos, so it's okay. Oh, well, that's the fake Christians out there traveling to other parts of the map and murdering the people that live there. Oh, well, those are fake Christians. It's not America going all across the realm murdering in the name of Christianity. Oh no, that's not. Those are fake Christians. Okay, sure they're not, buddy. No, that's what Christianity does. Christianity goes to other parts of the map and kills the people that live there. That's what it does. Okay, that has nothing to do with me. I'm watching it happen in real time. So forgive me for not being willing to sing Kumbaya and let's come together and fix the dystopia. The fuck out of here. Yeah, there you go. Kick out the jams. Yeah, empty husk needing a mind from elsewhere. Indeed. Good to see you, by the way. It's been a minute. Reanimated corpse. Is he? How did he know, by the way? Well, it's not even about that. It's about, let's just say that I had a flaw in my thinking. Well, let's back up a little bit. Razvan has corrected me at the level of truck driving before because he has way more truck driving experience than me, and he's actually a way better truck driver than me, most likely. That's just a fact, and he's definitely a harder worker than I am, and I'm a pretty fucking hard worker. But it's not about me destroying Razvan. It's about him getting his mind right. And that's a wrong view of things because it's an irrational emotion. It feels better to think that these seemingly powerful elites are scared of us. See, they can't be scared of us. They don't have the luxury of fearing us. They can't serve their master if they fear us, rather. It's not a thing that can happen, see. It's impossible. And what do they say? No man can serve two masters. So even if they were scared of us, I guarantee you that the elites, so-called, are more scared of not pleasing their master, or rather displeasing their master. And the reality is, these are folks who, even if they were born into this, they've spent their entire lives working to wherever they are now. Okay. So the fear for them would be of not being able to continue to climb that ladder. The corporate ladder, by the way. That's the fear. The fear is not of us, figuring it the fuck out and reforming, and transforming this hell into a heaven. Meanwhile, the enemy, I'm pretty sure the enemy understands that even if the people here did that most likely over time, whatever subversion has occurred to get this hell realm to the point that it's at now, well, that can just be repeated. The enemy can repeat that process. See, that's the thing. So what would be the fear? Oh, the fear is that they're temporarily, the people who are here right now will temporarily figure it out. But then the enemy's playing a long game. Do you think the enemy doesn't understand that even if we, meaning the people that are here, figure it the fuck out temporarily? It's laughable. So, okay, how did we get to this point then? See, I'm only applying logic. I'm taking how I feel about it. I'm removing that from the equation. My own stupid emotions have nothing to do with these logical exercises. And I am Mr. Spock in a way when it comes to that. I will just brutally and ruthlessly apply logic to the situation. But I recognize that most other people, about 85% of everybody, it seems, it has to be connected with feelings. See, it feels good to think that the globalists are panicking. And that's why when Alex Jones does his show, I listened to him for years before I finally had an epiphany. Oh, that's right. These people can't fear us, because the same person who has David Icke on to tell me how these so-called elites are literal shape-shifting reptiles, but then you're telling me that I could somehow inject fear into a shape-shifting reptile? That doesn't make any sense. It's illogical, right? But even me, it took me a long time to figure that out, because it's the same person who's telling me, who's gatekeeping this information as an info/disinfo agent, one Mr. Alex Jones. He's the same one placating my emotions and saying the globalists are panicking. Well, they've been panicking for damn near 20 consecutive years here, Alex. So let's just go ahead and take Alex at his word that the globalists are indeed panicking. Well, what's that going to do then? Because they've been in panic mode for about 20 damn years, and they're still managing to play a perfect game as far as I can tell. Oh, but that's probably because their boss, that I would refer to as Satan, demands that they play perfectly. But then you're going to tell me, well, it's government incompetence. These people are anything but incompetent. Anything but. It's just perhaps the masses of people here, the few that are actually thinking for themselves, are erroneously and mistakenly doing what Razvan is doing. They're projecting their own humanity and their own empathy and their own thought process onto criminal fucking psychopaths who have none of it. And in fact, can't do their jobs if they have things like empathy and regard for the masses. And the only reason they're in their position is because they've demonstrated over time that they are highly competent. Highly competent. But the system that Ted Kaczynski's written about so expertly, if Kaczynski wrote that, whoever wrote that, see, points out the true nature of it, such that the system itself understands, oh, well, when we, meaning the administrators of the system, when we get caught with our hand in the cookie jar, we can always just blame incompetence. And otherwise intelligent people fall for that bullshit time after time after time. Oh, it's the government. It's incompetent. No, it's not. The government is highly competent. It's just for some reason, we've all been brainwashed. Well, not for some reason. The masses are brainwashed to believe that the government is trying to serve us, the people, which is obviously not true. Clearly not. Oh, well, yeah. Every time they get caught doing something, every time we see what they're really doing, oh, well, it's just incompetence. And we believe it. The masses believe, okay, well, they just don't know what they're doing. Is it really possible that the people running all of this just more or less can't tell their head from a hole in the ground? Can't tell their ass from a hole in the ground? Does that seem possible to you? It really doesn't seem possible to me. Probably they know what metric they've got to hit, and that's all that matters. Just do what their daddy tells them, and it's all good. See, and then the masses will always be dumb enough to believe, well, look, yet another example of government incompetence. It's insane. Insane. Oh, Woody's kicking ass in the chat. I'm going to have to. Oh, I'm too far behind to even catch up probably at this point. Thank you. Kick out the jams. And I know it's, Jim Repairman and all this, but I just sort of make up my own name for some of you that have these, unconventional names. Yeah, good times create weak men. No, they don't. They don't create men at all. It's Woody. They create males. See, man's a status. Then these males are no longer attaining the status. But I agree with you generally, right? I agree with you generally. And in fact, it was the weak, the men who were once strong men are no longer creating strong men also, because a woman can't turn a boy into a man. It's not possible. They don't know nothing about it. No woman knows the first thing about turning a boy into a man. They don't have those experiences. They can't relate to those experiences. They don't feel what a man feels. They're not motivated by what a man's motivated by. And I'm talking about the most masculine woman you can find out here. The women who produce the most testosterone. If you look at the men who produce the least testosterone and the women who produce the most, the men who produce the least still have triple the amount of testosterone as the woman who produces the most. There's no overlap. As long as it's a male an adult male who's doesn't have some sort of medical issue, and an adult woman who doesn't have a medical issue, there is no overlap between testosterone. So when I was making 1106 nanograms per deciliter, that's like 100 times more than the average woman, just off the top of my head. Like, there's no comparison. Y'all will never have no idea what that's like unless you literally go shoot up a bunch of testosterone. Then and only then can a lady have any idea what it's like to be a man. And even that's probably not the full shot of it. They have no clue. So it's the males who are failing. It's not the ladies. I'm going to expect a woman to do something she's not capable of? They can't turn a boy into a man. It's the men who are no longer cranking out men. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. I blame men for almost everything, or I should say males. I blame males for almost everything. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, the spiritual protection, right? Yeah. I know my life's been guided and protected spiritually my whole life on some level. I believe in guardian angels and all this stuff. But again, whether or not it's a literal guardian angel in the sense that, we've all seen movies and we've seen imagery and all of this, whether or not that's a literal thing in the way I'm describing it, even if it's just at a de facto, like even if it's that's what it is, but I'm not describing it accurately, who cares? It's effectively that thing. So what's it even matter? I don't need it to be literally true, and I don't need it to be provably literally true. That's not important. I'm convinced, and that's really all that matters to me. Everybody else, do whatever you want. I'm convinced. It's not for me to convince you of anything. And by the way, that's not even possible. If I say some words and somebody becomes convinced, I didn't do that, they did that. Because why? Because of creative force and free will. And in fact, one of the things that L. Ron Hubbard, the founder of Scientology, said is that no one has any right to force data on you, which I firmly believe in. But meanwhile, Scientology forces data on people. Meanwhile, I had data forced on me as a Jehovah's Witness. And even if I hadn't been raised a Jehovah's Witness, I was having data forced upon me by the community at large, right? And the beast system itself, which is not appropriate. That's a violation. Just the fact that I incarnate into the realm as what I would assert is a spiritually pure child, and then the system immediately starts forcing data upon me and immediately starts forming my own psychology, right? That's a violation. So in reality, we're in a realm that violates us from day one. From day one, this system violates and has violated each and every one of us when we are a minor child. See, and that's not our fault, as far as I know. As far as I can tell, that's not our fault individually. I didn't have anything to do with that, as far as I know. Now, maybe I did, and I'm just unaware of it. I'm not exactly sure, but that I'm not going to be able to maintain my sanity and face each new day without being able to grasp and apprehend these realities. And my concern is not with what I might prefer this thing to be. My concern is, can I face this thing as it is so that I can effectively work within the realm? Because I can't speak for anybody but me, but I've gotten to know myself well enough that I'm set up for effectiveness in the real world. And part of that is I can't be effective in the real world. And I'm talking about actual measurable effectiveness. I can't be effective in the real world without getting my mind right first. My thinking when I approach any given problem or situation has to be correct. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to demonstrate effectiveness over time. That's just how the thing works, man. Yeah, exactly. The system violates us as proof of this world being an underworld. That's why I reject all this, this idea, well, it's heaven or hell, depending on your own choices. Well, that is true. That's actually true to an extent. It's not untrue, right? But the reality is, as Land of the Blinded has pointed out so astutely, is like the people who have children, the parents, they don't have the luxury of viewing things as they are. They must, on some level, believe in what's happening here in order to raise those kids in this fucking literal hell realm. So by the time, I had matured enough as a human, and meanwhile, I never did anything to avoid creating another life. I think just probably my stuff doesn't work, thankfully, because I never managed to knock anybody up that I know of, right? But, by the time I got my head out of my ass to realize, well, maybe I could have some kids, although I don't think it's in my path, right? It's like, well, why would I bring somebody into this? Well, for somebody who already has kids, they can't think that way. They don't have the luxury of thinking that way. They got to raise, especially responsible people. They have to raise those kids. Yeah, I'm the one that has the luxury of facing this thing as it is. Or I could be like a lot of people nowadays and just have kids and be completely irresponsible, right? It's not going to happen. Well, good. I mean, there's always exceptions, right? There's always exceptions to everything, right? But how old are they is the question. Because if they're 22 years old, no, you don't have children. If your children are 22 and 26, well, no, you don't. You've got adults. I mean, if you think about it. But if they're fucking 10 and 13, well, then all right. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, if they're adults, and well, no, you don't. You don't have any children, actually. You have adults that were children. But yeah, it is a very difficult position, I'm sure. And assuming they're still minor children, it's got to be very difficult. Because I wouldn't be able to lie to my kids, about that. I would just be telling them that it's a fucking nightmare dystopian hell realm. And it's like, bro, that's probably borderline abusive to be telling these kids this, right? Oh, 3, good God. Well, yeah. Well, they're not even, you see, we're not even to the point of being able to have conversations with them yet. But yeah, I hear you, man. Although I'm sure you do, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean. But yeah, I don't know anything about that. I've never had kids, so I can't even speak to that. Kick out the jams. So, I'm not the one to talk to, but I've been parented, right? I have experience being parented, and I will speak to that experience, obviously. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. My loud ass, annoying voice is perhaps disturbing the other folks here in the motel, but I'm out of here in about 15 nights. So, oh well. Plus, when it was a quiet area, that's how the walk and talks got started, because nobody was making any noise throughout the night. So then I felt like, well, I'm not going to be the only person on this, side of the building, right, that's making noise at fucking 3 a.m. Or now it's 6 a.m. local time. And when I was streaming from here, I was waiting till 7 a.m. to start, right? But now that there's other folks making noise, I feel like I'm okay to make some noise as well. Yeah, man, that, the support groups that could form around that idea, trying to figure out a method and how to navigate. Yeah, that's got to be very disorienting. Because, how do you raise these kids and not just directly lie to them? Because the thing is, certainly my parents lied to me, but they didn't know they were lying to me. See, that's the thing. They were unaware of it because they had also been lied to. But, if I'm aware of the lies and I understand there's no hope for this realm, right? And I must necessarily face this realm, as directly as possible to what its true nature is for me personally, or I will go insane. And at that point, I can't parent somebody if I'm insane, right? I have to maintain my sanity. I must, in order to be effective. See, well, part of that effectiveness is, if this is a literal hell realm, I must face it as it is. And if it's a literal hell realm, there's no hope here. It's literally hopeless as far as I'm concerned. There is no hope for this realm. And I ain't from here anyway. I'm not identified with this realm, although I am. I'm obviously very identified with this experience, or what would I have to worry about? See, I've got a lot of worries. I'm in a transitional space. I'm in a transitional time. I have a lot of worries. Just my belongings, and the fact that when I leave this motel room, I don't have anywhere to take them. Now people say, oh, get a storage. No, I've got a storage. Let's not loop into problem solving, folks. My ability to solve problems is just as great as any of the rest of yours. Let's not loop into solving Benton's problems. Part of this is my daddy, my father, Larry Benton. He's got a pickup truck, a little Toyota pickup truck, and he lives about 3 miles away. About 3 hours away from here, about 3 to 3.5 hour drive. And he could get in his little pickup truck and cruise his happy ass up here, and he could take some of this stuff back to his apartment with him, and he could have it, right? And that would help me solve some of my problems. But the problem is he loops into problem solving. So as soon as I try to call him up and say, hey man, I got to be out of here in fucking 16 days or whatever it is, and I can't carry all this stuff with me, and I need you to come pick up some of this bullshit, or it's just going to end up in the dumpster. It's going to end up next to a dumpster somewhere, and just whoever wanders by is going to have it for free. Instead of facing the reality of what I've just told him like a big boy, he will immediately loop into problem solving, and he'll go through some lament. Why? Because he's relating to my situation, because he's Jack Talcott on the level of a narcissist. Okay, a classical narcissist. So my father, it's like it's happening to him. See, because the thing about a narcissist is, as far as my dad is concerned, I'm an extension of him. See, and this is one of my keys to interacting with my father in the first place. Because for years I had no contact with my dad because he represented a toxic person in my life. See, but that was my fault. That wasn't his fault necessarily. But as soon as I understood him and his plight, and I evolved my own self enough to be able to deal with him effectively without him representing a toxic person. See, so where we're at now is, as soon as I say something I'm going through that's an issue or a problem, right? And we all have struggles and strife, no matter what. Everybody has struggles and strife. If I didn't have these circumstances, if I resolved the current circumstances, guess what? Those circumstances are replaced by a new set of circumstances. There's no such thing as resolving the circumstances of this life fully. It's not a thing that can be done as far as I can see. Because if I resolve these circumstances, well, there's just new circumstances. So what's it even matter? I might as well surrender. Oh, now we're back to the yin. Now we're back to the feminine. Now we're back to the passive. And I'm not saying ladies are passive. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the nature of that energetic form. Well, now we're back to Benton being able to get out of his own way, let shit come to him. See, when he needs to. But when it's time to act, I've never hesitated to act when I need to act. I think we all saw that on a live stream in a self-defense scenario. There was zero hesitation in me, right? But when I need to, and when it's appropriate, I will absolutely act. I will absolutely work with the feminine, because that's where with the feminine form and the yin, because that's where my growth came from. My growth did not come from perfecting my masculinity, right? And meanwhile, what does this system teach the young males to do now? This masculinity is so lost that the young males are running around trying to become masculine by suppressing their feminine. That's insane. That doesn't even make sense, right? But again, it's, of course, they're programmed, and I understand how it's happening, right? Anyway, yeah, and again, I love Woody's comments, but this is where sometimes my lack of being able to understand certain concepts, that's where I get this Mr. Magoo metaphor. It's like, because I really do experience this existence as some version of Mr. Magoo from the old cartoons, where I'm just somehow, some way, I'm just like averting all these disasters all along the way, but intuitively somehow. But yeah, that's interesting. I don't understand that well enough to speak on it, Woody, but it's super fucking interesting. Well, and it is heaven or hell on some level, right? Not fully. It's as far, it's going to, I'll never be convinced that it's not a literal hell realm, but certainly some folks are in heaven, right? They're in their version of heaven as they're here, right? A mother with her child, that's got to be heaven on some level, right? It has to be, but I'll never know. But back to the stuff with my dad, right? So what he does is, if I say anything to him negative about my life, meaning just, hey, what I'm going through with my health, or hey, recently when I was under 120 pounds, well, he immediately goes into these laments, right? And let's define lament. And I even tell him he's doing this, and it doesn't matter, because why? Because he cannot become introspective. He has no ability to become introspective whatsoever. Lament means to express grief for or about, to mourn, to regret deeply, to deplore, to grieve audibly, see, to wail. That's what he starts doing. Oh man, that's, he just immediately goes into these laments about anything negative, right? Well, it's because he's relating to what I'm telling him as if it's happening to him. Because on some level, he can never see me as anything but an extension of him. That is the narcissism, by the way. And that's part of it anyway, as far as I understand. So I can't even call him up and have this, because I can never get him to the point of realizing, hey, if I drive 3.5 hours, or if I drive 7 hours round trip, my son is going to give me possessions that are worth more money than it will cost me to go up there. And he's, by the way, my dad's flat fucking broke. Can't even purchase some of these items, right? That I would just say, here, man, take it. Here, have it. Oh, well, don't you need it? That's what the first thing he'll say is, well, you might need it. Well, wait a minute. Didn't I just explain to you that I don't have the means to hang on to this in the long run? And it's just stuff. And on some level, I don't care about the stuff because the things I own end up owning me. By the way, went back into the workforce 5 years ago and I bought a whole bunch of bullshit, which isn't even much compared to your average American. But I now have all these possessions. Meanwhile, I spent damn near an entire decade more or less living out of a backpack, right? So based on my standards, I have all these things that do own me on some level at this point. And the height of me not being owned but I want to talk about this. This is something I've wanted to talk about for a while, and I never quite got to it. I walked from Castle Rock, Washington, which the West Coast has all these interconnecting bus services. So from Portland, Oregon, I could take various, local bus services all the way to Castle Rock, Washington. Once I got to Castle Rock, it's about 100 miles south of Seattle. And then those connections no longer exist, right? So I walked most of that way. But I like to walk 100 miles. I've done it more than once. Actually, I didn't walk the entire thing because why? Because I got to a town somewhere along the way near a military base, interestingly, where just my own presence and presentment was so alarming to the folks that they called the authorities, and the authorities said, hey, the authorities showed up and I said, look, man, I'm walking, like, if you fucking give me a ride out of here or whatever. And they took me to, they drove me to the first transit center in the Seattle, metropolitan area where I could then, get to Seattle. Although even then, I think I still walked. I had my skateboard. It was summertime and I had my gigantic hiking backpack. And eventually I figured out I could put the backpack on top of the skateboard. This is how tired I was, and pull it with a piece of string, like a little cord, piece of rope. I could pull it behind me because once I made it to where there's sidewalks, once I got into the concrete jungle, this is how tired I was. I could pull it behind me as I walked along the sidewalks, right? Which was interesting and interesting experience. And then finally got to the city of Seattle bus service. And I had a lot of experience in the past, talking some of these bus drivers into just letting me ride for free. So I'm standing, the bus pulls up, the door opens. I'm trying to explain to the guy, I'm trying to use my charm, trying to charm the bus driver into letting me ride for free. And I guess he was running behind schedule. He was just like, no, man, just go ahead and get on, dude. Like, I got to go. To him, the fare was beside the point, right? It was a wonderful experience. In fact, that was when I had, what I refer to as my religious conversion experience, actually en route to that place. And it was an interesting summer. But so I got to Seattle and I had this, it's the biggest mountaineering backpack that North Face has ever made. This thing had to have been $500 brand new. And it had an extension on it. If I fully packed it out, it was taller than me. Because, it fits around my waist. It would actually go above the top of my head, just how big this thing was. You could put an entire one of those little green, those green propane bottles, the side pouch on the hip belt. You could fit one of them in just the little side pouch. It's crazy. And I had beat the shit out of that thing and it was on its last legs, but it had some life left in it. It's summer in Seattle. I don't need camping gear to fucking sleep on the streets in Seattle in the summer. So I got to Seattle and I thought to myself, I'll have a lot better time for the next month or two, however long I'm going to be in Seattle, if I just give this backpack away. So that's what I did. I emptied it out and I, decided what I wanted to have with me for the next month or whatever. And I gave, somebody, I just gave it away to somebody. And that was kind of the height of my not being owned by my possessions. And then surprise, surprise, somebody just randomly gave me a smaller backpack that actually ended up suiting my needs. Because by then I was pretty much over it. I was just over it, carrying this gigantic, hauling this gigantic hiking pack around. I was just over it, Yeah, there you go. Yeah, things are bad, but they were always. And that's what my father likes to romanticize the old days since he was born in 1955. And like I said, Arkansas was a time warp and probably still is to some extent. But the internet has certainly changed a lot of that. But, he likes to romanticize the old days. And I've tried to get through to him that, no, man, it was the same thing back then. We're just farther along on the progression. He was born into the same thing I was born into. It's just since he was earlier, he got to experience the less bad aspects of it, but it was still bad, right? Yep. Yeah, it's game over. That's right. Get down or lay down. Chip in and join the Beast Matrix system. Well, see, I'll never join. That's the thing is, and I think that's part of what this is. I believe part of this hell realm is the separating the wheat from the tares, meaning for whatever reason, there's some of us that can just never fully submit to this thing. Because, hey, Lord knows my life would be better in many ways if I could conform to the system. By the way, I tried for years to conform to this thing. It's not possible. It's not a thing that can be done. And in fact, my life improved greatly when I finally accepted that no matter what I do, I'll never be able to fully be assimilated by the realm itself as far as being able to operate within this corporate structure. I'm just not able to conform. And there's something strange and off about me my whole life that other people absolutely can detect. And it's probably the same things that, the people who want to tune in and listen to me run my mouth on the internet, all 26 of you, right? It's probably that same thing that attracts certain people to listening to me talk, right? It's the same thing. Those are also very negative aspects in a way, especially when it comes to conformity to a corporate system. Because once I know something to be true, I'll just say it. It's not my problem if other people can't handle it. I'll just say it and let them deal with it. I don't feel any version of, I need to make sure that these people are comfortable in their fucking reverie, in their and again, I've talked about this before, that as far as I can tell, the human mind, the human subconscious perfectly decodes all symbols, meaning on some level, each person here knows what the fuck's going on some level, whether we're consciously aware of it or not. That's a completely different thing. And mind control and all of this, that to me, that's the conscious mind. Now, I'm not an expert in this, so I could be very, very wrong here, but I don't think that I am. I'm pretty sure all of our subconscious knows and understands all of the symbols. All of the symbols. What's up, Dom? Good to see you, brother. But yeah, I think unless I get onto another tirade here or another rant, that's probably about it. I'm not going to wrap up yet. We're 3 hours and 17 minutes in. And and I think this is kind of, when Big Drink T was up here the other day, and he said, he was like, man, what's wrong? You're not yourself or whatever. So I'm like this every day. The reality is, it's just that I'm managing my own energy levels. I'm managing how I feel. And it's sometimes like what we saw yesterday morning, it gets the better of me, at least temporarily. But then I'm so fired emotionally, right? As soon as some sort of intellectual concept or idea kicks off my emotions, now I'm just filled up with fucking, I'm filled with, some sort of spirit. And, now I have the energy to continue on, right? That's just how this thing works for me anyway. What's up, Mr. Fox? Good to see you. I hear you've been streaming with Jackie more lately. So unfortunately, about the time y'all do those, that's my literal bedtime. So I haven't been able to tune in. And, I'm so busy being the content that I want to see in the meta that I realistically, I'm just not, I'm not taking in near as much long form content as I used to. for better or for worse, right? But definitely check them out over there. Because Jackie was saying y'all were going to go live last night. So, and I do say night because I go to sleep at about 6 p.m. most of the time. Which, yeah, I understand that sounds crazy, but I love it, man. If I sleep from 6 p.m. to midnight, I'm good to go. That's all I need. And I am a bit of a night owl, I've found out. I love being out and about, especially, in the early AM hours when there's nobody around. I just don't like to have been up all night to do it. I want to go to sleep and wake up and then be a night person, but it's my morning, right? And my life changed a lot for the better when I finally figured that out, that, I need to go to bed early. I started going to bed super early, like right around the age of 40, probably. Love it. Yeah, there you go. Well, and I can't think of very many things more evil than, and we can look at what I'm about to say. The behavior is going to be, people are going to seek to justify the behavior, right? That's fine. That's not what I'm talking about. But, if something's evil, it's evil. But what's more evil than a mother and a father covering their faces around their young child whose brain is still forming, and that child needs to be able to see their facial expressions? But the baby or the young child can't see their mom and their dad's face because the parents have their faces covered. See, that's evil. And I don't answer for that. I never did that to any children. But these people think that they're going to get away with this. It's not possible, man. We cannot escape the consequences of our actions. See, so they will be punished. Period. If that's just not right, man. It's just not right. And just that fact alone, what are these kids going to be like? And meanwhile, children are not scared of me. I'm a serious person, but children are not scared of me. But I can remember being in a laundromat and I had my goddamn face covered, had the bandana. Because I didn't want the Mexicans. It's in Dallas. It's all Mexican laundromats. I'm almost always the only person who's not Hispanic in there, which is fine. I don't have no problem being the only honky around. It's never bothered me. I actually kind of like it to some extent. And growing up, there was many times I was the only white person around. It doesn't bother me at all. But I got my face covered, and I walked past some little girl, and she took a step back from me in fear, see, because she couldn't see the kindness on my face, right? And I realized that in the moment. I said, this is bad, man. This is very, very bad. Kids are not scared of me. This is nuts, It's because she couldn't see my face. It's sick. Well, that's a whole nother thing that I'm not even talking about, covering the kid's face. I mean, that's bad enough, right? That at least, certainly it will affect their development on some level with their, breathing in their own, what they're breathing out. Of course, that's bad, obviously. But they're not looking at their own face, so it's not an issue. But they need to be able to see their parents' facial expressions. It's very, very important. It's extremely important. And imagine there's kids in part of this country that saw very few faces for a very long time, lest we forget. What about a 3-year-old in Seattle? How many faces did that, or Portland? I don't know if y'all know this. The entire state of Oregon had an outdoor mask mandate. The whole fucking state. So how many of those children spent 2 fucking years not seeing facial expressions? And hopefully their parents weren't masked at home. Some of these people wore them in their own homes around their kids. And those are the type of people who typically live in places like Portland, Oregon, lest we forget. And I'm sick of this thing where people want to tell me, well, I never did it. So what? What's that matter if you never did it? What is the relevance of that? Yeah, you're better than me because I did it. So yes, other than you being better than me, which yes, you are in this regard, what's it matter that you never wore it? The damage is done whether you wore one or not. The damage is still done. Now, if you never wore one around your kid, then you could say, well, I didn't do it to my kid. I didn't make my kid wear one, and I never, wore one around my kid. Good. Then that person doesn't have to worry about what I'm talking about. Because again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. Right. But I was on with Chalk Body Outline at a certain point, and I was in Kansas City, Missouri, and where I was at in Kansas City, everybody had a mask on, even outdoors. I mean, everybody. And as I'm saying this, somebody's typing in the live chat, well, I'm in Kansas City and nobody wears a mask. Well, that's a person that doesn't leave their house. That's a person that doesn't go anywhere. Because all they have to do is leave their house, and they'll notice that every single motherfucker they see has their face covered. But as long as they don't leave their home, they can just pretend like, well, that's other parts of the country. That's not where I live, see? It's a sick joke. And I'm not going to live that way, by the way. And part of this, when people want to heal me, let's heal Benton. Okay, let's heal Benton where he can be effective in his remaining time. I don't want to be here for the next round of this. I don't want to be here for the next round of whatever this is going to be. But I know spiritually I don't have the option of taking myself out. I thought I found a loophole with the drinking, but it turns out I didn't. Right? So, now it's for me to make the best I can of this situation. See? Yeah, it's the best of me. It's for me to make the best of it. And that's what I will do. But I don't want to fully be restored to health. So, and Timmy was right. Timmy said this on O'Shea yesterday. He was more or less implying that on some level I'm attracting this to myself. Well, you're right, Timmy. I am on some level because I'm trying to get the fuck up out of here, partner. So yeah, you're right. In a way, I am. I did attract this to myself. Asking ye shall receive. The reality is I asked to get the fuck up out of here sooner rather than later. But I have a strong will to live, by the way, folks. I have a very strong will to live. So I'm not in any way, there's no reason to have a welfare check, right? There's no reason for it. I'm completely fine. But, I'm not trying to extend my stay here. And the fact is, on both sides of my family, everybody lives to be 80 and 90 for the most part. Well, I'm not trying to. My grandmother, by the way, has dementia. She's a good God-fearing woman. This woman studied the Bible every day for years and years and years. She's a Bible expert, literal Bible expert. And every single day, she's just like, I don't know why the Lord won't take me. See, she's ready to get up out of here. But the enemy knows the longer she sticks around, the more chance of bringing her to the enemy side. Right? It's still possible. Sick, man. It's just a sick fucking joke here. So please forgive me for not wanting to be restored fully to health. Because I don't want to be restored to health because it means I'll live to be 80 or 90 unless somebody takes me out, right? But it ain't really up to me. If it's, I can call it God or the Most High or the Creator or whatever you want to call it, the universe, whatever that is. I guess if it decides that I must be here for however long, I guess I'll be here for that long. I don't know. But I'm damn sure not going to try to go out of my way to be here any longer than necessary because I done beat this game. I don't know if y'all know that. And part of the reason people listen to me is I am tapped into something. I think it's obvious by now there's something I'm tapped into, whatever that may be. And I've already transcended what I was sent here to do. My main mission is completed. Okay. Now we're on side missions and just trying to be used as a vessel of the universe or the Most High or God or whatever you want to call that, the Creator. My path is progress. My purpose is to serve, to be of service. Yeah, but I don't want to be of service. Well, what's that matter? If I'm sitting here with a mission, how does it matter what I feel or think or how I view the mission? If I came here on a mission, what does it matter how I feel about that? Silly fucking humans. Silly humans. Think it's relevant, how I feel about being I don't want to be of service. So what? What's that got to do with it? Put your big boy pants on and serve. Padna. Maybe this is some version of that. I don't know. All I know is I done beat this game. And if I thought it was an option, I would check out. But that's not a welfare check. It's not an option. But if I thought it was, if I thought that was a thing that could happen and there's no consequences, I wouldn't even be here now. I would have already checked out. But here I am. But tell me it's not a hell realm. And I want to get up out of here, but I'm still here and got to serve my fellow man and woman in the hell realm. But it's not a hell realm. Sure, it's not. And I could be wrong. I don't think I am. But again, I'm voting with my feet. I got skin in this game. You know, if I'm wrong, I will pay for that. Me and me alone, as far as I can tell. There you go, Woody. You're right. I agree. Me too. Even in the best of times, I would still be on the outside looking in right now. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Could not agree more. Yep. Good to see you, Ageless Timeless, by the way. Agreed. It's a sick joke and not okay with going through it again. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, maybe this is my own megalomania and my own narcissism and my own, you know, I am highly confident in my own abilities, obviously, bordering on recklessness and arrogance at times. You know, I will definitely bite off more than I can chew. I've done it my whole life, right? But yeah, for me, what I know is, you know, people talk about the soul trap and don't go into the light and all this, but the reality is, if I was sent here to evolve my own essence or my own energy, and if I've accomplished that as I state I have, then I trust myself to handle the transitional time and, you know, after this incarnation ends, and then wherever my spirit goes next. I trust myself to handle that properly without having to like obsessively remind myself not to go into the light or whatever. It's not, I don't think that's going to be a thing. Hey, JFK Beta, what's up, Bubba? Good to see you, man. JFK Beta says, right there with you, Benton. Feel the same way, yet somehow God has led me to where I am. To some degree, I am choosing all this. Appreciate you, sir. Yeah, I agree, man. And I love hearing from the people like JFK Beta, because he has a completely different perspective on certain things, but then we also have very similar views in a way, right? Or not in a way, we do. And I'm over trying to, I'm done with trying to, you know, chalk it up to somebody's age or the generation gap. It's just, you know, some of the failings of my generation and the older generations, you know, it seems like some of the younger generations have learned from that and are not going to repeat the same mistakes. That I'm sure they're going to make their own mistakes, right? And they probably already have, but they seem, most of them, and I see this in Christos also, they seem to have understood, okay, we've observed what these bozos ahead of us did and are doing and continue to do. So we're not going to repeat that necessarily. But yeah, thanks for the $10, man. That's awesome. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. And good to see you, by the way. I'd rather see you in here than have the $10 if you made me choose, but both is definitely wonderful. So, and I know I'm doing something right when people like JFK Beta come to my channel, when people like Provo Kid come to my channel. You know I'm doing something right. There's certain people, you know, and when he's not around for a little while, I start getting a little worried. I'm like, wait a minute, you know, am I not doing my job? And I probably wasn't, you know, which is a good thing. Anyway, good to see you, bro. That's fucking awesome. And I'm starting to understand where you're coming with the kinesthetic, the connection of the ideas, you know, the connection of the intellect and the kinesiology or the kinesthetic. Over time, I'm starting to figure out what you're trying to convey. It's just, it takes me a little while sometimes. You know, I'm not brilliant enough to just immediately grasp a lot of these things. So I have to just sort of mull it over and contemplate it and give my, you know, my intuition or whatever a chance to sort of catch up, you know, figure it out. But yeah, thanks, bro. That's fucking badass. Oh man. Good God. And I'll go ahead and put this out to JFK Beta if he's still here, man. Anytime you want to, if you ever want to go live on this channel, you know, even it doesn't have to be a conversation with me or whatever. Let me know, man. And Paul Enslaved has the other administrator slot, but that's not his possession to have forever, right? So we can, you know, we could give it to you temporarily and then maybe give it back to him later, the keys. But if you ever wanted to, and I was trying to have Tommy do a show here on the channel. So if you want to do like a weekly deal or whatever you want to do, man, just hit me up. I'm down for it. I love collaboration and working together, but you know, sometimes I'm just so much, you know, lost in my own sauce that it's not me necessarily going to be directly collaborating on the content necessarily, but I can certainly help facilitate. And I feel like I already have, you know, in many ways. But thanks, Rachel, for the 777. That's awesome. Thank you. Certainly not expected, but always appreciated. Yes, exactly. Yeah, the time certainly is a problem. But yeah, just let me know, man, because if you actually just did your own thing through my StreamYard, you can do that while I'm asleep. If you like to go live at 9 p.m., well, I'll be asleep. But I know enough about JFK that I trust him to not have the channel nuked. And if he does, then well, it was just my own bad judgment, right? So lesson learned. Yeah, man. Please do. And I'm not even joking, dude. Just let me know. That would be badass. And in fact, I'd love to work towards, and it doesn't have to be on this channel. We could just start a new channel. We meaning the so-called truth community. I would like to see a channel where it's like, certain days of the week or whatever, it's like OTW News is live for like the first hour. And then the next hour is maybe me, right? And then the next hour is somebody like, you know what I mean? Have like 6 different content creators, and the whole thing would be like 9 hours, but it would be, each creator would have like an hour to 2 hours or whatever they wanted to do, right? And then for the audience, man, I think it would be awesome. Imagine how many people would be in those live chats. Because what we've seen is, there is a limit to, to like what Paul Enslaved is doing. You see that his the number in his live chats, it's pretty much never going to go beyond 150, at least in the near term. I think it might eventually, right? And same thing with Chalk Body Outline. When he's live streaming regularly, that's about where he seems to top out, is somewhere in there. On YouTube, I'm talking about specifically, because remember, me and Drew were doing bigger numbers than that on D Live of all places. Although we weren't able to maintain it because of my drinking, mostly. Although Drew's was a little flaky at the time too, although I can't blame him based on my own practicing raging alcoholism at the time. But it was a much different Benton too. Maybe we'll go back and play some of those broadcasts when I was certainly way, way sharper back then than I am now. But that's okay. We'll be all right. But yeah, Pale Horse Rider. Indeed. So yeah, it's wonderful. And this is the type of thing that gets me out of bed every morning, is that I am able to collaborate. I am able to, in some ways, facilitate for other people. I'm able to get on here and get my own needs met by running my yap, right? So get in where we fit in, ad hoc, grassroots style, as it were. So I'm loving it. And I don't mean McDonald's. Whew. Well, and yeah, the facial recognition with the mask, but also, computers can analyze the way we walk and identify us based on our body language also, apparently. And then that's where we get into pre-crime. It's like, I know in Europe, I'm pretty sure in the UK, they have this where it's like London supposedly has the most cameras or whatever they say per capita, but, compared to the population, that more or less in London, apparently, depending on, I guess, like the city center, like everywhere somebody goes in public, they're being surveilled the whole time. It's probably that way in much of America also. But the point I'm getting to is that now the computers actually observe the body language. So it's like, oh, there's this guy hanging out near this ATM machine, or an ATM rather, ATM machine being redundant, automated teller machine. And, and then the computer can say, hey, let's dispatch a police officer because it looks like this guy might be waiting to see who he wants to rob. It's pre-crime. It's already happening. So we talk about, we can listen to Alex Jones or read Orwell or whatever and say, man, look, pre-crime, it's going to happen. No, it is happening. It's already happening. Thought criminals. Yeah, they recognize your cadence. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the way you walk. You can tell by the way I walk, I ain't from around here. Probably can't tell because I ain't walking nowhere. Anybody know what song that's from? That was when that Nelly was real big. That was his crew. Yeah, Nelly. You can tell by the way I walk, I ain't from around here. You can tell by the way I talk, I'm not from here, meaning this realm. Good God. Anyway, if y'all want a panel, go for it. I don't have too much more right now. I ain't got too much more right now. Shout out to 26 in the house. I guess we can always peep in on what Z's up to, right? Hey, I love it. He's on one. He's got Moose up there. Who's this? I forget who this is with the tiger icon. All right, we're going to tune in on Z real quick. Although some folks are like, no, don't do that. It's like, well, all right. But I like the Z show too.
Dave, just saying. I know cigarettes are good, but
What?
I'm just saying.
Oh, Dick, that's right. Thank you. Yeah, that's.
He's agreeing, but he's saying there's nobody out there in the middle of no.
Well, and you know, this is what I'm talking about with my nasty streak and my mean streak. This is what I was talking about yesterday. I think on O'Shea, maybe. I forget where I was sometimes when I'm talking. But, you know, Dick used to come over here some of the time. So did Notch, although I haven't seen Notch anywhere. And I know he broke his foot, so there's no telling what he's up to right now. But, you know, he might have had to travel to an actual hospital or whatever. Because, you know, not sometimes it does require medical attention, something like a broken foot. But I know he's over there in the Himalayas, he said. But yeah, the Himalayas is probably not a good place to break one's foot. But anyway, not that there's a good place. But yeah, just I was probably too mean and nasty. I was a little too much of myself, right? And wasn't fully able to restrain myself like I do most of the time. It's like, and that's the thing is I've realized many years ago about myself, nobody notices when I'm controlling myself and I'm creating a sense of calm within myself. They only notice when I finally lash out and get all shitty with everybody. That's what people notice. They don't notice that I'm not doing that thing most of the time. I'm not ranting and raving and yelling at people most of the time, but you know, I notice these things, and it's just, it is what it is.
Nowhere where he lives, other than the homeless dude
Right.
down the hall.
Oh.
So his options are very low.
What happened to your P900 camera, Rocky? You said you used to have one. Did you fucking sell it or something?
I dropped it.
Oh, dude. And in the water?
That's fucked up.
No, it wants to go on, but the lens won't come out. It's like I dropped it right near the rim, and so it's not allowing the lens to come out.
Oh, that's got to be
You
repairable.
rimmed it. Rocky, you rimmed the P900
job, huh?
and now we can't use it.
Is it
I don't know shit about cameras, but that sounds repairable to me.
this your first time seeing the Z show, or how long you been watching?
I still have a GoPro.
Oh, well, shit, Jackie. Now I got Jackie sending me money. Thank you, Jackie. She says great work and support from the Foxes. Oh, from both of them, her and Mr. Fox. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you so much. Although I will say this, I think I'm getting my first YouTube payment this month, I'm pretty sure. And it looks like all paths have opened up, but I might turn the super chats off once I see how much of that money they keep for themselves. Because we already know they take a pretty good chunk, and I'm okay with the chunk they take, but now they're going to keep like 24% for income tax apparently. And I know there's probably I can claim exempt, so I might have to, you know, I just went ahead and filed the tax stuff real quick just because I don't want to, I need the money at this point actually. But whatever you're sending me now, I won't get till next month. So I just mean I need, and by then I won't need it urgently, but of course, a lot of it goes back to the broadcast anyway, right? You know, it's you know, and in fact, I've been paying. This thing has cost me money up until this point, actually. But I must say that. But thank you, Jackie. But all I'm saying is I might actually turn it off in the future. But for now, it's great. So thank you, much appreciated. Much appreciated, Miss Jackie. And thank Mr. Fox if he's not around. Certainly hope you would. Yeah. Well, the donation link ends up being a problem for me, Jackie, because unfortunately, I still remember the 08-09 crisis when the banks all went out of business. So I interact with banking services as little as possible since then. And I mean, as I don't have a checking account, I don't have a bank account, but I do have a prepaid debit card. And that's how I will be receiving the, and which is technically a checking account, although it doesn't function in the same way across the board. But and because of the Patriot Act, actually they won't let me have a checking account because of so-called account abuse. because back in my online poker days, they would intentionally, as you know, they will intentionally let you overdraft to get the fee. So I knew with this certain bank account, I could go like up to $500 overdraft. So I intentionally overdrafted the max to deposit on an online poker site. And since I refused to pay them, because I'll never pay that, fuck them. That's their own fault for letting me with overdraw on purpose to get the fees. It's a scam, just like everything else. It's all a scam, right? So when somebody called from US Bank, I just told them it was their fault. I said, no, it's y'all's fault because your system could have just declined the transaction. I said, that I'll never pay that. I said, I told the guy, I said, I could win the lottery tomorrow and I still wouldn't pay you. I will never pay this. That's your fault. He just laughed at me. I said, well, seriously. I said, you understand that the bank is intentionally allowing me to overdraft to get the fees, right? So somebody else's fees will pay for this $500 y'all are never going to get. So fuck you or fuck them, right? Because I know the game. And once I know the game, I'm not going to play. Why would I play by the rules of their stupid games? It's insane. But yes, Jackie, eventually there probably will be a donation link. That was a long way around too. Yeah, eventually I'm just going to have to do something I really don't. But this is how firmly I believe in these things. Like I've tried to. In fact, I said I was just going to start using Venmo because I do apparently have a Venmo somewhere. Because somebody did send me $100, like way before this channel was a thing. Somebody actually sent me $100, and I guess I wanted the $100, so I signed up for the Venmo. But yeah, we'll have something at some point. I'm just I don't know. I guess to me it's less painful if I try to avoid it. But if I'm going to do it anyway, I should probably just do it now, right? I really want to. Well, I know, but I understand. But I know that. That's the thing is you're dealing with a being. See, this is, and again, Rachel, it's going to sound like I'm picking on you. I'm not. I promise. It's the comment. Yes, I know. Just imagine somebody who understands how this thing works. But and it's effectively the same thing because I've had to give YouTube my account info, right? So I guess in a way I'm not even practicing what I'm preaching here anyway. So you're right. All of you are right. I'm wrong. It's just I will cut off my nose to spite my own face. So that's what I'm doing effectively. I'm cutting off my nose to spite my face. So anyway, I'll get it figured out. But thank you, Rachel. You're right. Yeah, it would be more money to me, obviously, and less money to the federal government, and which I don't want to support any more than you folks do, and less money to YouTube, which I don't necessarily have a problem supporting, at least in some way, obviously, or I wouldn't be here, So, and again, let's finish up on this point. Show me a human and I'll show you a hypocrite. Well, that includes me. So I am being, I recognize my own hypocrisy in this regard, right? So it doesn't go, believe me, it's not, it's not unappreciated. But thank you, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Thank all of you. It's wonderful. So yeah, thanks again, Jackie. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. But yeah, exactly. Oh man, I do have my email out. My email address is in the it's in the description of every one of these videos. But nobody, including me, reads video descriptions. But yeah, if you scroll down ever so slightly, you'll notice my email address. But yeah, I hear you. And I'm again not picking on you, Rachel. This is just kind of how I am. If we were in, and that's another thing about just hearing me talk. If we were in the physical, I could talk to you the exact same way, but through my facial expressions and my eye contact and my, comic body language, my cartoonish body language, you would already understand that, my meaning, right? But when it's just my voice, it's like, it can feel like, I'm being admonished. I don't mean you, I just mean in general, right? And which is why I always prefer the IRL. But then again, now we're back to the social isolation and whatever this realm is doing to us. It's intentionally keeping us all apart. And and part of me saying that none of this is going to amount to a hill of beans yet sounds cynical and pessimistic, but I've said it before, I'll say it again, until folk, and I'm not calling for this because believe me, what I've realized about this internet and these internet ghettos and all of this, and talk about it being assimilated by the Borg, what I've realized is that this thing will more or less let me say whatever the fuck I want, to some extent, as long as I don't actually try to make plans and meet up with people in the physical, right? That's when I think things might take a turn. So, I sort of already understand the rules of engagement, right? If this system knows, well, just let him run his mouth and he'll be happy, and just well, keep an eye on him, and as long as he's not trying to organize these people, then just don't interfere, right? I mean, there seems to be some version of that going on. So I'm a good little slave, staying in my space to some extent, right? But ultimately, until folks just pick a piece of dirt somewhere and everybody shows up there, or everybody that's willing shows up there and starts working together collaboratively, what can happen, right? And that's where I run afoul of people like Dick, because Dick wants to be on the hopium. He's choosing to be on the hopium, and that's fine. I'm sure he's got his own reasons for it, but I'm not going to join him in the hopium. Why would I? Right. But I'm also not trying to convince him. But I notice every time he's on my broadcast, he tries to bring it back around to hopium. And I'm like, that was why I was very forceful with him the last time he was here. It's like, no, I reject all that out of hand. Not going with the hopium. Is that who's talking? Virgil? I don't even know who Virgil is.
Just ignore what I asked. I guess it was irrelevant.
Oh, it's a GoPro. Well, it's probably not repairable then. See, I don't know shit about cameras. I didn't know he was talking about a GoPro.
First,
yeah, copium.
Second, third, fourth. I've been watching you for maybe four streams or something.
Well, and I'm not trying to be a dick, because this is just. Is this Virgil that's talking that I'm about to insult? Is that the guy that's on the screen? But something's happened with him. Now, maybe he's had an injury and he has to take pain meds, or, believe me, I don't, but I'm already detecting that he's altered or he's wounded, and it's like something's happened to this guy, and look, we can talk about, Benton weighing 120 pounds, but I'm still mostly who I've always been, right? I'm not wounded and beaten down by life. And I'm not trying to offend. If this is Virgil, I'm not trying to be offensive here. It's not my intention, but this is my first time seeing and hearing this person. And my initial reaction to his presentment is that something's happened. He's been wounded by this realm, and it's destroyed him in part. Now, I could be completely wrong, but I don't think I am. And it's the same thing with Morgan. I detect the same thing with Morgan. I can hear the opiates in his voice. It's like I can't listen to those voices. And there's somebody else that does that, who I don't know who he is.
So you are lying then, because that's why I interrogated you.
Well, because that right there, because
But to see, Z's voice doesn't sound that way to me. Dick's doesn't. They're not wounded children. All right. Something happened to this guy. I don't know what, and I feel bad that it happened, if it did happen. But this is a defeated person on some level, in my view. I've never been defeated by this realm. And in fact, I don't believe this realm can defeat me. If it could, it would have by now, certainly.
He asked if I was a flat earther.
Oh, Virgil is sorry, I forget his name on, my bad. Young and Fearless. Okay. Well, whoever this is, then I'll talk about him. Yeah, but you see, I try not to offend people if at all possible. Good to see you, Christos.
But anybody who's watched me 4 streams would know.
Well, and since I was sorry about this, I'm sorry for the pausing, as I apologize excessively to the audience. But I want to put this out to Christos, man. Anytime you got something you want to present here, man, feel free to let me know. And because this doesn't just need to be me up here. But I just don't want to be. I'm just going to say it like it is. I have no desire to be on a panel with anybody. It does not fulfill any of my needs to come onto a panel with anybody. It just doesn't. Like, it does nothing for me. Now, I like to talk to people one-on-one at times. That's not what I mean. I just mean, if a person wants to come onto my channel and do a thing, I don't need to be an icon on the screen, and I don't need to be able to, put my own stink onto whatever's happening, right? And I would like to think that there's some sort of space created over here where folks can just come over here, and if they have something they want to perform, go for it. And by the way, that's one of the reasons why typically anytime TBE wants to show up under a pseudonym and do a thing, I just let him do it, right? Him and that Pancake Luigi were up here one day. Like, I'm kind of slow, but I will figure it out eventually, right? I'm completely fine with it. And in fact, you don't even have to let me know ahead of time. Once I see that you're doing a thing, but especially if it does not involve me, right? I prefer the stuff where somebody else can do a thing and I can go, take care of some business in my own life, but I'll still be listening, right? Yeah, Young and Fearless, exactly. Exactly. Thank you.
No.
Well, and I am kind of an idiot, lest we forget. I am kind of dumb in a way. So, bear with me, folks.
Exactly where I stand on the subject.
Yeah.
That's the thing,
No,
Rocky.
but I was
Go
watching you on, was like watching you on, not really listening while I was on it, listening to a different guy. I kind of watched.
Backpedaling now, Rocky. You're a good showman. I'll give you that. I knew you were a storyteller when you got here.
Well, and maybe he's just stoned. I don't know. He might just be stoned. Who cares, right? So maybe I'm sort of reading too much into this.
I never professed to be to tell the truth at all times.
Aha. Like a policy enforcement.
Well, but then, and look, I don't care what people do. Do whatever you want. But I'm forming an opinion about the person when they come on the metaverse and they want to talk about trutherism and they want to talk about the realm and all of this, but they're smoking fucking cigarettes, paying as much. It's like, do you love paying taxes? Because how much did that pack of cigarettes cost? Versus, most of that goes to the government, right? You're just giving money to the government, and so that you can ruin your own health, by the way. And again, I don't care if people smoke cigarettes. It's your business. It's your lungs. I'm hitting fucking THCO vapes, for God's sakes. Doesn't matter to me. But when I see that cigarette in the hand, I'm just going to bottom line it. Cigarettes are an intelligence test. It's purely an intelligence test because it's the dumbest thing a person can do on a day in and day out basis. It's the dumbest thing that's a common thing that people can do on a regular basis is smoke fucking cigarettes. It's stupid. It's an intelligence test. So I already know he's kind of an idiot because he smokes cigarettes. If he wasn't an idiot, he would stop smoking cigarettes. Well, it's like, yeah, I'm also kind of an idiot. Like I'm not saying don't be kind of an idiot. I'm just saying it costs a lot of money. Most of that money goes to the government and it ruins your health with no benefit. There's absolutely no positive benefit to smoking a cigarette. Here's how I know. Because sometimes people say, oh, well, it calms me down. Okay, I don't smoke. Are you telling me if I smoke a cigarette when I'm anxious that it will calm me down? No, it won't. In fact, if people know I don't smoke, I could say, hey, man, give me a cigarette and I could light it. People will tell me not to smoke it. They'll be like, no, don't do that. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought y'all said this calmed your nerves. Isn't this someone you don't want me to have the wonderful thing? Oh, I'm not addicted. That's why you don't want me to do it. Because you see that I'm free of this thing that you are a slave to. So how about let's go talk about being enslaved all day and then have the symbol of our own enslavement in our fingers. It's laughable. It's an intelligence test. And again, I don't care what people do. I'll go smoke fucking crack if I decide to. Now, I'm never going to decide to smoke crack, but believe me, Benton's always done whatever the fuck he wanted. Benton's always going to do whatever he wants to do on some level. I'm just saying, when I see the cigarette, I've got a lot of information about that person. It's an intelligence test, period. Let's just give a bunch of money to the government in exchange for being able to ruin our health very effectively. Cigarettes supposedly directly kill half of everybody that smokes them. Think about that. Half of everybody that smokes them over time, they die from the cigarette. It's an intelligence test.
Sometimes
it's about the dumbest thing a person can do.
I don't tell you.
Just about the dumbest.
Like you asked me how many times. Well, because I wasn't really.
So how many times did you defile a farm animal while you were out there on the land?
Well, yeah, because cigarettes, it's such a stupid thing. Because who would start smoking as an adult? There's few adults. Now, it's my mom, by the way. My mom started smoking, but she also smoked as a teenager. But yeah, if somebody's never been a smoker and they make it to adulthood, almost none of those people start smoking. They have to get them young. They have to. And they know that.
I mean, because that's something that happens. That's why they invented rubber boots, as far as I was told.
Who's that? Moose? Some moose guy?
Some moose guy. Hey, I want to show you something, Tracy, because you say you're a flat earther, right? And I have no reason not to believe you if you fucking have a P9. The fact that you even know what a P900 is pretty good. It's pretty good. But I want to show you something here. Are you still there, Rocky?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Keep your camera on. We need to see you, Rocky.
You guys ain't got your camera on. What
All
am
right,
I on?
I'll turn my on. Look, my camera's on now. All right, go ahead. Turn your camera. You're
What
the
am-
kind of
what
guy
am
that
I
we
on?
need to we need to see. Go ahead, my camera's on now. Turn your camera
Is this an interrogation or something?
on. No, but you're interesting. We want to see what's going on with you. Just turn your camera on, dummy.
Well, and I want to say this. It's funny because Ageless Timeless says he never could stand cigarette smoke. You know what? It's never bothered me because my parents were not smokers, but I grew up around cigarette smoke. Where I lived, everybody smoked. And in fact, my dad, the whole time I was growing up, my father had a convenience store and smoking was allowed there because the customers did not want to have to put their cigarettes out. And there wasn't a state law against it yet. And this is not an exaggeration. People wanted to work at that store because it was a job where they could smoke their entire shift. So I smoked. It's never bothered me. I grew up around it. If we went and visited somebody else, if I went to my relative's house, pretty much everywhere I went in public, people were smoking. Again, I was born into a time warp. And historically, states like Arkansas have had a rate of smoking second only to the military. Right. So when I grew up, just about everybody smoked. And everywhere you went, you could just smoke indoors pretty much anywhere when I was a kid. It's just never bothered me for some reason. The smoke to this day doesn't bother me. I've had people get in my car and, just assume that I won't let them smoke in my car. And I'm like, yeah, doesn't bother me. And they're like, really? But you don't smoke? I said, yeah, I grew up around cigarette smoke. It doesn't bother me at all. And I don't care if the car smells like smoke. It doesn't matter to me, Who cares? Go for it. And half of them still won't light it up because it's like they don't believe me or something. I was like, I don't care. Fucking go for it.
There you go.
I don't care what you do.
I want to show you something.
I believe in freedom.
Because you say you're a flat earther, and so am I. And
are we going FE?
This one was
All
a
right,
teacher, huh? You're one of those guys.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, then why did you talk about it? I didn't ask you if you were raped when you're 7. You said it. I didn't.
You asked me about my children. You asked me about my children.
All right.
Well, and real quick, Ageless Timeless. I grew up where I grew up is a very polluted area, so probably the cigarette smoke was just nothing compared to whatever else I was breathing in. If that makes sense. Like there's like multiple paper mills. Like my whole town stinks. Right. I grew up 5 miles as the crow flies. Let me show you where I'm from, real quick, for those that may not know. It's shown this before, but I think it's interesting. Give me just a second. Right. Do y'all see this? Right, y'all? The National Center for Toxicological Research. Does that sound like a good thing to anybody? Let's see. Can I make this bigger? I don't know what I'm doing here. There we go. So this thing right here, like the edge of this facility, is 5 miles as the crow flies from where I grew up. The National Center for Toxicological Research. So I'm pretty sure between that and all the paper mills and God knows what else was going on, I think that the cigarette smoke was probably the least of my worries. And I've said this before, but I had unexplained sinus drainage every day for an entire year. It was like this horrible tasting liquid was going down the back of my throat for a year. And it was so bad. I kept going to the doctor. We're trying to figure out what's wrong. Nobody ever knew what it was. And then it just went away. So what the fuck was that? I don't know. No fucking idea. And there was this football player who played for the Cowboys. I can't remember the guy's name, but while he was playing for the Cowboys, he had like this mysterious bacterial and viral infection. And the doctors saved his life, but they said if he wasn't in such a highly conditioned athlete, he would have died unexplained. They don't know what it was. Probably some chemical he encountered growing up in my hometown. Oh yeah, dude, it's crazy, man. Arkansas don't fucking play. Yeah, Arkansas is like the grapes of wrath in a lot of ways. It's shit's wild out here, and it was was way worse in the past, certainly.
Can you be raped when you're Dick? Can you be raped when you're 17 as a guy
By a
What's the
teacher?
dude?
by anybody?
But he was raped by a teacher.
Possibly.
Yeah, not me, but yeah, not me. But yeah, of course, I'm sure there's 17-year-olds that have been violated against their will as a male. I'm sure it's happened. So I'm done with this. No offense to Z, but I'm not even interested in exploring that, right? I do enjoy Z's show though, but not everything is for everybody, right? So we're off of that. But I guess we're done. I don't know that I have anything else. I kind of don't even really want to go, but it's like, well, there's no real show here, y'all. There you go. Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man. No time to talk. That's right. Ha, 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 ha. Stand alive. Oh, man, that's great. Oh, yeah, I will say this. I hope I don't, end up married for the third time, although I obviously don't fully control that. But no more smokers. Number 2 was a smoker. We're never doing that again. Oh, misery. Misery. And smoking is so fucking miserable, man. Because what I noticed about her was everything that happened had to be commemorated with a cigarette. So it's like, okay, we get in the car to go somewhere. Well, that's got to be commemorated with a cigarette. Then when we get there, the arrival has to be commemorated with a cigarette. But then that's got to be timed to end, when we walk into the building or whatever, right? It's like the entire day revolves around the cigarette. It's just misery. And it's not the smoke doesn't bother me. It's not the, her, smelling or tasting like a cigarette. That's not a problem. It's just the habit itself is so fucking annoying. It's like everything that happens has to be commemorated by it. They're the little reward. It's a reward. Oh, look how good you did. You managed to get in the car. Here's your reward. Oh, look, you managed to arrive at your destination. Here's your reward. Oh, look, your meal's over. You deserve a reward. Here's your reward. It's very infantile. It's the opposite of mature. The opposite of mature. Walk and talk. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. If you mean me, anyway. Yeah, there's going to be more of that. I'm just lazy, number one, and I really haven't been feeling that good, but I realize I have a built-in excuse. It's not like I did the other walk and talks because I was feeling great or something. Like that's not really even what it is, but I can always just give myself an excuse now because of my health issues. Certainly. But anyway, I think I'm done. Z's still live, I think, if y'all want to check him out. Yeah, he's still going. I might have been too hard on this guy, actually, now that I think about it. I do tend to jump to conclusions sometimes. So he sounds like he might be all right. He might be all right. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and also something else I've noticed is when I threaten to end the stream, people leave. But I do that too, right? Because I know Yurt's bad about that. Yurt's bad at wrapping up and then talking for another 20 minutes. And I realize I do a version of that. Where is Yurt, by the way? He must be out living his best life. When was the last time Yurt was live? Oh, good. Thank God. Okay, Christos, we'll go to 8 then. We'll go a little longer, then we'll send everybody over there. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know, sir. Much appreciated. Great job. Well, I don't know. I guess we're staying now, but I don't know. That's part of me not planning things that much. Is like I don't know what the hell we're doing either. It's like, oh, I'm the one with the plan. It's like I'm the one with the plan. All right, we're going to take a break while I find something for us to do because there's got to be something from the back catalog I can play. And then so we're going to take a break. Whoever wants to stick around, I'll take it right up until the OTW starts. How about that? Is it a deal? All right, good. I'm glad we got that worked out.
Hi everyone. So yesterday whether we have free sleep. I actually wrote a piece for that online magazine that I write for just the night before. So of course, whatever I wrote in that, I had to write it in the chat also because I thought it would be helpful. Because a lot of people, yes, they say that, I mean, including me, that we are Christians and all of that, but it is very difficult for us to read everything in the Bible and remember and even process what we read in the moment. So of course I had to do a bit of looking around. I'm not some expert studious kind of person, but I did that for the piece that I was writing because it is a topic that obviously interests me. That if everything has been decided or not, I mean, who wouldn't want to know the answer? But of course, I came to the conclusion that it is an and or situation. It is both things happening at the same time, which people miss out. And I wrote the article on that. So I will just read what I wrote. Actually, I have no thoughts. Or do I? I'm sure that we have all thought about if everything has been already determined from before, or if we can really decide our fates. It is a heavy topic to think about, and we usually think in a black and white manner. Some people would either be tired by thinking that they have to be held accountable for every single choice that they make and that they all have consequences, or some would be very happy that their fates are in their hands. It makes us feel either powerful or very vulnerable. However, when I realized that the Bible constantly tells us that sometimes not everything is so black and white and that there are and or situations, a lot of thoughts follow. Again, is it really me thinking or did God already put that in my soul? It is such an interesting inner debate. Sometimes I feel like it would be better if I did not have the stress of making my own choices. It is very hard to do so, especially nowadays. People are trickier and it is puzzling sometimes to even figure out how to deal with them morally. Again, are people in general trickier by their own choices, or did God just harden their hearts and make them much stranger than all the previous generations? Things get slightly deeper when we also realize that our choices have an effect on God's choices. There are many verses where God's will is not accepted by people, and so even though He has free will, His choice changes, His decisions towards those people change. Here is an example. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, thou that killest the prophets and stonest them.
All right. I did not know this was Bible specific, so I'm going to tap out of this. But yeah, if y'all are into that sort of thing, check out Pretty. I dropped her channel link. We got her up from, I think, 13 subs to 25. So again, wasn't aware that was so Bible specific. So we're not going to continue on that path. Let's see what Janelle was talking about with grief. Maybe that'll be maybe that won't be Bible related, right? Is my internet not going to work? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, internet. All right, that's a sign. Well, no, wait a minute. It loaded. Okay, it loaded. Why won't the video load? All right, I know what we've got to do here. Yeah, we'll let Drew have that one. That's right. That's right, Gary. y'all for bearing with me through whatever this has been for the last few minutes. Yeah, my internet's fucked. I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down. OTW's going live at 8. He's kind of, not always there, right? It keeps threatening to load though. Like, what is this? Every time I'm about to click the button, it acts like it's gonna work. So hang on, let's see. See if I can make this work. Just load the friggin' window, man. How am I even here? I don't understand this. I'm here, but I can't get a YouTube. I started a new browser window and a YouTube won't even pull up. What is this? Yeah, something's going on with the network today, whether it's local to me or I don't know what's going on, man. This is fucked up. Very strange, very strange. Let's see if other sites open. I probably need to reboot. No, no websites will open. But am I even online at this point? Is the question. Let me see. Yeah, I can't open any sites. But here I am. I'm live. What is this? This is just bizarre. This makes no sense. How can I be online through StreamYard and StreamYard is streaming to YouTube, but I can't open any websites right now. All right, Woody, I'm screenshotting this so I can remember, hopefully. Because I remember that you mentioned that before, the movie Pig. So, is that on YouTube for free, I wonder? Because I can certainly download it, but let's see, will it open youtube.com now? I just needed to reboot my PC. It was a me problem. That was a me problem. Well, the show's over, folks, and yet the show continues unabated, right? So thanks to the 16 for hanging out through whatever this is, which does show me to some extent, some I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but now how's Janelle's video not in my watch history? See, bizarre. All right, here we go. Janelle's.
Good morning, y'all. How is it going today? You already know who it is. It's your girl, Janelle motherfucking Williams, back with her podcast, What is Grief? Well, I have actually been looking up And I don't want to say looking up because I ain't been looking shit up. Okay, I ain't been doing it. But I just been realizing, like, when I go throughout my day, that there are different outlooks on what grief is, right? So I was watching this episode of here. Let me see if I can look it up real quick. But I was watching this episode of what the fuck is that show called? Disenchantment, right? It's on Netflix.
Never heard of it. Don't watch Netflix. I watch TV on YouTube.
Season 5, episode 1. I'm gonna share my screen with y'all so y'all can see this part of the episode if they'll fucking show it. So season 5, episode 1. And Elfo, like, I don't know if y'all follow this show or not, but Elfo was talking to Bean's dead body, basically. And he says something along the lines of, I feel like the hardest part about grieving you is the simple fact that, like, there's still shit that we haven't went through yet that I would have wanted us to go through. Like, it was something similar to that. So let me take a look. Let me see if I could find it. And if not, then I guess I'll just have to go to my own personal computer screen or TV screen to show it.
I don't know. Can I play Netflix shows on here?
No.
I'm assuming not. 100%. Woody could not agree more.
Yeah. For some odd reason, it's not pulling it up, y'all.
Well, and at the risk of what the audience may think of me, I've dated a couple of black women, so I agree. I agree, Woody. I certainly prefer the natural hair myself, right? But not everybody's got to make the choice for themselves, right?
It looks like I might have to actually log into Netflix for this one, y'all. So maybe let me see. Let me just
Well,
find
and
it. Maybe I'll be
dated
able to
might
listen to
be
it. Y'all ain't gonna be able to see it,
a
but y'all
bit
be able
of
to listen
a
to it.
stretch.
Let me see.
But yeah, intimate with, I don't know.
So like I said, it was episode 1, season 5 of Disenchantment. The main character's name is Bean. It's Tia Beanie, but they call her Bean. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if y'all actually watch this or not.
Whoa.
But I wanted y'all to see this part at least, because when he said it, I was like, whoa, like no one will actually ever say this out loud again. Like, you know what I mean? Because people don't really get a chance to talk about when they are in grief, y'all.
I've never turned
And
that thing
is
on
what's
once,
really,
and I
like,
never
hurting
will.
me,
That television.
is the fact that I have so much grief and I cannot talk about it. I can't talk about it to anybody. Well, okay, that's a lie. I
Other
said to
than
my
us,
sister.
right?
But you know, she's going through her own little bouts of grief and shit. So I can't push myself off on her. Like, hey, take care of me. Only focus on me.
Indeed,
Your
Woody.
grief. Like, that's not fucking fair. Grief, emotional distress caused by
Sorry,
or as
sorry,
if by
Christos.
bereavement. That's from Merriam-Webster. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and skip to the end part.
Sorry about that, Christos.
Because I'm telling y'all, when y'all hear him say this, y'all, this is gonna resonate with y'all so much that y'all gonna be like, wow,
Yeah.
like I need to watch the rest of this.
Yeah, I've always liked black women.
The rest of the episode.
Gary.
But I mean,
Although
it's
not
not, this isn't a
exclusively.
peeler for grief. This episode is not a peeler for grief. Okay, I don't want y'all to think that. I'm just using it because
Yeah.
he said something that resonated with me.
That's
But
funny.
I can definitely tell y'all, like most TV shows, like I think they said, what was that show? The Winnie the Pooh. I guess Winnie the Pooh is like one of those shows that takes human emotion and characterizes them into like individual characters. Well, this show, it shares some similarities with that ideal, but it's not what they are doing specifically. We almost there, y'all. We almost there. All right. Oh, it's not working. Next time, y'all be logged into my Netflix. You can see it.
What's going on in here?
She's got her background. She's got her background.
Kim, Billy. Oh my God, you're so much better than that mini elf. Hey, the word mini is implied in the word elf.
Blurry.
I found out you're lying to me. The only thing you'll be kissing is your ass. Goodbye. Okay, goodbye. Wow.
How do people watch this stuff, by the way?
No, it's not you. I always flinch when I'm touched. So that's like a got it. You need that more. Okay, yeah. No, okay. Yeah, no, that was bad. Really super bad.
Elfo beating himself.
In the future, you were
Right there, y'all. Did
Okay, here
y'all
we
hear
go.
what he said?
No.
Hopefully you did. And what he
No.
said was he is more upset, not about the past, not about missing who she was, but basically about never actually accepting her for who she was. Like, it wasn't about missing who she was, but it was basically not accepting her for who she was. And that's what really like hurt him. He's like, bro, like if I would have just accepted you for who you really were when you were here, and it was my best friend, you know, somebody who I could actually talk to and be, you know, friends with, I wouldn't be in this situation, or I wouldn't miss you as much as I do. So That right there, y'all, that is what we're talking about today. We're talking about missing someone who we can no longer get in contact with. So I do want y'all to know, by the time I was 21, I had a divorce, right? I was married when I was 18, got a divorce by the time I was 21. The whole time, my mom had been there, been around, trying to give the support as best as she could. And one thing that my mom used to say all the time to me was, why can't you just love me for the way that I am? Like, why can't you accept the way that I can love you, right? And I never understood that. I was like, what do you mean? Why can't I just accept you for who you are? Why can't I just accept the love that you're giving me when you're giving it to me, you know? And it was just really that, because I had an expectation of her that was not realistic. And even now, like in death, I have an expectation of her that's not realistic. Do any of you out there have any expectation that's like that? Anything that makes you want to be like, well, maybe if I just did this, or well, maybe if I just did that, or if it didn't look like this? Like, do y'all have any of that? Because I do. And I just want y'all to know that that is a comfortable part of grief. It's okay to grieve the person that forever was. Y'all getting nervous. I was like, what's going on? But getting back to my divorce though. So I feel like the hardest part about being divorced was knowing that he was still walking around, right? Knowing that he still could go out and do whatever he wanted. And he did not have to think of me. And why is that grievance of divorce so much harder or less hard than grieving somebody who's actually left? Well, it's because, well, for me, it was less hard for me. Because with my mom, I know I can't go back to her. I know I can't go to her. I can't call her on the phone. I know I can't go to her cemetery plot and she actually start talking to me. Like, I know I can't do that, right? But the fact that he's still alive and I have the ability to do that is what's causing me more grief, because I cannot do it. Like, well, I mean, I can, but I'm being stopped. And what's stopping me? Morality. Me wanting to be moral enough to let him go. You know what I'm saying? To allow him to live his life without me. And I feel like a lot of people struggle with that. Those are like the borderlines of grieving in life and grieving in death. You know what I'm saying? Here, let's see if we could find some videos on grief. And you know what? These are all questions and situations that are true to me, y'all. I have a lot asked myself, like, will I ever recover from this? And then a lot of times, like, I don't know if it was that way for y'all, but for me, I had to bury my mom and write her obituary. And I noticed when I had someone else that was close to me who passed away, that I was almost unable to, how do you say? I was almost unable to, I was almost unable to even write down words about how much they meant to me. You know what I'm saying? And no matter what I told them, like if I was like, hey, you know, like I love you, you were my best person, like da da da, whatever's whatever. But when it came down to writing things for my mom, I could do it because it was almost like I was prepared to do it. You know what I mean? But anybody else who's recently passed away, I haven't been able to do it. And it's not just because I can't, but it's more like to put into words as if they're not there anymore. You know what I mean? Like to really think to yourself, like, what is the nicest thing that I can say about somebody that I genuinely care about that doesn't sound like bullshit? You know what I mean? It doesn't sound like I'm just making it up out of my ass or that I just want them to sound a certain way. And then I realized I couldn't do it because it wasn't about it sounding like bullshit. It was more about I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready to release those feelings out into the world, to actually make it a statement to say, like, they're no longer here. And that's what that statement was for me. It was saying that my best friend, who I told all of my secrets to, was no longer here. And honestly, that's really the hardest part of having any level of grief for me, is not having anyone there to be like, oh my God, bro, like you're not going through this, but at least you know me as a person and you know how I would react to certain things. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's the hardest part, is knowing that someone that I didn't think that it would be their time to leave has left. All right, guys, we need a little break real quick.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. You gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person, I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. You gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person, I just don't want to hear you talking anymore.
All right, y'all. I needed that little break. This is probably gonna be a short live just because I don't think that a lot of people, I don't feel, you know what? I don't even know how to describe it. I don't know if it's a feeling, I don't know if it's thought, I don't know. And maybe that's it. I just don't know how other people process their grief. And the only reason why I say that is because a lot of times I feel like I've been being putting myself in situations, you know what I mean? Like, I'll give you guys a better for instance. So for instance, I had a manager at a job and she had breast cancer. She went out for like a month. I stepped up in order to cover her shifts to make sure that, you know, shit could flow. But when I was doing that, I had a couple of coworkers who I felt, I don't know, wasn't either doing what they could have been or should have been. And it made it more difficult on me. Like, it made me not want to like interact with them because I didn't feel like they were given the same amount that I was given. And then when I started to really think about it again, I was like, wow, bro, like you're putting these people in a predicament to let you down. You know what I'm saying? Because you're believing that they're going to have the same initiative that you have, and they obviously don't. You know what I mean? You believe that they care the same amount that you do, and they obviously don't. And that was kind of like what was the hardest part for me, was accepting that people aren't going to treat other people the way that I want them to treat them. And that was a part of my grief too, because I realized that I was doing the same thing to my coworkers and my manager that I was doing with my siblings and my mom. So when it came time for my mom to pass away, I felt like I was the only one doing everything because of that was my level of grief.
It went a little too
When
biblical
it
for this
came time
broadcast. I'm
to
definitely going
helping
to check you out on my
my
own.
manager and have my coworkers to have my back, then I started to feel some type of way because they weren't showing the same initiative that I was. They wasn't showing the same care that I was. Basically mirroring the same actions that I had to deal with when it came time with my mom, with my siblings. And I was like, whoa, that's a lot to unpack. Like, you cannot expect these people to react the way that you're reacting. So I don't know, maybe that's like another level of grief, is projecting your own personal feelings off on somebody else, or an attachment issue. Maybe I saw my boss and I assumed because she was a mom and she could see the type of person that I was, that she would be more mothering like, I don't know, or more mothering like my mom. I don't know. Either way it goes, I do know that when I'm walking through and I have like an issue with someone, or like I'm being unreasonable. You know what I mean? Like, I do then realize, like, hey, like, you're only being unreasonable because you want this to happen, or you want that to happen, or you thought it was going to happen this way and it's not happening that way. So how do I take myself back to be like, hey, you're noticing that you're doing things that aren't regular. You're noticing that you're doing things that you would have done it for your mom or your grandma or somebody that you gave a fuck about, but you can't keep pushing that energy off on other people, because everybody else is not going to appreciate your kindness the way that your mom or your grandma or somebody else that you really give a fuck about. So I don't know, y'all. So I don't know if you're doing anything like I'm doing and you're deciding to push your feelings off on other people, you're projecting, you're seeing the likeness, like someone who you care about, you see their likeness in someone else, right? So if you're doing anything like that, I promise you, boo, you are grieving, and I want you to know that you are not by yourself, okay? You can't do it alone, and it's okay. You don't have to do it alone, because there are people like me who are here so you can talk it out with, all right? Well, guys, like I said, this is going to be a short one. This was a What is Grief moment brought to you by Janelle Williams. Have a good day.
Oh, this is that lady that's on Paul's now, right? She's been on recently. Okay. She just looks so different. I did not realize that was her. Okay. But yeah, it's good stuff. Pretty. Thank you. Okay. Now I know who Janelle is. I just did not realize that was the same person. Aha. Yeah, I like Janelle. She's got some interesting viewpoints.
Oh shit. My bad, guys. I didn't mean to not talk. Go here, and now I remember. I'm not gonna show anything. I was just trying to see what we could do. I don't have any extra camera. I don't have any slides. All right, I'm gonna share my screen. This is where it broke down last time. Let's go. Let's go here. Oh, but before I do that, let me get out of here. Get out of here. Yeah, let's go meet. Let's go meet. That people. All right, guys, and here I am working out. At least that's what I thought I was doing. This is my new channel. Let's see. All right, this one.
We all shit in the shower, right? Great, glad that I got your attention. I have a fucking problem, guys, and no, it's not shitting in the shower. I was cleaning my house today, right?
About today, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the female version that they have for guys, for women, the little blue pill. Let's talk about that. I'm gonna go ahead and do my little googling. I'm gonna show y'all the ones that I know about. So we're gonna go look up purple kangaroo. Purple kangaroo. I guess I should just add the pill in there. Now they do have a blue kangaroo for the men, but we're talking about the purple kangaroo for the females. All right, cool. So we have, this says, because a lot of people are always asking me, like, what is it meant to do? So here it is, more relaxed, more sensitive.
Well, and since Mitchell seemed to be threatening to, get me and Paul in trouble for not having an 18+ warning on some of these, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this because she's going sexual with the content. And this is one of the issues around just like randomly playing content that I'm not familiar with. So I want to eat some watermelon, man. I'm trying to eat some watermelon here. So well, you could just click in the stream, Bozo. Yeah, I know, but there's still 16 people here, presumably. Could be bots, I guess. But I think some folks are here, right? Let me see. Hang on. Let's see if we can. I just had to have you folks be able to see me with my slice up my watermelon for some reason, right? Oh, there you go. Well done. Well done, Gary. I love that. Well, I don't, but yeah. Anyway. Careful what you say there, Benton. Well, and if Pretty is still around, you got quite a few more subs. All right, here he comes to save the day.
Hey, give me a moment to get my
Oh yeah,
Bluetooth
man.
set up.
Yeah, no hurry. We're just chilling. Here he comes to save the day. I guess I could have cut this up a little better. This gigantic friggin' gigantic piece of watermelon here. Here I come to save the day.
Hey, can you say something? Give me a mic check.
Yeah, it's a little I don't know, you're good. I mean, by your standards anyway. Mic check. Christos. Maybe he'll be back. Christos. Yeah, it sounded like you were really far away, Christos, but no offense, but yours is it's kind of rough sometimes. So by your standards, it's completely fine. If that makes sense. Not trying to be a dick, but yeah, you're good. Excuse me. Pardon me. Not trying to be a dick, but I am. I am a dick, right? Goodness gracious. Small hat, big dickhead. Nice. Nice.
Hey, can you give me a mic check again? My bad.
Oh, it's all good. There's a lot of background noise, but I can hear you, so you're good. Christos.
I don't want you to have to deal with the background noise of my car, so hold on. Hey, I'm gonna hop off. This is not a good time. My bad. But we'll talk soon, bro.
All right, man. Later. That was Christos. Living his best life, presumably. But yeah, the show's been over with for a while, folks. We're just treading water. But you never know when I might just want to start talking again, but I'm going to eat this watermelon and be back shortly. How about that?
It's the Ark of the Covenant.
And the throne of God is your third eye, right? Yep.
Exactly. Where Jacob met God in the land of Bethel, which would allegorically mean the pineal gland.
Is it?
In the land of
They said
pineal, in
Jesus-
the land of milk and honey.
Jesus died at 33, and there's 33 vertebrae. Jacob's ladder is your spine.
Which also has 33 steps. The ladder has 33 steps, and you also have Jack and the Beanstalk, which also has 33 leaves that he climbs up to go get the golden egg.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's
the golden egg is the pineal gland or the optic thalamus.
Nice.
Yeah. And it is very much related to the penis. Like, so it's because penis is such an odd word. Like, it really is. And I'm not being anyway. It's just such a, so I've heard a lot of people call it the pineal gland. They are related, and it's one of those systems in the bodies that doesn't have, they wanted to, I guess they did it probably so that men, back in the day when they tried to shame men for masturbation, you know,
Hey,
like,
is my sound better now?
it is used in the male ejaculate, right? For the seed of the male ejaculate. So,
right. So you're just, throwing yourself out.
well, and maybe throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There may be a reason why they want like, this may sound crazy, but there may be life in that, right? Like, as much as they're like, there's not even life in a baby, right? Like, in this pro-abortion world, that there actually may be the ability for that little bit of spark to be found, just like them sifting the soils in the picnic farm. Like, I know it's like, wasn't born yet, I know, you know, but there's it's interesting how much they've created that to be disposable, just like they want to keep all the female genetic material in non-decomposing material, just like they want to keep in all the non-decomposing material. If you catch my drift, you know, there's a benefit. Yeah, there's a benefit to men just.
Yes, this is from yesterday. I did not know you were coming back, sir. So
No,
anyway.
this is great. I'm glad you're sharing this. My apologies.
Oh, no worries, bro.
Yeah, this Bluetooth I have on this car, like, It uses the interior of the car, and basically, when I hop on a stream, everyone can hear like, especially when I'm on the highway. So I just put an earpiece in, only one, so I'm still very aware of the road. I'm not like these jerk offs that fucking put in 2 earbuds or like a complete headset. Like you're
Gotcha.
like flying a plane or something, wearing a headset, driving a tank. Get the fuck out of here. Sorry.
That's
But
funny.
this is cool that you're showing this, because I was really pleased when OTW came over to Charles, because I'm pretty sure he knew about it like once or twice from me sharing it or something. But Charles was getting some good numbers yesterday, and that was even before I shared. He was going up to like 16, 17, 18 people, and normally he like stays below 10, so he's a smaller channel. It's just nice. He doesn't care too much about growing numbers necessarily, but it's nice to see him get a little more exposure. And that it was interesting yesterday. Definitely worth a restream, I guess. OTW coming over there was refreshing for sure. OTW and Bex, Charles, it was a good setup for sure. But what I was coming up to say earlier, before the Bluetooth was giving me trouble, and then I was also in rush hour traffic hopping on the highway, and then there was like an accident. It was just really bad timing. But I just shared this guy, True Life Stories. His name is Booker. He's a black dude and middle aged, out of like, you know, he has some type of past story or whatever. He used to be gang banging, whatever. Went to prison for a while. He lives in California. Just doing his thing now. He has some kids, but he smoked DMT a couple years ago, and he's been doing it ever since, and basically running his YouTube channel based around psychedelics and people sharing their trip stories. And sometimes he just shoots the shit on Discord with people in his community and live streams it. But he's been doing these old video reviews, like old trip reports he had. He's doing like video reviews of them for people that just come to his channel. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna give my commentary on him giving commentary on his old videos, and then at some point I'll just end up doing my own, you know. But if anyone's interested in that type of stuff, I shared it. It's the most recent thing on my page, and worth checking out for sure. Right here before the Grand Rising show starts, I just wanted to share that.
Cool, man. So I need to go to your channel, to your community tab. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I wasn't necessarily asking you to.
Well, I mean, if I want to find this, I'm just saying that's
cool.
how I find it. Yeah, that's how I find it, right?
Definitely. Yeah, that is indeed.
Okay. Cool. Awesome. I love that, sir. Yeah, I like all that kind of stuff. So,
Because I can also definitely relate to some of the things that these people talk about within their experiences. So I think it will be good content, even though it is kind of silly, metaversal, not too much, but it's like that Inception where it's like, okay, commentary on someone giving commentary on their own stuff, like kind of like OTW restreaming, you restreaming him, and then like hearing this audio loop feedback, and he's over there giggling. It's a good time nonetheless.
Yeah, cool. I found it. So, yeah, I'm about to promote it here shortly. I think it's on the screen right now. Yeah. DMT.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has some cool little, I'm not sure what he uses, but he's been messing around with like content creator stuff for a while. So he has some like decent, you know, aesthetic intros and whatnot. He's a character though.
Yeah, I'm a little worried based on that he doesn't know how to spell stories, though.
No, well, okay, so no, hey, trust me, I saw that early on, and at one point he said that he did that on purpose because he thought that's how what the kids were doing these days, is spelling things wrong, like on purpose. I don't know if that was bullshit and a cop out, kind of like OTW does for his intros. Like OTW said he misspelled it on purpose. I don't believe that because I know OTW has some bad spelling. But don't ask me about that. But
well,
yes,
he spelled entities correctly though. But he spelled entities correctly, so probably he knows how.
He's just ran with True Life Stories like ever since he named it that early on. Whether it was a genuine mistake or he really is somehow being cool by changing the letters on purpose. Like he just ran with it and just kept that as the because there are other true life stories, believe it or not. There is a true life stories that's spelled correctly that Jack Talcott actually was talking to for a while. Very bizarre.
Okay, that
It
makes
was
sense.
literally so. I think it is to differentiate. Actually, I think that's part of it from other
Okay,
channels.
yes, got it. So yeah, folks, check this out if y'all are so inclined. True Life Stories channel. Excuse me. Awesome.
Sweet. All right, you about to shut down here now? OTW is about to go.
I don't know.
Were you eating earlier? I missed that. I saw it when you were like on break. You were getting some stuff out where you were.
Yeah, I started playing that other stream and eating. That's what I was doing, yes.
Sweet.
But it's hard to eat while I'm talking, but that's okay. I don't mind talking. Either way.
Yeah, I'm glad OTW is going live. It's more sporadic, not in a bad way, but like he doesn't do it as regularly, which respect. I know he has other things to be doing in his life, but he still is definitely giving it attention and energy, and still doing better than ever, I'd say.
Oh yeah.
And even
big time.
you, I think, are doing pretty well, man. Not that like my opinion or like rating or judgment is worth too much, I guess, out here, but. Even though you're ready to wrap up with the streaming stuff here pretty soon, it seems like from what you've said, you're still clocking in. You're still putting in your work, even if you feel like it's a content, however you want to put it. You know.
Well, that's mostly been because of the THCO, though. That
Right,
part's
and I was
over
just
with.
gonna say you did stop that. I forgot. So.
Yeah. It's all good, man.
All right, I'm gonna hop down. I'm about to be at work, and I'm gonna go on YouTube and wait for the drums to start at OTs.
All right, brother. We'll see you later.
All right, man. Peace.
That was Mr. Christos. Appreciate him for being here. And yeah, OTW's getting started. He plays his intro, so it'll be a few minutes. So not much happening over here, E. But yeah, it looks like they're going live over there for anybody that wants to go check out the show. It looks like he's live. I don't hear anything happening yet. Start your day off right, folks, with OTW News. Yeah, that when he went on that Charles Wass channel yesterday, I forget just how much OTW really knows a lot of things about a lot of stuff. So he was sort of flexing his muscles a little bit on there. And you would have gotten to hear some of that while I ate this watermelon. But, oh, well. Yeah, talking and another guy talking about getting high. Yeah. Well, it is what it is, E. But anyway, I think I'm going to wrap up and let y'all go over to OTW if y'all are down with that. I don't have too much more. So apologies. Here I am apologizing to the audience anyway. But yeah, there's only 11 in the house, so most folks have figured out that the show has in fact ended quite a while back. But I'm glad we stuck out long enough. At least we stuck it out long enough to. Hey, sunshine time. I am glad I hung around long enough to say good morning to E here. Good day, sir. That's right. I said good day. But he was around. I think EBT was around when I was playing my when I played my incident at the laundromat. But I see the sun's out, man. I'm going to go outside and at least put a little sunshine in my eyes and then finish this watermelon. Delicious. Let thy food be that medicine, man. This watermelon's been helping me out quite a bit lately. So that's been working out. So appreciate everybody for being here. I had a good time today. Certainly. And I may be back. You just never know when old Benton will be back. So, oh, I remember. Okay, I just realized what Christos said because he thought I was going to stop streaming. What it is that I'm going to be more busy than usual because I have to get all of my affairs in order to coincide with my. I'm only paid up through the 28th, actually the 27th technically. So on the 28th, I got to be out of here by like 11 a.m. or whatever, 10 a.m. Unless I give them more money. Still not sure where I'm going. I'd had DeFreak had offered. DeFreak had offered to let me maybe stay with him in Phoenix, but that's the thing about people. Like you never really know. And I don't know DeFreak personally, right? He did email me though, as I had requested. And another reason I want to wrap up is because at some point OTW is going to, let's go see what everybody else is doing. And the next thing you know, he'll be restreaming me, which is okay, but I'm 5 hours deep, OTW. I'm not really going to have too much, for you. If you're going to try to use me as content, which is fair play, obviously, but I'm not going to have too much to say. But yeah, I am going to be busy. I'll probably keep doing the 3 a.m. stuff, but I might have to keep it to an hour or two, keep it to like 2 hours maybe. And then actually be productive with my day, right? So that could be happening in the next couple of weeks, certainly. Yes, but yes, Sunshine Time says much love, Benton, and everyone headed to OTW. Indeed, and I hope everybody does. But he's much like myself. He's a bit of a slow. OTW can be kind of slow out of the gate at times. So I don't know what I'm trying to say exactly, but I think y'all get me. I think so, but I'm just having a lot of trouble motivating myself well enough, strongly enough to actually go to the library. It's just even 9 o'clock. It's too late for me. I'm up at friggin', I've been up for 7 hours by now, right? Hey, what's up, Mr. Fox? Thanks again for you and Jackie's generous donation earlier. Much appreciated. Yep. He said he's got work to do. Have a great day, indeed. And if you get the chance, Mr. OTW News is just gone live, so maybe check him out as well. So cool. All right. I guess I've threatened to wrap up so many times. Let me just go ahead and click the button, I guess. Oh, was it really? What did I miss? Musical's a secret. Was it wild towards the end? Where was the wild stuff? Now I'm intrigued, right? Well, now our numbers are coming back up. But yeah, what happened, bro? What happened? Should I is it worth me tuning in? Should I replay it? Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, we played some of that over here. Yeah, he did seem like a. What's funny though is I didn't play enough of it to really get into the meat and potatoes of what he was talking about. Okay. Interesting guest, huh? All right. Yeah, I know this is hilarious, Rachel. It's like I gotta just quit saying I'm gonna go. Like that's a mistake I can see. Yeah, I saw the boomer. Yeah, we saw a little bit of that guy, but I mostly just prejudged. Mostly I just gave my snap judgments of him as a human, which is probably not. It's probably not cool of me to do, but I did anyway. Oh, really? Interesting. A boomer with a Gen X mentality. Well, maybe I prejudged. Maybe I prejudged too harshly. So hopefully he's a recurring guest then. Fascinating. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Well, we know there's some differences, right? When I say that there's no Gen X, what I mean is we just sort of got folded into the boomers. But yeah. Yeah. I guess maybe for the actual boomers, there's a difference. But all right, I'm really getting out of here this time. I've done cried wolf. I done cried wolf too many times. So thanks for watching. Bye.